Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2770. Is there really only one spot? Luyin looked back at Bailan. Bailan helplessly replied, "One spot is already pretty good, and it's only because of my surname." Luyin understood. Bai, as in Bairong, meant that her status in Yixing was not simple. Let's wait. The person who wants to come won't arrive that quickly. In the Outerverse, on a giant spacecraft outside of Myriad City, Madame Nayland stretched lazily as she watched the distant city shrink before leaving. She wore a thin silk dress that faintly revealed her figure. She was enchanting and beautiful, but unfortunately, no one could appreciate her beauty. She picked up a book, lay down and quietly read it. This book came from Myriad City, and it was the most popular book in the city. It was also the most popular book in the entire Fifth Mainland. It was called The Legendary Tao Lord, and it recorded Lu Yin's legendary past. Almost everyone in the Fifth Mainland had a copy. As she read, Madame Nayland grew sleepy. At that moment, an old woman's voice came from outside. "Madam, the transaction has begun." Madame Nayland grunted. "Let them do as they wish." Yes. The old woman retreated. There were many things that Madame Nayland did not need to worry about. On the Fifth Mainland, no one dared to lie to the Nayland family. Everyone knew that the Nayland family had helped Lu Yin many times when he had just started out, and they had Lu Yin's backing. Madame Nayland could also enter the above-the-sky sect at any time. Doing business with such an existence would make anyone want to lose money in exchange for a favor. Furthermore, there was no one else who was worthy of Madame Nayland showing up. The wisest decision for the Nayland family was to invest in Lu Yin, which would allow the Nayland family to prosper for tens of thousands of years. At that moment, the old woman returned. "Madam, the second Night King requests an audience." Madame Nayland was shocked. The second Night King? She hurriedly put on her clothes and walked out. The second Night King could not possibly come to see her, and there was only one person in the universe who could make him run errands for her. "Greetings, madam." The second Night King was extremely polite to Madame Nayland. He knew that this woman was one of the few people that Lu Yin cared about. Although they had not met much, her importance in Lu Yin's heart was not low. Madame Nayland looked at the second Night King and smiled faintly. "Sir, what business do you have here?" "I've been ordered by the Tao Lord to invite Madame to the Sky Sect." Bailan sat alone in the Sky Sect's back mountain. Lu Yin had already left and he could not stay by her side forever. And the person Bailan saw the most was Zhao Ran. She wanted to learn more about Lu Yin from Zhao Ran. After all, he was the master of the primordial space, and the essence of the transaction was not a commodity but a person. In order to get information from Zhao Ran, she kept praising Zhao Ran's tea. She drank 5 cups in a row. With Zhao Ran's unusual method, each cup was shocking, but it was unexpectedly delicious. Bailan didn't know what to say. Finally, after drinking her 6th cup, Zhao Ran affectionately called her sister. She felt that the time had come. "Little sister Zhao Ran, how old is Master Lu this year?" Zhao Ran was at a loss. "Who is Master Lu?" Bailan was startled and sized up Zhao Ran. Was this girl playing with her? "That's the guy just now." "Oh, you mean His Highness?" "I don't know." "Does Taoist Master Lu often receive guests here?" "I don't know. Sorry, Zhao Ran is out of stock." "I didn't scold you." "No." "Big sister, is this your first time here? Would you like some tea?" Bailan could tell that this girl was playing dumb. She rolled her eyes. "All right, I'll drink." "Okay, I don't want to drink anymore." Zhao Ran was disappointed. "Big sister, if you want to drink tea, just call me. I'm not far away and I'll hear you if you shout." "Big sister, you haven't tried my tea before. It's really delicious. His Highness and the others all like it." Bailan blinked and watched Zhao Ran leave. She had already drunk 8 cups, but she still hadn't tried it before? Filled with resentment towards Zhao Ran, Bailan waited for Madame Nayland to arrive. The moment she saw her, Bailan knew that this woman was too suitable for Yixing. She had a beautiful yet fresh face, and her every movement exuded a mature charm. This was an important advantage for a businesswoman. Her face was slightly pale, but it made her look even more delicate. This was especially true for her skin, which was sparkling and snow-white. Her skin was like ice and jade, and her smile was enough to cause ripples in one's heart. She wasn't pretentious, but she was more attractive than any other woman. Her maturity was something that couldn't be underestimated. She was a natural-born businesswoman who had always been successful. "Lu Fuxue greets Miss Bailan." Madame Nayland smiled and bowed. She was neither servile nor overbearing, and when she stood next to Bailan, it seemed as if she was the guide instead of Bailan. Bailan reacted, as she had seen too many people before. Although Madame Nayland had made her eyes light up, she still had to ask the necessary questions. Yi Xing wasn't someone that anyone could join, and even if they didn't need to pass Yi Xing's special test, they still needed to have the most basic judgment. Bailan asked Madame Nayland a few questions, all of which were related to business. Madame Nayland had dominated the outerverse business world for many years and had brought the Nayland family to such heights. How could she be stumped by these questions? Even Zhu Yi had passed the test, so Lu Yin was rather confident in Madame Nayland's abilities. If the other party was a progenitor and asked you to reduce your commission, what would you do? Bailan asked. This was her last question, and although it wasn't considered a test question, she still wanted to ask. She wanted to see Madame Nayland's answer and use it to determine the temperament of the people in the primordial space. She had asked this question to many people, including Yi Xing and the other newcomers, and their answers were more or less the same. In most people's minds, progenitors were the pinnacle of the universe. If such a person spoke, they would have to give face in exchange for a favorable impression of Yi Xing. This answer wasn't wrong, but it wasn't outstanding either. Madame Nayland looked up and met Bailan's eyes. Oh. Why? Bailan was calm, as there were many people who gave such an answer. Some people liked to take a different approach in order to attract her attention. Madame Nayland revealed a mesmerizing smile. Because this is Yi Xing's rule. Bailan raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid of provoking enemies for Yi Xing? If any progenitor is hostile to Yi Xing, it might attract trouble, and it would be even more troublesome for you. Madame Nayland smiled. If Yi Xing is afraid of trouble, then why would he make a deal with a progenitor? A person's greed is limitless and it has nothing to do with one's realm. If he makes a deal with a progenitor, then he'll have to take a step back. As for myself, I'll just leave Yi Xing. I don't care. Bailan's gaze turned cold. You don't care? Do you understand Yi Xing? Do you know how many people dream of joining Yi Xing? Madame Nayland combed her hair. I don't understand and I don't need to understand. I'm very satisfied with my current state of life. Now, I don't need to scheme against anyone and I don't need to fight for small profits. The other party will naturally give me the biggest profit, even if he doesn't want it. Bailan looked deeply at Madame Nayland, and the coldness in her gaze faded, turning into a smile. Then I'll have to disappoint you. Congratulations, from now on you're Yi Xing's person and I'll be your guide, she said. She took out an eye and handed it to Madame Nayland. Madame Nayland was a little disappointed, but she didn't care too much. To be able to enjoy peace and endure pain, this was a qualified merchant. However, this eye was too terrifying. This is my symbol, and it's also what you'll rely on to travel through time in the future. With it, not many people can attack you, even if the other party isn't progenitor. Bailan introduced. Madame Nayland put it away. I'll give you 1 day to prepare, and you'll leave with me tomorrow. Once you join Yi Xing, you'll lose your personal identity. You'll represent Yi Xing and Yi Xing will protect you. You're not allowed to participate in any disputes outside of Yi Xing unless Yi Xing agrees to it. Bailan warned her before stepping into the void and leaving. She didn't go far but instead stayed outside above the sky sect, waiting to take Madame Nayland away at this time tomorrow. Madame Nayland sat down on the spot and propped her chin up with one hand. She stared into the distance in a daze, like a beautiful statue. Lu Yin arrived and sat down across from her. Actually, I don't really want to leave. I'm very satisfied with my current life. Madame Nayland spoke slowly, not looking at Lu Yin as she continued to stare into the distance. Lu Yin smiled. Just treat it as a favor. I need someone to join Yi Xing. What's your goal? She asked. Lu Yin thought about it. I haven't thought of it yet, but I suddenly thought of it. If I can think of something in the future, I'll contact you. Madame Nayland sighed and put down her pure white arm. She looked at Lu Yin with a mesmerizing smile. Merchants pursue profit. If I help you, what can you give me in return? Lu Yin replied, that depends on what you want. Madame Nayland chuckled, her eyes bright and filled with Lu Yin's image. What if I say that I want you? Lu Yin was stunned and then smiled bitterly. Are you going to do this every time we meet? Be careful not to burn yourself. Madame Nayland laughed heartily. I really want to see what the great Tao Master Lu looks like when he loses control. Lu Yin shook his head. Enter Yi Xing, stay there in peace. That's another world. You can only see the true universe there. Madame Nayland rolled her eyes. With the truth there will always be danger. If you're in danger, I'll save you. The kind that disregards everything? You can say that. Madame Nayland stood up and winked playfully at Lu Yin. I'm suddenly full of confidence. Thank you, Tao Master Lu. Investing in you is indeed the most worthwhile. I'm going back to the spacecraft to deal with some family matters. Second Night King, see Madame Nayland out, Luine ordered. The second Night King walked out and respectfully led Madame Nayland away. Luine exhaled. Every time he spoke to her, it was tiring. She always seemed to have him in her grasp. What a charming and intelligent demoness. After smoothly getting Madame Nayland to join Yi Xing, the next step was to negotiate with Bailan and Xiong Xir. Luine would not participate, and he did not know how to participate. For the time being, the star essence from the origin space was not of much value to the Hexagon Society. The reincarnation spacetime also used star essence, but it was different from the origin spaces. It was unlikely that Luine would be able to rely on Yi Xing to increase his trade with the origin space. It had been more than 4 months since his identity as Xianqi had gone into seclusion. He had thought that it would take at least a few years for him to return from the endless battlefield, but it had been much faster than expected. Luine took a step forward and headed towards the astral tree. There was someone he needed to meet. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2771. It hadn't been long since Luine had come to the astral tree realm. Last time he had gone to the White Dragon clan. This time he was going to the Frigid Immortal sect. Ever since he had obtained the Celestial Eye, the first person he wanted to see was Bailan. This woman was the only one who could ignore the suppression of the power in his heart even though they were in the same realm. The power in his heart had formed a starry sky, and it could even suppress the divine martial aura and sapphire force. However, it couldn't suppress Bailan. This had always been a thorn in Lu Yin's heart, and he wanted to see her clearly. It was chaos outside the Frigid Immortal sect. All kinds of strange beasts were running away, kicking up dust into the sky. The disciples of the Frigid Immortal sect surrounded the beasts and shouted. As the strongest sect in the astral tree realm, this kind of thing was almost impossible. Moreover, it was happening right in front of their gate. It would be very embarrassing if others saw it. However, today was the day of the Frigid Immortal sect's recruitment. Seeing the elegant disciples of the Frigid Immortal sect chasing the beasts and making a mess, those who wanted to join the Frigid Immortal sect doubted their lives. Was this really the Frigid Immortal sect? Outside the Frigid Immortal sect, Dong Shan's face was pale. He looked at the dust in the sky and heard the beasts howling. He finally couldn't help but shout, "Stop!" The shout gave the disciples a fright, as well as the exotic beasts that were running away. The beasts looked at Dong Shan with fear in their eyes. Astral sources surged out of Dong Shan's body. He had broken through to the First Tribulation origin realm. As one of the strongest disciples of the Frigid Immortal sect, he had gone to the Sovereign Realm with Bai Xiaohong. At that time, his cultivation was similar to that of the 10 Arbiters, so it was normal for him to break through. Although Dong Shan was only at the First Tribulation origin realm, his status was comparable to some elders because of his identity as an elite disciple. Everyone knew that he would become a senior member of the Frigid Immortal sect in the future. After all, Bai Xiaohong and Dong He had died in his time. After a short silence, the beasts started running again. Dong Shan glanced around, and the disciples who wanted to join the Frigid Immortal sect lowered their heads in fear. "No need to catch them. Kill them." Dong Shan shouted. Senior brother, please be merciful. They've only lost their minds and haven't hurt anyone. Please show mercy, senior brother." Dong Shan stared into the distance with an ice-cold expression. "Hua Bebe, I've already given you a chance. It's you who didn't know how to cherish it. Immediately kill these mutated beasts. In the future, if any mutated beasts escape from their cages, kill them without mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of Frigid Celestial Sect disciples rushed out of the mountain gate and raised their weapons at the strange beasts. Those who wanted to join the Cold Immortal Sect looked a little better. This was the real Cold Immortal Sect, decisive and decisive. That farce just now was too embarrassing. At this moment, the Frigid Immortal Sect was worth their efforts to join. Hua Bebe howled in grief as she watched the butcher's knife fall. Her heart ached so much that she could die. These beasts were all nurtured by him. Suddenly the earth trembled. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat and their movements stopped. Whether it was the people, the beasts, the disciples of the East Mountain, or the disciples of the Frigid Immortal Sect, they all stopped what they were doing. Everyone seemed to be restrained by an invisible force. The earth trembled once again from afar. Everyone was stunned. They looked over and saw a figure walking over step by step. Every step caused the earth to tremble. They subconsciously stopped and didn't dare to move in the slightest. It was as if they would die if they moved. Hua Beibe looked at the person walking over from afar, her mouth wide open. It's him? Dong Shan's pupils shrank. Luyin. The alarm of the frigid immortal sect sounded. A large number of disciples gathered at the mountain gate and looked into the distance vigilantly and nervously. Inside the mountain gate, Bai Teng, Old Ghost, Bai Su, Elder Shizi, and the others walked out together. Luyin was here. What did he want to do? Bai Qi opened her eyes. Inform the ancestor immediately. The entire frigid immortal sect moved. Powerhouses walked out of the mountain gate one by one. Those who wanted to join the frigid immortal sect were stunned. They had never seen so many big shots. Bai Weiwei also walked out and looked into the distance with a complicated expression. Was it you, Hao? Luyin walked over and appeared in front of Hua Beibe. He looked at her. Back then, did you tell Bai Teng that I used the split the heavens combat skill on the back battlefield? Hua Beibe was stunned and a little confused. What split the heavens combat skill? Luyin stared at him for a while, then looked away. It's nothing. Get lost. After speaking, he waved his hand and threw Hua Beibe and the other mutated beasts out. If Hua Beibe didn't tell him, then Bai Teng had indeed wronged him on Dragon Mountain. At that time, Luyin guessed that Bai Teng wanted to use this reason to drag him down. Bai Xiaohong was dead, so he wasn't so rational. Now it was confirmed. As for Hua Beibe, if he didn't throw him out, he wouldn't be able to stay in the frigid immortal sect in the future. Looking at the frigid immortal sect again, Luyin saw Bai Teng and the others outside the mountain gate. He also saw those who wanted to join the frigid immortal sect. Most of them were very young and some were even children. They all looked at him curiously. Luyin took another step forward. When he was only a few meters away from the frigid immortal sect, he looked up. Where's Bai Wangyuan? Bai Qi walked out and faced Luyin. Why are you here? Luyin looked at Bai Qi. I was bored, so I came to take a look. Bai Qi frowned. Lu Shaoxian, although half of the ancestral realm experts of the 4 cardinal scales are helping to defend against the 6 cardinal faction, it doesn't mean that you can fight against us. At least, you can't fight against the 3 ancestors. Luyin clasped his hands behind his back and said arrogantly, it's just 3 old things. How long have they lived compared to how long have I lived? These old things schemed and plotted against my Lu family. In the end they were threatened by me, Lu Shaoxian. They've lived for so many years in vain. Lu Shaoxian. Bai Qi shouted angrily, glaring at Luyin. Lu Yin's gaze swept past her and looked at the mountain gate. He looked at the ignorant children, young people, and the elders who had high hopes for them. They were all outside the frigid immortal sect, trying their best to get their children to join. Why do you want to join the frigid immortal sect? Luyin asked. Bai Qi and the others' expressions changed. Lu Shaoxian, what are you trying to do? Do you want to start a war? Luyin didn't care about her. Sunset flower. Sooner or later I'll flatten this place. Bai Qi shouted angrily, Lu Shaoxian. Luyin sneered. He saw the confused eyes of the children and the elders of the children looking at him blankly. They were all at a loss. As far as they knew, the frigid immortal sect was the most powerful of the 4 forces. But now Luyin was standing right in front of their mountain gate and insulting them. The frigid immortal sect couldn't do anything about it. As for Luyin, he had helped the starry sky of trees expel the Eternals. He was the son of the Lu family and the sect master of the above heaven sect. They all knew that. Someone who could bring their children to the frigid immortal sect was definitely not simple. The more they knew, the more confused they were. If the frigid immortal sect didn't do anything, how could they convince the others? Bai Qi trembled with anger. She wanted to attack, but she knew very well that she was far from being a match for Luyin. Even if Bai Xing came, what could he do? In the entire astral tree realm, only Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan could truly pose a threat to Luyin. These 2 were truly from the 9 mountains and 8 seas. As long as Bai Wangyuan didn't come, no one could do anything to Luyin. At this moment, Bai Wangyuan couldn't come out unless a war really broke out. Luyin only insulted them verbally and didn't attack the frigid immortal sect. Now was not the time to fight to the death. Just take it as venting for Luyin. Previously, they almost caused a war to destroy the above heaven sect. Luyin looked at the frigid immortal sect again and saw Bai Teng, Old Ghost, Bai Elder Shizi, Bai Weiwei and Shirexin. Some of them hated him, some were afraid of him, and some didn't know how to face him. Where is Bai Xiener? Luyin asked. Finally he looked at Bai Qi. Bai Qi clenched her fists. Lu Shaoxian, if you have any grievances you can go to the ancestor. The one who exiled your Lu family is the ancestor in the 6 direction sect. Luyin found it funny. You want to say that I'm unfair to you? Bai Qi was about to say yes, but she suddenly remembered that the person in front of her was Lu Xiaoxian. How old was he? He was the same age as Xian, much younger than her. He was her junior, but she asked him to go to the ancestor? How ridiculous. How was it unfair? It was unfair for him to go to the ancestor. Bai Qi was speechless. Lu Yin looked up. Where is Bai Xiener? Are you here to look for Xiener? Bai Qi reacted and asked. Lu Yin said, she and I have unfinished grievances. Ask her to come out. Bai Qi shook her head. Xiener is not in the sect. Where is she? Lu Yin frowned. The celestial eye appeared on his forehead and scanned the frigid immortal sect. The celestial eye didn't shine, so these people couldn't see it. They didn't even know about the existence of the celestial eye unless Bai Wangyuan was here. Bai Wangyuan was definitely not in the frigid immortal sect. He should be in the sovereign realm. I don't know where Xiener is, Bai Qi replied. Seeing Lu Yin looking at the sect in a daze, she didn't know why, but she felt uneasy. It was as if she had been seen through. At this moment, Lu Yin's celestial eye swept across the frigid immortal sect. He didn't see Bai Xiener, but he saw the clouds clearly. In the frigid immortal sect, there had always been a trial called Heavens Beyond. Lu Yin had participated in the trial and successfully ascended to Heavens Beyond. He saw Bai Sheng above the clouds. Originally, he didn't understand these clouds at all. Now with the celestial eye, those clouds couldn't hide. They weren't clouds at all. They were formed by Wangyuan's power. Rather than saying that Heavens Beyond was a trial, it was more accurate to say that it was Bai Wangyuan's trial. It was no wonder that at the last step of Heavens Beyond, he saw so many people wanting to trample him to death. He turned into a grasshopper and was constantly being trampled to death on that street. He constantly hoped that he would be trampled to death, and those people were all Bai Wangyuan. Bai Wangyuan passed the Heavens Beyond trial. The last step of the trial planted an instinct in the trial takers' hearts that they would be trampled to death by him. It was a kind of suppression that was engraved in their bones. No matter who it was, as long as they reached that step, whether they succeeded or not, this suppression would be deeply imprinted in them. In the future, they wouldn't be able to resist Bai Wangyuan. This was the truth of Heavens Beyond trial and also the truth of the cultivation world. The top and the bottom. Who could stop him then? Old ancestor, since you've made a move against the Lu clan, why don't you eliminate them completely? Since they couldn't eliminate the root of the problem, why did they attack the Lu clan? In front of the cold immortal sect, the children were all excited and worshipping the celestial sect. Would they be able to join the celestial sect? Lu Yin just gave them a little. He left a seed in their hearts, that was all. Even if they were willing to join the celestial sect, the frigid immortal sect wouldn't let them go. They couldn't afford to lose face. But it was enough. Lu Yin was just showing off. Even if these children joined the frigid immortal sect, they would subconsciously tremble in front of him. This was the effect he wanted. In the past he didn't have the ability, but now he felt that he should show off. Right, since the frigid immortal sect was like this, he couldn't let the Xinwu plane and the Wang family go either. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. Lu Yin went to the Xinwu plane and left a palm print that pierced through the upper realm. Then he went to the Wang family. The Wang family's continent floated high in the sky under the protection of the mountain and sea realm. He didn't directly attack the Wang family's continent. Instead, he punched through it and left a palm print. Other than Long Shan, Lu Yin showed off to the other three cardinal scales. Bai Wangyuan, Wang Fan, and Xia Xinji didn't appear. This news quickly spread throughout the starry sky of trees. Countless people guessed that it wouldn't be long before Lu Yin returned to the starry sky of trees. Long Shan didn't feel happy. Instead, he felt depressed. Lu Yin went to the other three cardinal scales to show off, but he didn't go to Long Shan. This wasn't friendship but disregard. The cardinal scales had been reduced to 3 cardinal scales. The White Dragon tribe was no longer an enemy in Lu Yin's heart. Grand Elder Anai Huang's expression was gloomy. Only by breaking through the ancestral scales could Long Shan reach another level of glory. But how? Long Ke came. Grand Elder, another area has been taken away by the Xinwu plane. Grand Elder Anai Huang's expression became gloomier. Since the death of the dragon ancestor, the White Dragon tribe had been declining. Bai Wangyuan made it sound nice that the cardinal scales would always be the cardinal scales, but the frigid immortal sect didn't care about them. The Xinwu plane and the Wang family were suppressing the White Dragon tribe and dividing their resources. Now, it was no longer a question of whether the White Dragon tribe could continue their glory. It was a question of whether they could continue. If she didn't break through the ancestral scales, the White Dragon tribe wouldn't be able to nurture an elite like Long Tian with their current resources. The gap between them and the other 3 cardinal scales would only grow bigger. How's Long Tian? Long Ke frowned. He's very anxious, but the more anxious he is, the harder it will be for him to break through. Grand Elder Anai Huang felt a headache coming on. After thinking for a while, she suddenly recalled Long Shi's suggestion to move the entire White Dragon tribe to the mortal realm and accompany the ancestral scales. If the White Dragon tribe really couldn't continue, then this was also a solution. Right now, they didn't even have the qualifications to be looked at by Lu Yin. On the other side, on the Wang family's continent, Wang Gui had a nervous expression. A girl stood behind him. It was his daughter Wang Man, that's all? Wang Zheng's voice traveled down. Wang Gui respectfully replied, yes. I've recorded everything that Wei Rong did in my branch. Wang Man hurriedly added, I've also recorded everything that happened when Wei Rong met me. Wang Zheng looked up at them. Let Wei Rong in. Wei Rong quickly walked in and stood beside Wang Gui. He bowed respectfully to Wang Zheng. Branch son-in-law Wei Rong greets the clan head. Wang Gui and Wang Man became even more nervous. They didn't know what was waiting for them. Even though Wei Rong seemed to have made a great contribution, he had joined the Wang family with impure motives. They didn't know how the family would deal with him. Wang Zheng stared at Wei Rong expressionlessly. Why did you betray Lu Shaoxian? To the above the heavens, Wei Rong had told them that Mu Xie wasn't on the Xinwu continent and had asked them to open the passage. This was a betrayal. The 4 heavens were well aware of how worried Lu Yin was about the Xinwu continent. They definitely wouldn't have thought that Lu Yin had deliberately asked them to open the passage. No matter how they looked at it, opening the passage had nearly brought Lu Yin a calamity. If not for the Eternals coincidentally attacking the 3 sovereign spacetime continuum, Lu Shaoxian would have been a stray dog by now. Wei Rong's actions were a betrayal, and they had never doubted it. Unless they knew that Shaoyin divinity had suggested that the primordial space join the endless battlefield, they wouldn't have suspected Wei Rong. Wei Rong also knew this and he bowed respectfully. It's not a betrayal. It's revenge. Wang Zheng's eyes flashed. Wei Rong continued, clan head should have already investigated this junior's identity. In the outer verse of the 5th mainland, if not for Lu Yin, I might have been able to unify the outer verse, and my status would have been completely different from what it is now. My family, the power that I controlled, and countless years of hard work were all destroyed by Lu Yin in a single day. This grudge is something that I've suppressed for a very, very long time. Wang Zheng calmly looked at Wei Rong. Why didn't Lu Shaoxian come to my Wang family to clean up the mess? Wei Rong confidently replied, because he couldn't determine the reason for opening the passage. It might have been a coincidence that the 4 heavens attacked the Xinwu continent, but it might not have been a coincidence. Instead, the 4 heavens have been keeping an eye on the Xinwu continent all this time, perhaps even on the above heaven sect in the humble school. There might also be other reasons. There are too many reasons. No matter how ruthless and merciless he is, it's impossible for him to confirm all of these guesses. Before he can confirm that I was the one who leaked the information, he won't act. After all. At this point, Wei Rong looked at Wang Zheng. I can also be considered an important chess piece that he placed in the Wang family. Wang Gui's heart skipped a beat and his face paled. If Wei Rong hadn't taken the initiative to jump out, he wouldn't have known that this person was from Lu Xiaoxuan's side. If this person really did something to the Wang family for Lu Xiaoxian, then his branch family would be finished. What do you want? Wang Jing asked. Wei Rong's expression was solemn. The outer verse. Wang Jing wasn't surprised. Humans only acted when they had something to ask for. It was impossible for them to take such a huge risk just for revenge. All right, this meritorious service will be considered atonement for infiltrating the Wang family. If you perform another great service, help the 4 heavens eliminate Lu Xiaoxian, then the outer verse of the 5th mainland will be yours. This is my Wang family's guarantee. Wei Rong was delighted and he bowed deeply. Thank you, family head. This junior will definitely do his best to deal a fatal blow to Lu Yin. Wang Jing was satisfied. As long as Wei Rong hadn't been exposed, then he would still be useful. When Wang Zheng had first heard of Wei Rong's name, the Wang family had already investigated him. This person was very important to Lu Xiaoxian, as he had been a powerful helper in Lu Xiaoxuan's efforts to unify the 5th mainland. Wang Zheng had also investigated the conflict between Wei Rong and Lu Xiaoxian. It had to be said that Wei Rong had almost defeated Lu Xiaoxian. Even though Lu Xiaoxian had gained the absolute upper hand, Wei Rong had still used the foreign invasion to stall for time and salvage the situation. There was no need to doubt this person's ability. Wang Zheng was looking forward to this person dealing a fatal blow to Lu Shaoxian. The four heavens and Lu Shaoxian could go to war at any moment, and this person would be very useful. After distancing themselves from Wang Zheng, Wang Gui and Wang Man both sighed in relief. Wang Man glared at Wei Rong. "It's all because of you. You almost caused the death of my family." Wei Rong smiled. "Isn't everything fine? You better not implicate my family, or else I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Wang Man was vicious. She hadn't taken a fancy to Wei Rong because of love, but rather because this person was too good at making her happy, regardless of which aspect it was. Furthermore, the Wang family had many branches, and their branch didn't need to be connected by marriage. As such, Wang Zheng had just let her be. Who would have thought that she would actually provoke such a person? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2773. Wang Gui scolded Wang Man and then looked at Wei Rong, wanting to say something. Wei Rong smiled at Wang Gui. "Don't worry, father-in-law. I know what to do." Wang Gui looked at him deeply and then nodded. He then pulled Wang Man away. Wei Rong stretched lazily. How exciting. He could scheme against the four cardinal scales and dance on the tip of a blade. Still, he liked it. It was better than Wang when hiding in the sky all day. Lu Yin left the cosmic trees, disappointed that he did not see Bai Xianer. He did not know where she was. She had not been in the cosmic trees when she had broken through to half-ancestor. But if she was not in the cosmic trees, where else could she be? She cultivated astral energy which could only be found in the Genesis space. Could she be in the reincarnation spacetime? But the astral energy in the reincarnation spacetime was completely different from the Genesis space. Lu Yin stepped out and arrived above the astral river. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned around, heading towards the erudite flow zone. He remembered that there was still progenitor Wushang's corpse at the bottom of the astral river. It was not useful to humans, but it would be very useful to the astral beast domain. Increasing the astral beast domain's strength would also increase their strength against the Eternals. Lu Yin confirmed the location that Ghost Monkey had told him and then swept his domain towards the bottom of the astral river. After some time, he found progenitor Wushang's corpse some distance away from where Ghost Monkey had told him. There were powerful astral river creatures swimming around progenitor Wushang's corpse, and because of progenitor Wushang's power, the area had formed a unique region that could trap and kill powerhouses. Even an emissary might not be able to touch progenitor Wushang's corpse alive. However, this was no longer a threat to Lu Yin. He easily brought progenitor Wushang's corpse out from the bottom of the astral river. Lu Yin could not tell what progenitor Wushang's true form was, but half of the corpse was covered in skin that had not yet decayed. It was very large and it really was an astral beast. Lu Yin moved closer to take a look, raised a hand, and pressed it against progenitor Wushang's hide. When he had first obtained progenitor Wushang's hide when he had first started cultivating, he had made many contributions against his enemies. Even an emissary would faint from the shock when they saw it. But now this dizziness no longer had any effect on him. This should be the dizziness brought about by ancestor Wushang's innate ability. Progenitor Wushang had lived in the era of the human domain's Daosaur sect, which was the same era as the 9 mountains and 8 seas. When the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland had gone to war, progenitor Wushang had perished together with one of the 6th mainland's progenitors. To the Lu Yin of the past, progenitor Wushang was unreachable, and progenitor Wushang had been a powerhouse throughout his entire cultivation journey. But now, it would appear that ancestor Wushang was only an ordinary ancestor. Even though he was incomparably powerful after becoming an ancestor, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious if ancestor Wushang were to fight him. Most likely ancestor Wushang would win. No matter how strong ancestor Wushang was, he would not be much stronger than Lu Yun and the blood ancestor. In the past he had been supreme and mighty, but that was only because he had been in the 5th continent, which had no progenitor realm experts, and had been replaced by the 6th continent. Therefore any progenitor realm expert was unreachable. Lu Yin brought the corpse back to the above heavens sect. The hellworm glanced at Lu Yin and immediately bared its fangs and brandished its claws, but Lu Yin's glare silenced it. The people in the heavenly sect also saw ancestor Wushang's corpse, and all of them fainted. Not just anyone could stare directly at ancestor Wushang's hide, and Lu Yin did not remind them. It could be considered a lesson. The ones who felt it the most were Butian and the ghost monkey. Only they felt a sense of familiarity with ancestor Wushang's aura. One turned into a shadow and approached, while the other tore through the void and approached ancestor Wushang's corpse. Luin clasped his hands behind his back and stood in front of the corpse. Monkey, you said that it would be helpful to the astral beast domain, so I brought it here. Don't disappoint me. Butian bowed to Luin. Many thanks for bringing Ancestor Wushang's corpse back, Pathmaster. The astral beast domain will never forget your kindness. The ghost monkey ran over, excited. Seventh bro, you really brought Ancestor Wushang's corpse back. Luin said indifferently, it took a lot of effort. If it's useless, be careful that I don't bestow the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan to someone else for a harem. The ghost monkey immediately jumped up. It's useful. It's definitely useful. Don't you think so, Butian? Butian looked at the colossal corpse in front of him in amazement. Although only half of the corpse was left, it was still Ancestor Wushang's corpse, and the pale white bones still exuded a powerful aura. The bones, the fur, everything is useful to the astral beast domain. Are there still blood flowing? Luin had not expected that Ancestor Wushang's corpse would still have blood flowing, even if it was very thin. This is a progenitor. Their bodies are immortal, and even after countless years, even if their bodies turn to dust, their bones will still coagulate and their blood will not dissipate. Butian sighed. Luin recalled that the Sea King had once used Progenitor Chen's blood-stained robe to smash the 3 gates. That robe was as old as Ancestor Wushang, and it was just as powerful. To a certain extent, a progenitor was equivalent to a different kind of life form. The ghost monkey smiled. Seventh bro, look, it's useful, right? He then placed his paw on the corpse. Suddenly, a loud heartbeat resounded in the ears of everyone in the Above the Sky sect. Lu Yin's expression changed and he stared at the ghost monkey. Butian did the same. Countless people looked in their direction. The ghost monkey's eyes were lifeless, and his paw seemed to have fused with Ancestor Wushang's corpse. The blood flowing in the bones seemed to have been sucked out and directly entered the ghost monkey's body. A towering aura erupted, and the ghost monkey could not suppress his pain as he let out a low growl. The powerful aura caused Butian to subconsciously retreat. Elder Chan, Master Shan, and Lu Yun walked out and surrounded Ancestor Wushang's corpse. Luin stared at the ghost monkey. The ghost monkey's expression was ferocious, and he roared as if he wanted to pull his paw out of Ancestor Wushang's corpse, but he could not. Seventh bro, help me. The ghost monkey's voice was hoarse, and his heartbeat grew louder and louder, attracting Jailworm's attention. Luin struck out and cracked Ancestor Wushang's bones. The ghost monkey took the opportunity to pull his paw back, and his body rolled several times before slamming into the wall. He panted heavily as if he had just experienced a life-and-death battle. Everyone looked at him, not understanding what had just happened. Luin narrowed his eyes and did not say anything. After a long while, the ghost monkey recovered and stood up shakily. He exhaled. You scared me to death. He glared at Ancestor Wushang's corpse angrily and almost jumped up to curse. Old thing, didn't we agree to split? You still want to replace me? Bah. This marquis is destined by the heavens and has become one with me. You old thing still want to trick this marquis? Dream on. I will not compromise. Go and die, old thing, shameless bastard. The ghost monkey kept cursing and was rather angry. Luin shouted, that's enough. What happened? The ghost monkey suddenly glared at Luin. Impudent. Luin raised his eyebrows and Butian took a step back. Elder Chan, Lu Yun and Master Shan took a step forward. They arrived in front of the ghost monkey. Impudent. As he spoke, he struck out with his palm. The ghost monkey was shocked. Seventh bro, save me. Master Shan, wait. Luin stopped him. Master Shan's expression turned ugly as he stared at the ghost monkey. How dare you be rude to the young master? If there is a next time, I will pull out your tendons, skin you and hang you in front of the mountain gate. The ghost monkey wailed, it wasn't me. Luin found it strange. Speak clearly. What happened? The ghost monkey scrambled to Lu Yin's feet and hugged his leg. Seventh bro, thank goodness you're here. Thank goodness you're here. Otherwise your little monkey would be gone. Seventh bro, you have to help me. Luin sent the ghost monkey flying with a kick. Speak clearly. The ghost monkey crawled over again and shamelessly said, it was that old thing, Progenitor Wushang. I finally understand why he created me. He clearly wanted to be reborn. Elder Chan and the others were shocked. Reborn? That was not a good term. Everyone had their own way of living. A person's life was their entire life. If they were reborn, they would no longer be the same person, especially since the price of rebirth was not low. Even for progenitors, rebirth was a term that they were not willing to come into contact with. Through the ghost monkey's explanation, Lu Yin understood that this was the reason why he had been created. The ghost monkey came from progenitor Wushang's blood, and progenitor Wushang had used his own blood and shadow to create the ghost monkey. No one knew why he had done this, and even the ghost monkey did not know why progenitor Wushang had created him. Now he knew. Once the ghost monkey touched progenitor Wushang's corpse, progenitor Wushang's remnant consciousness would enter his body through the blood. Since he was originally created from progenitor Wushang's blood, there would not be any conflicts, and he would be able to retain all of his remaining consciousness. This also meant that progenitor Wushang's consciousness would replace the ghost monkey's own, which meant that the ghost monkey would become the second progenitor Wushang. Although it would not be the true progenitor Wushang, it was still equivalent to progenitor Wushang being reborn. Don't you think that's cruel, seventh bro? The one who was impudent to you wasn't me, but progenitor Wushang. His remnant consciousness is causing trouble. Seventh bro, you have to understand me, the ghost monkey cried. Everyone fell silent. So this was what had happened. The ghost monkey was progenitor Wushang's backup plan. It was born from progenitor Wushang's blood, and it could find progenitor Wushang's corpse. This was a great temptation for the astral beast domain. Progenitor Wushang had been certain that his corpse would be found one day, and the ghost monkey would definitely come into contact with it. That day would also be the day of his rebirth. However, he had not expected that Lu Yin would be nearby and save the ghost monkey. Even if progenitor Wushang had been at his peak, he might not have been able to defeat Lu Yin, let alone a skeleton. If not for Lu Yin, the ghost monkey would not be the ghost monkey now. Lu Yin sized up the ghost monkey. This guy's strength had actually broken through to become a half-step progenitor. How ruthless. Back when he had fought for the Star Tower, the ghost monkey had swallowed the blood of a progenitor, which had greatly increased his strength. Now he had directly absorbed progenitor Wushang's blood, and his strength had not simply increased. Instead it had transformed. Even though he still looked wretched and weak. Are you the ghost monkey or progenitor Wushang now? Elder Chan asked. The ghost monkey shouted, of course it's me. The real me is definitely not progenitor Wushang. How do you prove it? Master Shan frowned. The ghost monkey wailed, if I were progenitor Wushang, I wouldn't be telling you all this. Everyone thought about it and agreed. If it were progenitor Wushang, saying such things would just be asking for suspicion, and he could definitely come up with some other reason. Seventh bro, I know a secret. There's a secret. The ghost monkey suddenly thought of something and excitedly boasted. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2774. When he heard the monkey's words, Lu Yin raised an eyebrow and his interest was piqued. A secret obtained from progenitor Wushang's memories? The ghost monkey nodded and grinned. My consciousness was almost taken over by that old thing, but I managed to obtain some memories. Very important memories related to the Hui ancestor, but I can only tell you, seventh bro. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Master Shan was alarmed. Young master. Lu Yin waved his hand, even if ancestor Wushang is here, I'm not afraid. The ghost monkey said bitterly, seventh bro, why are you still doubting me? Lu Yin brought the monkey away from the crowd and arrived at the back of the mountain. He kicked the door open and said, speak. The ghost monkey's shifty eyes swept around, and then he leaned closer to Lu Yin and whispered, actually ancestor Wushang did not become an ancestor on his own. It was ancestor Hui who helped him. Lu Yin was surprised. What did you say? Ancestor Hui helped ancestor Wushang become an ancestor? Ghost monkey nodded and said solemnly, ancestor Wushang has the potential to become an ancestor, but there are many creatures in the universe who have the potential to become an ancestor. How many of them can actually become an ancestor? It's because ancestor Hui constantly gave ancestor Wushang the root of wisdom tea and helped him cultivate that ancestor Wushang was able to become an ancestor. Besides them, only the two of us know this secret. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why is ancestor Hui helping ancestor Wushang? The ghost monkey's expression was solemn. This is a big secret, an absolute secret. Seventh brother, before you listen, you have to promise me one thing. No one in the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan can snatch it from you. That's what I said. The ghost monkey laughed. Seventh brother knows me best. Cut the crap. Yes. Seventh bro, do you still remember the humanoid source box? What did Butian tell you? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Is it related to the humanoid source box? Back when Lu Yin had found the astral beast domain's hidden humanoid source boxes, Tian had told him that these source boxes were cultivators who had used the origin stone technique to transform themselves into humanoid source boxes in order to avoid the collapse of the astral beast domain's continents. That was how they had managed to survive. The astral beast domain had collected these source boxes in order to use the inverse origin formation to unlock them. Anyone who had been unlocked would be controlled, which would increase the astral beast domain's strength. At first, Luin didn't believe it, but he had looked for Xiao Shi and used the Book of Destiny to investigate. Only then did he confirm that the inverse origin formation and the origin stone technique were real, and he no longer doubted anything. Ghost Monkey solemnly said, "The human-shaped source box is related to the Fourth Mainland's Tao Lord, the Desolate God. This was once the Fourth Mainland's greatest secret, and I don't know how Ancestor Hui found out about it, but the Desolate God didn't actually die. It merely split its body into countless pieces and handed them over to the astral beasts for safekeeping. Those astral beasts all took human form, and when the Fourth Mainland was destroyed, they cultivated the Source Stone technique and transformed themselves into human-shaped source boxes. When the Fourth Mainland was destroyed, they would be able to reassemble the Desolate God and allow it to return to the universe." Luin was shocked. "The origami can reappear?" Ghost Monkey nodded. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Desolate God was one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms during the Above Heaven era. It was an existence that was on par with the ancient Path Master and the Lu family's ancestor. It was definitely a terrifying powerhouse that old Mo couldn't compare to. Once the Desolate God appeared, the Genesis space and even the 6 Path Society structure would change. The Grand Empyrean was very powerful, but he had his own opponents as well. He had to tie down the only true God of the Eternals. If there was another origami here, what would happen? Luin did not doubt that the origami would attack the humans. To the astral beasts, there was no difference whether they were Eternals or humans. During the Above Heaven era, the Fourth Mainland was filled with astral beasts. They were enslaved by humans and their hatred for humans was engraved in their bones. Lu Yin's voice changed. "I've checked the Book of Destiny, and Tian's words are correct. The Source Stone technique requires the inverse origin formation to be unlocked, and the person who is unlocked will be controlled. Tian's goal in collecting the human-shaped source boxes was to achieve this." Ghost Monkey said, "This is where the Desolate God's brilliance lies. He didn't create anything on his own. Instead, he infused the savage scripture into the Source Stone technique. The Source Stone technique is real, the inverse origin formation is real, and the inverse origin formation is even more real. The only difference is that those who unlock the source box are not humans but astral beasts. Some of them have taken control of the Desolate God's body, and once the source box is successfully unlocked, the Desolate God will emerge, and that will be troublesome. Progenitor Hui helped Progenitor Wushang become progenitor in order to prevent the Desolate God from appearing. He couldn't possibly destroy the astral beast domain, and he couldn't stop them from collecting the human-shaped source boxes, but Progenitor Wushang could. When Progenitor Wushang was alive, he did everything he could to prevent the inverse origin formation from activating, and he left behind a backup plan. Progenitor Hui also sealed many of the human-shaped source boxes, which is why the astral beast domain has not been able to use the inverse origin formation to unlock the human-shaped source boxes. They have not collected enough of them. This was the origin and purpose of Progenitor Hui's seals. He had sealed all the human-shaped source boxes in order to prevent the Desolate God from returning. Luin remembered Tian mentioning that he had 2 opportunities to unlock the source box using the inverse origin formation, but he had been delayed by other reasons. In that case, did Tian and the others know about this? Had they used the inverse origin formation to trick him, or had they been tricked as well? Lu Yin's expression sank. They should have known that there was a Desolate God statue in the space where the human-shaped source boxes were gathered. Tian often worshipped it, so he definitely knew about this secret. Luin had never thought that he would be tricked in the end. If he hadn't brought out Progenitor Wushang's corpse on a whim, and if the Ghost Monkey hadn't coincidentally obtained Progenitor Wushang's memories, then he would have been unable to deal with the Eternals and thus decided to unlock the human-shaped source boxes. Then he would not have brought out the power to resist the Eternals, but rather the Desolate God. Luin looked into the distance with a deep gaze. The universe was never simple and intelligent lifeforms were even more so. During the era of the Above Heaven, the Sixth Direction sect had disregarded the Eternals, which had led to the Lu family's eventual exile. The Above Heaven era had also enslaved the astral beasts, which had turned the Fourth Mainland into a paradise for humans. This had also led to the astral beasts viewing humans with hostility. Using this method to revive the Desolate God was actually very risky, but it had still chosen to do so. This represented its determination, and once it appeared, it would no longer be under anyone's control. The ghost monkey clenched his fists and angrily said, "Seventh bro, those bastards from the astral beast domain are too vicious. They're trying to revive the desolate god behind your back." Luin looked at him. "Why is Progenitor Wushang willing to help Progenitor Hui?" The ghost monkey replied, "There are good and bad humans as well. Sects kill each other, clans kill each other, and so on. It's the same for astral beasts. I don't know the exact reason. I didn't obtain all of Progenitor Wushang's memories, only a small portion of his most profound memories. However, I'm sure that Progenitor Wushang doesn't like the desolate god and doesn't want to be controlled by it." Luin retracted his gaze. Does he not like the desolate god? Progenitor Wushang must have seen the desolate god statue. Forget it. This was a matter between Progenitor Wushang and Progenitor Hui. Now that he knew what Progenitor Hui had sealed, there was even less reason for him to open it. Luin looked in a certain direction and saw Butian, who was teaching Xiao Shi the art of destiny. This guy was hiding too much. "Monkey, are you alright?" Luin asked. He asked. The ghost monkey immediately promised, "Seventh bro, I'm fine. Absolutely fine." Luin looked at the monkey and smiled. "Actually, if you become Progenitor Wushang, you'll be of even greater help to me." The ghost monkey opened his mouth and howled, "Seventh bro, how can you do this? If I become Progenitor Wushang, your little monkey will be gone forever." Luin looked away. "Alright, I'll give you a mission. From now on, you'll be in charge of collecting human-shaped source boxes. Throughout the entire Fifth Mainland, including the Technocracy and Astral Beast domains, you'll need to collect any human-shaped source boxes. Tell everyone that I'm going to use the inverse origin formation to unseal them." The ghost monkey blinked. "Unseal them?" Luin looked in Butian's direction. "Keep an eye on them and see who's still collecting human-shaped source boxes. Whoever is collecting them is suspicious." The ghost monkey puffed out his chest. "Understood. Seventh bro, don't worry. This little monkey definitely won't disappoint you. I want to see who dares to compete with me. No, seventh bro, for human-shaped source boxes. Even if the desolate god is reborn, it will have to kneel down and become seventh bro's mount." Luin was speechless. This guy was even more daring than he was. Make the desolate god his mount? Even the primogenitors had never done such a thing. Luin suddenly recalled that he had once dreamt of the primordial era, where he had seen a person who was 90% similar to himself jumping and cheering on the back of an enormous creature. That creature should have been the immovable heavenly king elephant, and it was so large that it seemed to be able to support the entire universe. It was not something that the hell dragon could compare to. Luin did not know how strong the immovable heavenly king elephant was, or if it was simply large in size. If its strength was proportional to its size, then using it as a mount would be enough to scare a bunch of people to death. It would not be a problem for it to dominate the entire universe. Actually, Luin could have used Xianqi's identity to exit seclusion, but Wang Wen had reminded him of something. He had to use his own identity to travel through the Three Sovereigns spacetime. Luin had always wanted the Fifth Mainland to replace the Three Sovereigns spacetime and become one of the 6 directional associations. He had done so by capturing Mu Jun and confronting Luo Jun. However, he had neglected one point. His original identity as Luin had never done anything in the Three Sovereigns spacetime. Even if he used Xianqi's identity to stir up trouble, Lu Yin's identity was still too sudden. Thus, Luin decided to make a trip to the Three Sovereigns spacetime. It was very simple to travel from the Fifth Mainland to the Three Sovereigns spacetime. All he had to do was pass through Shenwu Continent's passage. When the passage opened, in addition to the confrontation between the Three Sovereigns spacetime and the Fifth Mainland, it also helped the Three Sovereigns spacetime remove the poison of time. This was something that Luin had not paid attention to. The Three Sovereigns spacetime had always been poisoned by time, so much so that the original spacetime could not be maintained. Everyone could only cultivate their monarch's aura, but when the passage opened and connected to the Fifth Mainland, the progenitor's sword helped the Three Sovereigns spacetime remove the poison of time. However, even if the poison of time disappeared, it did not matter because no one in the Three Sovereigns spacetime could cultivate their former strength. The monarch's aura was not weak. Outside the passage, 3 demigods surrounded it and stared at it. They had been ordered by Luo Shan to guard the passage and not allow any cultivators from the Genesis space to enter. On the other side of the passage, there were also powerhouses from the Three Sovereigns spacetime guarding it. Both sides had a tacit understanding that no one would interact with each other. Even if the 4 Cardinal Sky had helped them defend the 6 Directional Association, They had relied on the three sovereigns' spacetime to tear through the void to arrive. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2775. On this day, Lu Yin passed through the passage and arrived at the three sovereigns' spacetime continuum. As soon as he appeared, the spacetime cultivators of the three monarchs went on high alert. Who are you? The three monarchs universe does not welcome visitors from the origin space. Someone shouted. He slowly looked towards the south where the rainbow wall was. He could sense the auras of Chen Lu, Taishu, Baisheng, and Xia Zhen. The four cardinal scales were supposed to help defend against the six-direction gang, but most of them were actually in the three monarch spacetimes. Intruders, retreat immediately. Someone else shouted as he stared at Lu Yin. His many years of battle experience had given him an extraordinary sense of threat, or else he would have attacked long ago. A group of spacetime cultivators from the three sovereigns slowly approached, ready to strike at any moment. Lu Yin's figure suddenly vanished without any warning, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. Following that, they immediately contacted Chen Lu and Tai Xian. A top expert from the primordial space had arrived and sent Lu Yin's image to them. Chen Li's expression changed. Lu Yin? What was he doing here? Tai Xian stood atop the rainbow wall, watching the battle between the Eternals and the Monarchs. For some reason he felt as though the spacetime of the three monarchs was growing weaker and weaker. In the past, the three sovereigns had been able to fend off the Eternals when they joined forces. Now, even though their numbers had increased, they were becoming increasingly weak. Lu Yin? What was he doing here? Chen Lu, go take a look. Chen Lu would have gone to take a look even without the Star-Lord's instructions. He did not know why Lu Yin had suddenly come to the three sovereigns' spacetime. Could it be that he wanted to take advantage of Lord Luo's absence to attack the three monarchs' time and space? It was too unwise. Luo Jun had gone to the endless battlefield because of the Great Empyrean. If he attacked the three monarchs' spacetime now, wouldn't it be the same as slapping the Great Empyrean's face? His expression was ugly as he hurried to the north. He quickly arrived at the lower monarch astral domain, and then the upper monarch astral domain. He did not hide his tracks, and his terrifying aura swept through the heavens, causing space to ripple. Granny Mu looked up in shock and saw Lu Yin. His aura made her want to kneel down. Without the support of the three sovereigns, it was as if Lu Yin had entered an uninhabited region of spacetime. He took a step forward and entered the Emperor domain. Many half-martial monarchs walked out from Mo courtyard and looked at him warily. The one leading them was the old green-skinned man. Chen Lu broke through to the extreme powerhouse level, and old green pie became the master of Mo courtyard. However, at this moment, Mo courtyard's master's palms were sweating. The pressure that Lu Yin brought was just too great. With a single glance, he knew that there was no way he could stop Lu Yin, and there was no need for him to do so. A mere Mo courtyard was nothing in Lu Yin's eyes. How was a half-martial ancestor any different from an ant to him? As far as the eye could see, the imperial domain was still very vast. Lu Yin unleashed his strength without restraint as he stomped through the heavens, shattering the void and forming an oppressive storm that swept through the imperial domain, upper monarch domain, and lower monarch domain. Everyone trembled. Even if they couldn't see it, they could still feel the godlike aura. Luo Shan hasn't returned yet? His gaze swept across the people from Mo Huyuan. Since he didn't speak, they didn't speak either. Old Green Leather said in a low voice, "No." "Too slow," Lu Yin said disdainfully. No one dared to refute him. They all quietly listened to him speak. Lu Yin put his hands behind his back and looked around again. This is the Three Monarchs universe? It can't even compare to my primordial space's outerverse. It's too small. No wonder Luo Shan wants to seize my primordial space. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that ability. Apart from you, there is no decent master in the Three Monarchs universe? You have no hope of breaking through to the progenitor realm in your lifetime. You are not qualified to talk to me. Old Green Leather and the others clenched their fists. May I ask why Pathmaster Lu is here? Lu Yin proudly said, "Do I need a reason to come here?" Every word choked the people from Mo Huyuan. If they weren't afraid of Lu Yin's strength, they would have slapped him. Lu Yin came here to demonstrate his suppression of the Three Monarchs universe. Luo Shan hadn't returned yet, and when Luo Shan returned in the future, he would still do the same. At this time, Chen Lu arrived. "Pathmaster Lu, what do you want to do in the Three Monarchs universe?" Chen Li's arrival made the people from Mo Huyuan breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, they didn't need to deal with him. Lu Yin turned around and looked at Chen Lu. "Who are you?" "I heard that the Three Monarchs are one man and two women." Chen Li's body was filled with a fierce aura that swept out and dispelled Lu Yin's power. Everyone was relieved. The Three Monarchs universe has nothing to do with you. Retreat immediately. You are not welcome here. Lu Yin sneered. Luo Shan didn't even greet me when she went to the origin space. That's between you and Lord Luo. Retreat immediately or don't blame me for being rude. Chen Li took out a bow and arrow and pointed it at Lu Yin, ready to attack at any time. He was not weak. Although he had just broken through to the progenitor realm, he was good at killing and had great destructive power. He was also a trump card against the eternal race on the battlefield. The people from Mo Huyuan stared at Lu Yin coldly, eager for Chen Li to attack and kill this boy. Although this boy was very strong, he was not at the level of an extreme powerhouse. He should not be a match for Lord Qinlu. The reason why he could fight against Lord Luo Shan was because of the extreme powerhouses in the sky above, not himself. Lu Yin was disdainful. Do you dare to attack? Qinlu was stunned. What did you say? Lu Yin raised his head. You want to start a war between the origin space and the Three Monarchs universe? You want to go to the endless battlefield too? Qinlu frowned. You came to provoke the Three Monarchs universe first. Lu Yin sneered. I just came to take a look, but you want to attack me. Chen Li's eyes narrowed, not understanding what Lu Yin wanted to do. Lu Yin took a step forward and walked towards Qinlu, closing the distance between them to 100 meters. Hold it tight, don't let go of the arrow easily. Otherwise, you may not be able to last until the punishment of the great heavenly venerate. Chen Li's pupils shrank. You are threatening me. At this moment, Lu Yin gave him a strange feeling. Was this the person he was cooperating with? Why did this person seem to not know him at all and was really going to attack him? Try. Once you let go of your hand, I will completely cripple that arm. Lu Yin's tone was cold with insolence, arrogance, and dominance. Chen Li gritted his teeth. This person actually threatened him in front of so many people, putting him in a difficult position. What? He was clearly cooperating with him. The starry sky was silent as everyone watched. Lu Yin was too arrogant, so arrogant that he completely ignored the extreme powerhouse. Where did his confidence come from? He was directly exposed to Chen Li's arrow. Old Green Pie and the others were nervous. Chen Lu was clearly in front of them and was an extreme powerhouse. Lu Yin was clearly not an extreme powerhouse, but he gave them the feeling that they were facing a giant. Even the current Chen Lu could not make them feel at ease. Lu Yin did not make a move and his aura was completely restrained, but even so, he suppressed the three sovereigns until they could not breathe. Chen Lu did not say a word as he stared at Lu Yin. There was confusion and coldness in the depths of his eyes, as well as an imperceptible killing intent. At that moment, a figure walked out of the void and stopped not far from Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked over and saw that it was Star Sovereign. Everyone in the Mohe courtyard was overjoyed. Greetings, Lord Star Sovereign. Greetings, Lord Star Sovereign. Chen Li heaved a sigh of relief. Senior Star Sovereign. Star Sovereign calmly walked out of the void and faced Lu Yin. What are you doing here? Lu Yin saw Star Sovereign again. This was not the first time he had seen her. The first time was as Xianqi and now he was using his own identity. Star Sovereign still gave him the same feeling. The galaxy was like a mirror, and her bare face was better than red makeup. This woman gave him the feeling of quenching his thirst. She was calm, too calm as if there were no emotional fluctuations. For a stroll. Lu Yin was not polite. Star Sovereign looked at Chen Lu. Protect the rainbow wall. Chen Lu nodded, stared at Lu Yin and left. Star Sovereign looked at the people of Mohe courtyard. Leave. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They did not want to be here either. This Lu Yin was too strange. He was clearly not an extreme powerhouse, but he was even more domineering than one. Where did his confidence come from? The more this kind of person was, the more they could not provoke him. Everyone left and only Lu Yin and Star Sovereign were left in the starry sky. Star Sovereign was still so calm. Lu Yin's domineering and arrogant attitude was useless in front of her. It was like punching cotton. Why are you here? Lu Yin put his hands behind his back. I said to take a look. I'll show you around, Star Sovereign said indifferently. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Okay. Speaking of a tour, it was really a tour. Star Sovereign was not hostile, and Lu Yin could not show any hostility in the three sovereigns' spacetime. If there were no enemies, where would the hostility come from? Even if Lu Yin tried to provoke Star Sovereign, say bad things about Luo Jun, or even arrogantly say that he wanted to kill Luo Jun, Star Sovereign did not care at all, which made Lu Yin feel powerless. This woman was really, as Chen Lu said, she only cared about her star-reflecting universe. However, he could not say anything about this star-reflecting universe. If he did, his identity would be exposed. Under Star Sovereign's lead, Luin visited many places in the Three Sovereigns spacetime, even some places that were not open to the public. I heard that you are Luo Shan's wife. He has 2 wives. As an ancestor powerhouse, why are you willing to share Luo Shan with others? Luin asked. Star Sovereign said calmly, I'm used to it. You don't have children? No need. What if they die? There are no descendants. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Don't you have any worries? Luo Shan is in the endless battlefield. It's too dangerous. I almost died there. It's all fate. Luin pursed his lips. Did this woman really have no emotions? What is that place? Luin pointed at Thousand Face and asked. Stone Tower. Library? You can say that. Let's take a look. The Stone Tower was very important in the Imperial domain. It was specially guarded by an old woman at the level of a demigod. The list of people who entered the Stone Tower had to be confirmed by the 3 sovereigns. Back then it was quite troublesome for Luin to enter the Stone Tower as Qianqi. Qinlu had to step in. Now he needed to enter the Stone Tower and obtain information from the Stone Tower to avenge Guyu. Although he already knew that Guyu's revenge came from the Sentinel and that Elder Lu Yin's identity should not have known, he still needed a way. The old woman stood outside the Stone Tower. When she saw Star Sovereign bringing Luin in, she hurriedly knelt down and saluted, Greetings, Lord Star Sovereign. Luin did not even look at the old woman and entered directly. The old woman did not dare to move. Star Sovereign accompanied Luin into the Stone Tower. There was really no place in the 3 sovereigns spacetime that could stop Luin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2776. Not long after, Luin successfully found Guyu's information, and he walked out with a gloomy expression. His domain swept through the Imperial domain and he found Elder Bo. Back then, Elder Bo was suspected of being a spy under his identity as Qianqi, but he didn't have the time to deal with him. Now it was time to deal with him. Since Qianqi left the 3 Monarchs universe, the old man relaxed. He knew that as long as Qianqi did not determine that he was a spy, he would be released. First, he was familiar with Guyu, which was useful to Lord Luo. Second, there were people behind him. As long as he was sure that it wasn't a spy, he would be fine. Thus, the old man had been doing quite well during this period of time, until he was dragged out by Lu Yin's domain and smashed into the ground. Taibai Jinxing did not stop him. As long as Lu Yin did not go overboard, she would not stop him. This was to prevent him from causing a fight that would upset the Grand Empyrean. Luo Shan had already been punished to go to the endless battlefield. Neither she nor Chenle could go again. Otherwise, the 3 monarchs' spacetime would be finished. However, Lu Yin appeared to be indifferent. He had been able to emerge from the endless battlefield so quickly, which made everyone apprehensive. The old man crawled out from the ground. All the bones in his body had been shattered. He lifted his head with great difficulty and blankly looked around. Who had attacked him? This place wasn't too far from Mohi's courtyard. An old greenskin and the rest had heard the commotion and hurried over. When they saw Lu Yin, they cursed their bad luck. When the elder saw Taibai Jinxing, he endured the pain and knelt on the ground. Greetings, Lord Taibai Jinxing. Taibai Jinxing was calm. Lu Yin walked in front of the old man, who looked at the person who had suddenly appeared in front of him and asked uneasily, Who is this lord? Lu Yin looked down at the old man. Guyu. You're familiar with her, right? The old man was at a loss. It was reasonable to say that in this 3 monarchs universe, there should be no problem mentioning Guyu, but he was just pulled out and slammed to the ground. Obviously there was something wrong. No, I'm not unfamiliar with him, the old man replied subconsciously. Lu Yin looked at him. I'm from Guyu's time and space. Old Bo's expression changed drastically as he looked at Taibai Jinxing. Sir, he didn't understand since they were from Guyu's time and space, why weren't they captured? The people from that time and space should be demi-humans just like Guyu's descendants who were enslaved by him. Behind Old Greenskin there was a man with a pale face. He was called Half-Red and was the guardian of the exploration realm. He was also the person behind Elder Bo. Back then he was also involved in the Guyu incident. He was the one who had allowed Elder Bo to do so that he could claim credit for Luo Jun. He had also supported the exploration of the realm for so many years. At this moment he had a feeling that disaster was about to befall him. Guyu was a senior I respected, but you harmed him and enslaved his descendant. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Lu Yin spoke slowly, and when his voice reached Old Bo's ears, the old man almost stopped breathing. This was the reason why this person attacked him. Why did this happen? Clearly that spacetime should have been enslaved. Clearly the people in that spacetime should have been demi-humans. What? The old man suddenly looked at Half-Red. Sir, save me. About Guyu. Shut up. Half-Red trembled and hurriedly interrupted the elder. Luin looked at Half-Red. Back then he had known that the exploration realm was supported by a demi-monarch. Back then, Luin had only captured Elder Bo with Xianqi's identity, which was not of much help to this servant. Now he was finally free. Do you hate Guyu? Luin suddenly asked. In addition to the servant, there were dozens of people who were brought by Luin. They were all descendants of Guyu and they were all servants. No, the servant replied. Luin glanced at him. How could this person not hate? How could these people not hate? Even if Guyu was their ancestor, this ancestor had made them slaves for their entire lives. How could they not hate him? However, Luin would leave these people to Guyen as well as Elder Bo and Half-Red. When they arrived outside the passage, the cultivators from the 3 monarchs that were guarding the passage saw Luin. They all held their breaths and did not dare to act rashly, allowing him to leave. Just as Luin was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and tossed the group towards the Shenwu continent. He then gave some instructions and walked towards the Rainbow Wall, where an acquaintance greeted him. Outside the Rainbow Wall, a progenitor realm corpse king shaking the heavens, he punched out, smashing Chen Li's arrow into pieces. Bai Sheng held the sky-vanquishing staff and smashed it down. The progenitor realm corpse king raised its head and roared before punching out again. This time Bai Sheng was forced to retreat and almost lost his grip on the staff. Bai Sheng looked up and saw the red-eyed corpse king. This corpse king gave him an unshakable feeling. It was a monster. A corpse king is indeed powerful. Bai Sheng's expression turned solemn. A progenitor realm corpse king was not easy to deal with. Chen Li's archery and Bai Sheng's sky-vanquishing staff had not been able to cause any damage. A delicate laugh came from afar. Little girl, you are not my opponent. Go home. The voice came from the Forgotten Ruins god, and her opponents were Xia Zhen and Ancestor Gui Yuan. The 2 of them were on the verge of collapse under 9 wolves swallow the world. Death pass. Ancestor Gui Yuan raised his arms, and his deathly aura formed a guillotine. The sky was the guillotine, and the deathly aura was the blade. The Forgotten Ruins god sneered, opened her mouth and swallowed the death pass. Ancestor Gui Yuan was shocked and retreated step by step. Each of the 7 sky gods was abnormally powerful. Wang Fan, this clone of yours is not my opponent. The Forgotten Ruins god laughed as she looked past Ancestor Gui Yuan and Xia Zhen to see Luin on the Rainbow Wall. Her eyes lit up. Ha, look who's here. Little Luin, how have you been? Luin stood on the Rainbow Wall and looked at the Forgotten Ruins god in the distance with a solemn expression. The one who had greeted him was the Forgotten Ruins god. Once he knew that the 7 sky gods were powerful and difficult to deal with, but the slipper almost killed the undying god, which made him feel relieved at that moment. The 7 sky gods were not invincible. It was not until the battle with Old Monster Mo in the Endless Battlefield that he understood how powerful those who touched the sequence particles were. He also figured out why each of the 7 sky gods was feared by the 6 Directions Association and the 4 Directions Libra. As for the undying god, he had been unable to take action back then because he had been trapped by the ancestral Mang. His power to touch the sequence particles must have been restrained by something. Otherwise it would have been useless even if he had 10 slippers, much less smack him with them. This was the 7 sky gods. In the universe, how many people truly understood the terror of the 7 sky gods? Oh, what's with that look? The Forgotten Ruins god smiled and looked at Luin, revealing her beautiful face. The demonic flower on her face made Ancestor Gui Yuan's breathing quicken. There was an irresistible charm and her beautiful eyes were unparalleled. Little Luin, are you afraid of me? The astral war came to a standstill. As the Forgotten Ruins god spoke, a strange, cold, unfathomable and horrifying aura spread. No one knew where this aura came from nor how it appeared. The moment the last 2 words appeared, it was suddenly noticed by everyone. Whether it was ordinary cultivators, Ancestor Gui Yuan, Ancestor Chen Lu, Bai Sheng or other Ancestor Realm Masters, all of them unconsciously looked towards the Forgotten Ruins god. She was clearly speaking with a smile, but at this moment, the Forgotten Ruins god gave them a strange feeling. Strange? She must be joking. Bai Sheng's expression was unprecedentedly serious. It was not that he had not fought with the Forgotten Ruins god in the Dominator realm. Among the 7 sky gods, other than the most mysterious Bai Wuxian, who had not appeared in the Dominator realm. The Forgotten Ruins god should not be a stranger, but why? At this moment, the Forgotten Ruins god seemed to have appeared for the first time, revealing an aura that Bai Sheng had never felt before. Xia Zhen and Ancestor Gui Yuan also had the same feeling. They suddenly felt that this was the first time they had seen the Forgotten Ruins god. Lu Yin and the Forgotten Ruins god looked at each other. Under her gaze, the pressure was so great that ordinary people could not imagine it. It was not just the Forgotten Ruins god's gaze. Thank you Muzua Desert Lone Smoke Heartless Little Enemy Brothers, thank you for your support. Thank you for your support brothers, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2777. Under the heaven's eye, there was nowhere to hide. He saw the sequence particles. 9 wolves devouring the sky, and each of the 9 wolf heads had sequence particles like marionettes. It was as if an invisible hand was controlling the 9 wolf heads in the invisible void. He had no idea what kind of laws these sequence particles represented, or what kind of method the universe operated. If old Monster Mo did not use the power of darkness, the heavens I would not have been able to tell that he had touched the sequence particles of darkness. What did the Forgotten Ruins deity control? The strange feeling. She had never used the power of sequence particles before. Looking at you now is no different from looking at you on the battlefield at the back, Lu Yin said. His voice was calm and emotionless. The Forgotten Ruins deity's lips curled into a charming smile. Are you praising me for being as beautiful as before? Alright, I accept your praise. The terrifying feeling suddenly disappeared, and everyone realized that they had unknowingly broken out in cold sweat. They looked at the Forgotten Ruins deity with a completely different gaze. This was the sky of the 7 gods. The Star Lords arrived, and when they saw the Forgotten Ruins deity, they were extremely vigilant. This monster. Little Lu Yin, you've finally come to this stage. The Forgotten Ruins deity's eyes moved, and she was extremely charming, but no one dared to look at her directly. Lu Yin nodded. This is your stage. The Forgotten Ruins deity smiled. That's right. This is our stage. Only by walking on this stage will you have a chance to dance with me. I wonder how far you can go with my dance steps. You can try as long as you're not afraid of being stepped on. Lu Yin was confident. The Forgotten Ruins deity smiled. I'm a weak woman and it hurts to be stepped on. I don't want to. In that case. Her gaze suddenly turned cold. You can leave now. The void exploded as a pair of scarlet vertical eyes suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yin. At the same time, an earth-shattering punch arrived. This punch shattered the void, breaking through everything with brute force. When one's strength reached a certain level, everything else could be instantly destroyed. Qinlu was shocked. This was the Corpse King that he had just clashed with. The Corpse King's red eyes were accompanied by a powerful physical strength, and it had faced his arrows and Bai Sheng's staff directly. This Corpse King was a monster. The wind from the punch lifted the void like a curtain. The Corpse King took a step forward, and the soles of his feet shattered, producing a deafening sound that caused countless people to bleed from their orifices. Ordinary Ancestor Realm experts would find it difficult to withstand the might of this punch. Be careful, Taishin cried out. Lu Yin's eyes went wide as the purplish-black substance spread to his arm. At the same time, his arm began to wither. When things reached an extreme, they would go in the opposite direction. He raised his head and took a step forward as well, the Akalanatha King's elephant appearing behind him. It roared at the sky and punched out. The 2 fists collided, and a sound that was several times louder than before exploded in the void. In an instant, part of the rainbow wall was torn apart, and the terrifying force of the collision spread out without restraint, sweeping through the starry sky. The power formed visible ripples that spread out. Along with the torn void, it turned black and spread out. This was a pure collision of flesh and blood. Lu Yin and the Corpse King were so close that their fists collided. He stared at the Corpse King at the same time, and the Corpse King's red eyes stared back at him. Even though this Corpse King was not as powerful as the monstrous Corpse King that had ambushed him from the 6th mainland, it was still at a freakish level. Its terrifying strength increased layer by layer, and it spread along his arm, causing his withered arm to recover. The Akala Heavenly King Elephant grew increasingly blurry, and Lu Yin was almost forced back. He had broken through to the peak of the Star Emissary realm, and his strength was relatively strong. His strength had increased slightly, and his physical strength had also increased, but he was still unable to suppress the Corpse King. The Corpse King's red eyes shrank to the size of needles, and an even more terrifying strength pressed down on Lu Yin. Its red eyes were transforming into ghostly eyes, and its strength increased like a tidal wave. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and his veins bulged. In terms of strength, his Lu family had never lost to anyone. He was a disciple of the Lu family, and he was the future of the Lu family. He was Lu Shaoxian and he was Lu Yin. He would not lose and he could not lose. This was especially true in the spacetime of the three sovereigns, where the four sovereigns were watching him. He could not lose. The withering time tree that had taken root in his heart swayed, and a gray color circulated. When things reached an extreme they would react against time. The fates and spread from his heart to his entire body. At this moment Lu Yin had a strange feeling. Had time stopped? No, it hadn't. The Corpse King's strength was still surging forth like a tidal wave, and it had not stopped at all. But what was going on with the strength that Lu Yin was displaying? The strength of his fist seemed to be trapped in the wind of his fist. This feeling was similar to using time to seal his strength, but due to inertia, Lu Yin was still continuously releasing his strength. This strength fused with the power that had been sealed by time, layer after layer and layer after layer. This feeling was similar to Chu Yuan's time secret technique, Time Realm. Time Realm could stop the time around Chu Yuan, and Lu Yin was constantly striking out with his blade. Every strike landed a little bit and countless strikes finally erupted in an instant. This was enough to instantly erupt with a destructive power that far exceeded what he could have displayed. In theory there was no upper limit to this technique's power. He could strike once, twice, thrice or even 100 times or even 1,000 times as long as Time Realm could withstand it. Lu Yin had almost lost to this technique in the past, and according to him, this secret technique had come from the primogenitor. At this moment, Lu Yin felt that all of his strength was concentrated in the wind of his fist, but he did not release it. It was similar to Time Realm, and this was a technique that the Withering Time Tree had given him. The destructive power of one punch was limited, but if the power of 10, 100 or even 1,000 punches erupted at the same time, how powerful would it be? The Corpse King's strength was still pressing down, and it seemed like it had not stopped. However, to Lu Yin it was only an instant. In this instant, he had sealed his own time and blasted out a force equivalent to 30 punches. When the Withering Time Tree's imprisonment ended, the Corpse King's eyes turned ghostly. The ghostly eyes transformed, and his physical strength increased tenfold. His destructive power increased to the limit, and the pressure it brought was enough to instantly obliterate a progenitor like Qin Lu. As for Lu Yin, he also released the power of 30 punches in an instant. Boom. There was no sound, only darkness descending and devouring a part of the void. Bai Sheng, Qin Lu and the others were shocked and they all retreated. This was the first time the Star Lord's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated. That was a world of nothingness. Even a progenitor would find it difficult to unleash a world of nothingness with such a terrifying range. This was a punch that Lu Yin had never unleashed before. He had used the indestructible palm to visualize the Akalanatha King's elephant, and his full strength had been multiplied by 30. This was the strongest punch that he had ever unleashed. The power of this punch was still far inferior to Slipper's, but the shock it brought was far greater than Slipper's. This was the almost inconceivable power of Lu Yin's punch that he could unleash with his peak envoys. Before this, Qin Lu and the others did not believe that Lu Yin could fight a progenitor with his own strength. They all thought that he relied on external objects, including by Wang Yuan and the others. The God-sealing catalog, the general appointment platform, the slippers and so on, these external objects gave Lu Yin the confidence to fight against a progenitor. But this punch completely overturned everything. It exceeded their understanding. The Corpse King and Lu Yin were sent flying at the same time, and neither could do anything to the other. The Ghost Eye Corpse King's physical strength was abnormal. If Lu Yin did not rely on the Withering Time Tree to seal time and unleash the power of 30 punches, he would not have been able to block the Corpse King. The world of nothingness swallowed a portion of the rainbow wall and gradually disappeared. Lu Yin panted heavily as he looked into the distance. In the 6th mainland he had been ambushed by the monster Corpse King. The other party's vigilant slippers had left him helpless, and he had been beaten quite sullenly. Now he finally had the power to resist. Although he was still not a match for that monster, as long as he had time to break through and reach the half-progenitor level, he was confident that he could fight that monster with his previous methods, Wu Fei's heavenly eye, and the power of his heart. The starry sky was silent. Taixing Jun and the others looked at Lu Yin in shock. This child really fought a progenitor Corpse King with his peak envoys. Furthermore, it was a Ghost Eye Corpse King. They knew that none of them could do anything to that Corpse King, but Lu Yin had beaten it back. The god of Forgotten Ruins was also surprised. He looked at Lu Yin with a strange light in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a charming smile again. Little Lu Yin, it seems that you don't want to step down from the stage. Lu Yin was excited by the method of sealing 30 punches. With this method, his killing power was no longer limited to external objects like the slippers. I'm looking forward to dancing with you. All right. I've played enough today. Let's find another chance to play. With that, the 9 wolves devour the heavens disappeared, and the god of forgotten ruins left. The Eternals retreated like a tide. This battle seemed to be just a greeting to Lu Yin. Only Lu Yin knew how dangerous he was. Just now, that Corpse King really had the ability to kill him. He believed that the Eternals had already figured out his methods. Whether it was the slippers or other methods, they would all be countered by the god of forgotten ruins. Only a direct punch could resolve the crisis. He had been careless. He should not have come. But this day would eventually come and he could not escape it. Fortunately, he had comprehended the 30 punches that sealed time. He now had the ultimate killing method. From now on, the power of these 30 punches combined into one punch. Who could block it? The Ghost Eye Progenitor Corpse King could not block it, and it was even more difficult for humans to do so. The battle temporarily stopped. Inside and outside the rainbow wall, countless cultivators of the 3 sovereigns looked at Lu Yin with shock and silently retreated. Taixing Jun truly felt Lu Yin's strength. No wonder this person was qualified to confront Luo Shan. Ancestor Gue Yuan did not say a word. He looked at Lu Yin with fear. This Lu Shaoxian was getting stronger and stronger. They had tried everything to restrain him, even joining forces with the Six Paths Association. How could they deal with him? Lu Yin suddenly looked at Ancestor Gue Yuan and frowned, entering the ancestral realm with death energy, but it's only Wang Fan's shadow. The Grim Reaper is the power of the Grim Reaper. Wang Fan, are you qualified to use it? Ancestor Gue Yuan spoke in a deep voice. This is not for you to decide. This old man has cultivated death energy for far longer than you. Lu Yin disdained. One day I will extract your death energy. Ancestor Gue Yuan narrowed his eyes and clenched his pearl halberd. He really wanted to join forces with Bai Sheng to deal with this boy. But even if he was willing, Bai Sheng and Xia Zhen would not be willing. Moreover, Lu Shaoxian was not so easy to kill. He still had the Divine Seal catalog and the General Appointment platform. Lu Shaoxian, you are getting more and more domineering. Bai Sheng sighed. Lu Yin looked at him. Did you have a part in banishing my Lu family? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2778. All this time, Lu Yin had thought that Bai Wangyuan and the others were the only ones who could banish the Lu family, but in reality Bai Sheng, Xia Zhen, and the others were all progenitor realm powerhouses. As long as they didn't personally tell him that it had nothing to do with them, Lu Yin wouldn't exclude them. Bai Sheng's brows rose. Are you confirming the list of people to take revenge on? Lu Yin replied, you can think of it that way. Bai Sheng looked deeply into Lu Yin's eyes and then put away his staff. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Yin looked at Xia Zhen. Xia Zhen was indifferent. I'm only dealing with the Eternals. Shenwu Plain has nothing to do with me, let alone your Lu family. Lu Yin nodded and then looked at Taishu. When Luo Shan returns, send him my regards. We'll settle our debts. With that he left. Taishu and the others didn't say anything else. Just as Bai Sheng had said, Lu Yin's sudden aggressiveness and the punch he had just unleashed had frightened them. No one knew what trump cards he had. However, one thing was certain, they couldn't keep him here. From now on, legends about Lu Yin would spread throughout the 3 sovereign spacetimes, which was exactly what Lu Yin wanted. The one with the most complicated feelings was Chen Lo. He wanted to find an opportunity to speak with Lu Yin alone. What was this person thinking? Soon, Lu Yin arrived at Xinwu continent and saw Gu Yen and a group of Gu Yu's descendants. Elder Bo and Half-Red were already corpses. Gu Yen bowed when he saw Lu Yin return. Heavenly Master Gu Yen bowed deeply and said, many thanks. Lu Yin raised a hand and helped Gu Yen up. Senior Gu Yu's legacy helped me in the past, and it was for the sake of the 5th mainland's peace that he set up the array. It was only right for him to sacrifice himself. Gu Yen sighed. He was stranded in this part of the universe and had no one to rely on, but he was willing to die for it. That child Gu Yu was so kind. Now that I've gotten my revenge, I can focus on comprehending the source box array. I hope that I can help you one day. Lu Yin smiled. Senior, there's no need to feel pressured. It's what I should do. Don't forget we're friends. Gu Yen was delighted. Yes, we're friends despite our age difference. I ate many of your delicacies back in the food paradise, ha. Lu Yin was happy to see Gu Yen let go of the burden in his heart. By the way, Mu Shang has been missing for a long time. I don't know where he went. You have to be careful. I suspect that the four-way scales took him to the six-way society. It's not good for you, Heavenly Master Gu Yen said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Mu Shang? He was already dead, but this matter could not be related to him. I got it. I'll look into it. Not long after that, Lu Yin left Shenwu continent and returned to the Heaven Above Earth sect. It was about time for his identity as Xian Qi to move about. As soon as he returned to the sect above the heavens, Elder Chan came looking for him with a solemn expression. Someone wants to take Wendy Yushan as a disciple. Lu Yin was surprised. Take Wendy Yushan as a disciple? Who is it? A man who calls himself Bodhi Saint, one of the three saints of reincarnation time and space, Elder Chan replied. They were subconsciously wary of Six Paths Guild. Bodhi Sage wanted to take Wendy Yushan as a disciple? But then he understood. Bodhi Sage must have found out about Wendy Yushan's innate gift. Wendy Yushan had been thrown into the endless battlefield by Divinity Shaoyin, but she had managed to escape with her own strength. This did not make sense, and Divinity Shaoyin was not stupid. How could he have let her escape so easily? Even so, she had still managed to escape. With Bodhi Sage's intelligence, he must have investigated this matter. Furthermore, Wendy Yushan's innate gift had not been concealed, so it was not strange that Bodhi Sage had found out about her. What did Wendy say? She's currently in the middle of a meeting. She's conversing with Bodhi Sage's disciple. Lu Yin looked in a certain direction, which was Wendy Yushan's residence in the Heaven Above Earth sect. It was a solitary mountain peak, and at this moment she was conversing with a woman in a black trench coat. She had a valiant bearing, and although her appearance was cold, her gaze was gentle and filled with admiration when she looked at Wendy Yushan. This woman was a half-progenitor. Lu Yin's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already outside Wendy Yushan's courtyard. Wendy Yushan immediately saw him. The woman sitting across from her also turned around, and when she saw Lu Yin, she hurriedly stood up and bowed. Greetings, Pathmaster Lu. Achao. Lu Yin entered the courtyard and sized up the woman. You're one of Bodhi Sage's people? Achao's expression was cold, but her attitude was respectful. Bodhi Sage is my master. Lu Yin nodded. Have a seat. He walked to the stone table and sat down. Achao followed suit and sat down. Although she was respectful, she was not overcautious. As Bodhi Sage's disciple, she came from Bodhi Sage and was used to seeing slaughter on the endless battlefield. Even when facing a progenitor, she was neither servile nor overbearing. The reason why she was so respectful to Lu Yin was not because of his identity or strength, but because of his achievements in the endless battlefield. Only Bodhi Sage and the Lost Race's Grand Elder knew how tragic the battle in the dark spacetime was. Lu Yin had been able to leave behind traces of himself in that great battle, and he was not even an immortal. This was enough to prove that even Bodhi Sage respected him. Not everyone in the Six Directions sect hated the Genesis space. Bodhi Sage only hated the everlasting race. Bodhi Sage wants to take Wendy as his disciple? Lu Yin asked. Achao nodded. Wendy has outstanding talent, and Master admires her. Therefore he sent me here to take her as his disciple. Bodhi Sage cannot do without Master. Lu Yin looked at Wendy Yushan. What do you think? Wendy Yushan met his gaze. I want to go to Bodhi Sage. Lu Yin said, that's where the Six Directions sect is located. Wendy Yushan retracted her gaze and said gently, I've been to the Six Directions training hall before, and I'm not unfamiliar with it. I'm saying. I know what you want to say, but cultivators fight against the heavens. You can protect me for a while, but you can't protect me forever. You should understand my temper. Although I was thrown into the endless battlefield, I did escape from it. Wherever I escaped from, I will return to that place. I want to go to the limitless state. Wendy Yushan's attitude was firm, and Lu Yin could not object. He nodded. Since you've decided, then go. It's not a bad idea to take Bodhi Sage as your master. He then took out a needle and a medicinal skin from his cosmic ring and handed them to Wendy Yushan. After all, once Lu Yin became an extreme powerhouse, he would be a powerhouse among extreme powerhouses. Yu Pai also told Lu Yin a funny piece of gossip over the past few days. It was about how Su Wuji had been covered in dirt one day. For some reason they had coincidentally seen him, and the atmosphere had been rather awkward. Lu Yin recalled the box that Fang Yi had given him. It was probably because of that box. Oh right, I accidentally saw the place where the acting academy master was in seclusion, Yu Pai suddenly said. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. You chased him away? Yu Pai shook his head. Not us. It was the academy master. Lu Yin's heart sank. Did the academy master help me chase him away? Yu Pai nodded and leaned over, whispering, the guy who was chased away, do you know who he is, acting manner master? It's the Void Transformation Realm powerhouse that the Academy Master personally invited to protect the Red Domain. He was actually bribed by someone to harm you, acting Academy Master. Fortunately, the Academy Master appeared and chased him away. Otherwise, you would have been in danger. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. It was even more dangerous now. It was hard to say if a half-ancestor would realize that Lu Yin was not there, but Su Wuji would definitely know that Lu Yin was not there. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2779. With Xianqi's abilities, how could he hide from someone like Su Wuji? Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. When did this happen? It's been a while, Lu Yin sighed. He had been too careless, not expecting someone to approach him while he was in seclusion. Su Wuji must have known that he was not in seclusion. Actually, it did not matter whether he had been careless or not. Xianqi was just Xianqi, a cultivator who had not even reached the Void Transformation Realm. He was not like Lu Yin, who did not have the means to hide from someone like Xianqi. Any powerhouse could find out something by approaching him. Acting Academy Master, do you want to make a trip? Capture a few spies and bring them back? They're just small fries, Yu Pai asked. Lu Yin said, no need, I have something to discuss with you. You can go by yourselves. Soon Yu Pai, Guan Laoda, and the others left the Red Domain to capture the spies while Lu Yin contacted Su Wuji. Su Wuji was not far from the Red Domain, floating leisurely in space with sunglasses on. Lu Yin did not know if he was asleep or something. Lu Yin approached him. Academy Master. Su Wuji adjusted his sunglasses. Xianqi, you're done with your seclusion? How was it? Eternal darkness is not easy to control, right? Lu Yin nodded. It was not easy. How long have you been in seclusion? Forget about eternal darkness, even a primordial card is not something you can control in such a short time. Su Wuji laughed. Lu Yin looked at Su Wuji and asked, Academy Master, I heard that someone wanted to harm me? Su Wuji took a sip of his drink. I don't know their motive, so they chased them away. Thank you, Academy Master. Don't mention it. You're one of my people, so if I don't take care of you, who will? If you want to continue your seclusion, then continue. Heaven's reflection manner is fine for now, at least here in the Void God dimension. Lu Yin could not tell if Su Wuji knew that he was not in seclusion, but logically speaking he should have known. However, it was not appropriate for Lu Yin to say this out loud. Speaking of which, you've captured and scared away a few of the spies hidden in the Void God dimension. Xianqi, your ability to capture spies is unparalleled in the Six Directions Society. Continue to work hard, Su Wuji said as he put his sunglasses back on. Lu Yin looked at him. Continue working hard? Was it because of the spy that they didn't care about him? Manor Lord, you said that you only became the Manor Lord of the Heaven Mirror Manor because you lost the lottery. If you were given another chance to choose, would you still be here? Ultimate Void didn't answer. Lu Yin waited for a moment before replying, if I knew someone like you would appear, of course I would. Lu Yin smiled as he understood. Oh right, let's go to the new inn. It's time to give them an explanation. Do you want me to help you get rid of a Void Transformation Realm Corpse King? Su Wuji asked. Lu Yin stood up. There's no need. With perpetual darkness, it's just a Void Change Realm cultivator. Then let's go. Lu Yin left as it was indeed time for him to visit the new inn. He had agreed to exchange 4 Void Transformation Realm Corpse Kings for the old man's life, and many things had happened since then. However, he had never taken the initiative to contact the new inn. He needed to show them his stance. The new inn was located at the front lines of the Void God space-time battlefield. Last time, Lu Yin had been led there by Su Wuji, but this time he was going alone. Half a month later, the front lines were in sight. Lu Yin stepped onto the battlefield and saw the Void God's power swirling around the space-time border like a vortex. The new inn was here. Previously, with Ultimate Void leading the way, they had quickly found the new inn. Now that he was alone, it wasn't that easy to find the inn. Since Lu Yin had started cultivating, he had experienced too many battlefields. The border battlefield was nothing. As long as there were no progenitors, he could sweep through them. As soon as he entered the battlefield, the slaughter began. Lu Yin swept through with his Void God's power, and his bone spear shuttled through the battlefield. He was invincible. Along the way he asked many cultivators about the location of the new inn, and they gradually got closer. Soon Luin saw a half-ancestor corpse king on the battlefield. Due to the void god's power, it was disadvantageous to the corpse king, but extremely advantageous to the cultivators. A cultivator at the peak of the void bright realm fought against a half-ancestor corpse king with his void god's power, and he even had the upper hand. That cultivator's void god's power was a pink ball that constantly bounced up and smashed into the corpse king. On the battlefield, the cultivator's void god's power was constantly drawn, and there was no consumption at all. If it were in other regions he might not be able to stop the corpse king. After all, there was a limit to the void god's power. Lu Yin's figure flashed and appeared beside that cultivator, startling him. "Brother, why are you so fast? Don't scare me, I almost threw a ball at you." Lu Yin raised his hand, and his bone spear flickered and disappeared. When it reappeared, the corpse king's head fell to the ground. The cultivator was stunned, and the pink ball stopped bouncing as he stared at Lu Yin in a daze. He had done his best to entangle the corpse king, and it was already a great achievement. But this guy actually killed it in an instant? How could this be? In an instant? What the hell? Lu Yin took a step forward, grabbed the corpse king's head and disappeared. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. If not for the corpse king's body falling, that cultivator would have thought that he was dreaming. When did such a ruthless person appear on the battlefield? Lu Yin felt that there was no need to hide in the void god spacetime. Even the void master knew about him, so there was no point in hiding. A day later Lu Yin arrived at the new inn. He pushed the door open and entered without attracting much attention. There were many people inside, and most of them were cultivators from the battlefield. Only the waiters in the new inn recognized Lu Yin. "Isn't this acting principal Xianqi? What a rare guest." The woman with heavy makeup came over and happily received Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. "Sister, you're not married to boss Cho Shui yet?" "Oh, how could I ask that? Acting principal, please don't joke around, huh? It's only a matter of time." Old man served the acting principal some tea. "By the way, Principal Su Wuji isn't here, is he? He's not welcome here." The woman casually sat across from Lu Yin and lowered her body. The scenery in front of her was very pleasing to the eye. Despite the woman's appearance, the people in the new inn were not simple. In Su Wuji's words, there were no good people in the new inn. "The principal has something to do, so I came alone." Lu Yin smiled. "That's good. Since he's here, I'll pour the tea on him." The old man carrying the tea walked over and smiled at Lu Yin, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. Lu Yin knew that the old man had a grudge against Su Wuji, but the fact that the old man had spoken to Su Wuji in such a manner meant that he was indifferent to life and death. The people in the new inn were all indifferent to life and death. Although they had survived, they could not leave the battlefield for the rest of their lives. They were destined to die here. Lu Yin took a sip of tea and looked around. Many people were looking at him as well. Not everyone was qualified to be welcomed by the woman. "Where's the boss?" "I brought a gift," Lu Yin said. The woman's eyes lit up. "The one that the acting principal promised?" "Just one, not many." "I'll bring more when I have the time," Lu Yin said. The woman smiled. "The acting principal is really capable. I heard that you obtained the Lost Clan's strongest card. Is that true? Can you broaden my horizons?" Lu Yin smiled. "Of course." "Really?" the woman asked casually. She had not expected Lu Yin to agree. Lu Yin said, "Help me call Chiu Fu's boss over." The woman smiled and left. Not long after, Chiu Fu walked out. The people in the new inn all looked at him respectfully, not daring to look him in the eye. Lu Yin looked at him and stood up. "Senior, there's only one. I'll deal with the remaining 3 as soon as possible." He then took out the half-ancestor corpse king's head from his cosmic ring. The people around him were shocked. Although the half-ancestor level was nothing to Lu Yin, it was an unattainable level for most people. Many people dreamed of cultivating to this level for their entire lives, and they did not even dare to think about becoming an ultimate powerhouse. They all looked at Lu Yin. How could he kill such a powerful corpse king at such a young age? He's Xianqi. I remember now. Xianqi? That's Xianqi, the acting principal of Heaven's Reflection Hall and also the principal of the 3 Sovereigns Universe and Ultra Universe Heaven's Reflection Hall? Yes, that's him. I heard that this kid's talent is extraordinary and can rival a perfect young master. He also obtained the Lost Clan's strongest card. No wonder he could kill such a powerful corpse king. Chiu Fu glanced at the half-ancestor corpse king's head and then looked at Lu Yin. Yes, there are still 3 more. Take a rest. Luin asked, where's the crazy old man? Chiu Fu pointed to a corner. Luin did not scan the new inn with his domain out of respect for Chiu Fu. He looked in the direction Chiu Fu pointed and saw the crazy old man cooking in the corner while staring at Luin. He was excited when he saw Luin looking at him. Can we talk? This is just an inn. Of course. Luin sighed, thank you. Chiu Fu was right. This was an inn, so Luin ordered. Of course he had to order when he came to an inn. The crazy old man was the one who served him. How is it, principal? The crazy old man was nervous and expectant. Luin said in a low voice, it was Chen Lu who killed the Bai clan. The crazy old man was puzzled, but then he remembered, Chen Lu, the master of Mo He Courtyard from the Three Sovereigns universe? He's now an extreme powerhouse and can't be dealt with for the time being. Luin said. The crazy old man despaired, extreme powerhouse, it's actually an extreme powerhouse. He didn't blame Luin. How could Luin deal with such a powerhouse? Not to mention Shen Qi, even Luin himself couldn't deal with a progenitor so easily. There were many things to consider, and Chen Lu was now cooperating with him. He couldn't act for the crazy old man. He had promised the crazy old man to protect him, but the 4 half-ancestor corpse kings protecting him was already good enough. He couldn't avenge the Bai clan since they had nothing to do with Luin. Chen Lu was right about one thing, the Bai clan's landscape painting stones weren't passed down from their ancestors. They got it from someone else. This was the cruelty of cultivators. The essence of cultivation was fighting, snatching, and risking one's life. Fighting for resources, stealing treasures, fighting for realms, this was cultivation. The crazy old man said bitterly, thank you for finding out it was Chen Lu, principal. Luin didn't say anything. He took a sip of his tea and ate quietly. Eating on the battlefield was a feeling that was rarely experienced. Thank you. Book friend 576511350 Brothers support. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2780. He could feel the old man's anger and helplessness, but what else could he do? The old man couldn't force Luin to fight against an extreme powerhouse. In his opinion, Luin couldn't deal with an extreme powerhouse. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gone to that place. Master, why did you have to risk your life for the extermination of the 100 clans? The old madman said bitterly. His aura was unstable, as if he was about to go crazy. Luin pressed down on the old man's arm, suppressing his aura. The old man trembled and stared at Luin in shock. Master, you? Luin stared at him. What place? What do you mean? The insane old man had yet to recover from the fact that Luin had suppressed his aura. He was a void transformation realm expert, and even in the void transformation realm he wasn't considered weak. There weren't many people in the void god universe who could defeat him, but that didn't include this person. Although this person was the acting chief of the Heaven's Mirror Manor, his cultivation was limited. Even if he relied on Senior Su Wui's Tai Shen realm to release the kind of void spirit that could threaten the void transformation realm, it was only an external object. At this moment he was using his own strength to suppress the void transformation realm's aura. The old man seemed to be meeting Luin for the first time. He stared at him as if trying to see through him. Luin met his gaze. Where? The old man reacted and looked at his arm. He suppressed his confusion and said, Mirage Domain. Luin had never heard of it. Mirage Domain? The old man gulped. It's a place that's not even recorded in legends. No one knows where it is or how to get there. Whether or not you can get there depends on your luck. When I was young, I saw a Mirage Domain open in the sky. Master went there and came back to tell me that it was called a Mirage Domain. He didn't even know about it before he went in. I don't know what Master found in there. After Master came back, he frantically searched through the ancient books for records of the Mirage Domain, but he didn't find anything. There wasn't even a trace of it. Master even asked the experts at that time, but there was still no news. All I know is that since then, Master has been like a madman. All he wanted to do was to look for the Mirage and nothing else. Luin listened quietly. Mirage Domain? He had fused with some of the people from Six Paths sect, but there was no record of this term at all. The crazy old man had a deep impression of the Mirage realm. Because his master had come out of the Mirage realm, everything had changed. Your master was killed by Chen Lu. Is it related to this Mirage Domain? Luin asked. Crazy old man said in a deep voice, other than that, I can't think of a reason why master was killed by Chen Lu. We have never seen Chen Lu. This person is from the Three Monarchs universe. We have never met him in the virtual God universe, even in the endless battlefield. Master said that if he were to die for no reason one day, it might have something to do with the mirage. Lu Yin tapped his fingers on the table. Chen Le might not have known about the mirage domain, and he had only been forced by Mr. Daheng to search for the landscape painting stone. Lu Yin did not know the reason, but Mr. Daheng definitely knew. What else did your master say about this mirage? Lu Yin was curious. The deranged old man shook his head bitterly. Master was about to go crazy at that time. His mouth was always full of words. He raised his head with a complicated look in his eyes. Ascending to the primordial realm, overcoming hardship and obtaining eternal life. Master has been saying these words for many years. His madness has also brought me madness. I don't know what these words mean, but I know that every time Master Lin spoke, he was filled with excitement. When Master said those words, he was very excited. Everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. The Bai clan didn't have a good time at that time, and it was because of those words. Lu Yin frowned. Ascending to the primordial realm? Overcoming hardship? Obtaining eternal life? A mere 9 words were enough to drive a half-martial ancestor mad? No matter how he looked at it, these words should have been said by a quack like Shenjiu. The door of the new inn opened, and cultivators from the battlefield entered one by one. Some were bathed in blood while others were carefree. The inn became lively. The Void Change Realm elder poured tea, not caring about his status at all. The deranged old man's gaze was still on Lu Yin. Estate Lord, if possible, please help me and avenge the Bai family. I'm begging you. Lu Yin looked at him. You don't have to ask. If possible, I will promise you before I complete it. Thank you, thank you. The deranged old man sighed. Right, don't worry about me. My life has no meaning. You don't have to take the risk to kill the Void Transformation Realm Corpse King. You think I'm taking a risk? Lu Yin asked. The deranged old man froze and looked at his arm again. Lu Yin had loosened his grip at some point, but his wrinkled clothes reminded him that Lu Yin had easily suppressed his aura. With such strength, killing a Void Transformation Realm Corpse King might not be a risk. The deranged old man was certain that Lu Yin had secrets, but this was not something he could ask. At that moment, the door opened again, and Lu Yin suddenly turned around to see a woman walking in. Their gazes met, and both of them were stunned by what they saw. Lu Yin stared blankly. Mistress? Why was she here? Right, she was helping to defend against the Six Paths Society. Was this the Void God Spacetime? At this moment, the Misty Ancestor was just as surprised as Lu Yin. In fact, she might even be more surprised. She had never expected to see Lu Yin in a new inn in the Void God Spacetime border battlefield. Even in her wildest dreams, she had seen through his disguise. She was so shocked that she froze in place. This was unimaginable for a progenitor, especially one from 9 mountains and 8 seas. Mistress Ancestor only walked in when someone urged her, walking towards Lu Yin step by step. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he shook his head. Mistress Ancestor saw this and walked past him to sit at an adjacent table. The deranged old man was still expressing his gratitude, whispering something to Lu Yin. Lu Yin tapped the table. You can cook now. Can't you see that we have guests? As for your life, keep it for yourself. The deranged old man stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you, Manor Head. Mistress Ancestor raised a brow. Manor Head? This title was not simple. This was definitely not the kid's first time here. How long had he been here? He must have come into contact with the Six Paths Society a long time ago. No wonder he was always in seclusion. The old man poured tea. Mistress Ancestor sat calmly, watching the steam rise from the tea. Although it was not good tea, drinking it on the battlefield was a different experience. Is this your first time here? Lu Yin looked at the Mist Ancestor with a smile. The old man looked at Lu Yin and then at Mistress Ancestor. This is the Manor Head of the Void God Spacetime's Manor Head. He was reminding Mistress Ancestor. Mistress Ancestor did not reveal any of her aura. Here, as long as she was willing, Cho Sun could not see through her cultivation. No matter how one looked at her, she seemed weak. Weak women were easily protected. Mistress Ancestor was indifferent as she watched the old man leave. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Yin smiled. Don't be so cold. It's rare for us to meet on the battlefield, so it must be fate. I don't need such fate. Mistress Ancestor sipped her tea. Lu Yin wanted to say something else, but Cho Sun looked at him. Manor Head Shin 7, this lady doesn't seem to welcome you. That has nothing to do with you, boss, Lu Yin said. Cho Sun stared at Lu Yin. It's not easy on the battlefield. If you can help her kill her enemies, then stay. If not, please give her some quiet space. Lu Yin was helpless. All right, then I'll be leaving. Boss Cho, I'll be back soon. He then walked towards the door. Thank you. Mistress Ancestor looked at Cho Sun. This was a progenitor. Cho Sun nodded. These are the rules of my new inn. He then left. Mistress Ancestor watched him leave, thinking that he was an interesting person. Lu Yin looked at the door and left the new inn. Before he left, he looked back and met Mistress Ancestor's eyes. Mistress Ancestor's departure from the void was related to Ancestor Long's death. She wanted to take revenge for Ancestor Long, but Chen Kong was not so easy to deal with. Lu Yin did not know if Chen Kong was still alive, and even if Mistress Ancestor found him, could she really kill Chen Kong? After his battle with Elder Mo, Lu Yin had a new understanding of true powerhouses. He closed the door and returned to the Red Domain. Half a year had passed since Xian 7 had left seclusion. It had been peaceful, and aside from a few visits, there had not been any major events. Lu Yin had nothing to do, so he would catch some spies, visit Su Heng and Su Lung, or chat with Su Wuji. He was leisurely, until he received news that the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. Luo Shan had been caught up in the battle between Celestial Victor and the Corpse God in the endless battlefield and had been heavily injured. His status was unknown and he was missing. This news came from Wendy Yushan. Over the past half a year, Lu Yin had been trying to contact her, but he could not reach Limitless directly. Only powerhouses were qualified to do so. Fortunately, Wendy Yushan knew the importance of Luo Shan's information, and she had tried to send it to the Fifth Mainland. Lu Yin had already arranged for people from the Fifth Mainland to return to the Void God spacetime every 2 days to inform him of the news from the Above Heaven sect. This was how he could obtain timely information on Luo Shan. At this moment, Luo Shan's information should have reached the powerhouses of the Six-Way Association. Lu Yin found Su Wuji and requested to meet the Void Master. Su Wuji was shocked. You want to meet the Void Master? What? Lu Yin replied, back at the Void Gate, I had something to tell him. Su Wuji did not pursue the matter. I might not be able to bring you to meet the Void Master. Let's try. A few days later, Su Wuji brought Lu Yin to the Void Master's location. Another half a month passed. In the hyperspace, Bai Qian represented Master Wei and proposed to the Grand Empyrean to abolish the Three Monarchs spacetime as one of the Six-Way Association. The reason was that Luo Shan's status was unknown, and Mu Jun was missing. The Three Monarchs spacetime could not rely on the Genesis space to hold on. They should find a replacement from the endless battlefield's 62 parallel universes. The Grand Empyrean did not reject this proposal, but he did not agree to it either. However, no one knew that the Grand Empyrean did not agree to this proposal. What was important was that Bai Qian could represent Master Wei and propose this to the Grand Empyrean. Master Wei was in seclusion, and Bai Qian could represent the hyperspace. This was what Lu Yin wanted. There was no better time than now. As he thought about this, Lu Yin headed to the Three Monarchs spacetime and found Chen Lu. It was time to change the Six-Way Association structure. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2781. At the bottom of the stairs, little Ling clan members were flying happily. Bai Qian looked at them and her mood was quite relaxed. Olds' voice sounded, My lord, the proposal to abolish the Three Monarchs spacetime has not been approved by the Dimensional Master. Will this cause the Dimensional Master to be disgusted? Bai Qian said lightly. Luo Shan and the Yu clan plotted against the Dimensional Master. At this moment, Luo Shan is missing. Taking the opportunity to eliminate the Three Monarchs spacetime is helping the Dimensional Master. Oldswa felt uneasy. Such a big matter was not discussed with the Dimensional Master. Once the Dimensional Master came out, how could he explain it? But he couldn't influence Bai Qian's decision. Bai Qian's eyes flickered. It was very risky to do so. Although the Dimensional Master definitely wanted to deal with Luo Shan, he had his own plan. If she did this, it would definitely destroy his plan. But now the arrow was on the bow and had to be released. Only by making the Origin Space one of the 6 direction guilds could she further cooperate with Lu Yin and get out of this cage. This was her only goal. No one knew when the Dimensional Master would come out. Perhaps when he came out, Lu Yin would not only solve the Three Monarchs spacetime, but also help her deal with the Dimensional Master. In the Three Monarchs spacetime, Chen Lu finally waited for Lu Yin. Since Lu Yin swaggered around the Three Monarchs spacetime, he especially wanted to talk to this person. Now the opportunity finally came. What do you want to do? Chen Lu stared at Lu Yin and asked in a suppressed voice. Luin laughed. You seem to like to ask this kind of question. Chen Lu said angrily, you made me lose face in the Three Monarchs spacetime. If the Star Lord didn't come out, how could I step down? Then don't step down. Luin looked at Chen Lu. Luo Shan is missing, you know? Chen Li's eyes flashed. I just got the news. Luin and Chen Lu looked at each other. It's time to kick the Three Monarchs spacetime out. Chen Li's face twitched. What do you want to do? Lu Yin's mouth curved. Are you willing to do it? Chen Li's eyes flickered. He looked at Lu Yin and didn't speak. Lu Yin didn't urge him and waited quietly. After a while, Chen Lu said, with the attitude of the origin space, they will not agree. Lu Yin laughed. So you don't dare? Chen Li's eyes narrowed. You lied to me. What did I lie to? Why didn't you tell me about the feud between the Lu family and the reincarnation universe? These words had been buried in Chen Li's heart for a very long time. In the beginning he truly hadn't known, but when the passage had opened and the Three Monarch spacetimes had confronted the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin had entered the Six Direction Society's field of vision. As a progenitor, Chen Lu had also understood the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin, and the truth behind the Lu family's exile. These things could be investigated if he wanted to, but he had never thought about it. It was also because of these things that he regretted working with Lu Yin. If he had known that Lu Yin was an enemy of the reincarnation spacetime and the Shaoying divinity, he would never have cooperated. He would rather take the risk of being controlled by Mr. Daheng to avoid Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched as Chen Li's calm expression turned into anger, and he couldn't help but laugh. Chen Lu, oh Chen Lu, to think that you're such a coward despite being an extreme powerhouse. Chen Lu clenched his fists. Back when you were the head of the Mo courtyard, you were controlled by Mr. Daheng and worked for him. You broke through to the Lamita realm and cooperated with me because you were afraid of Mr. Daheng? You were afraid that he would continue to control you, and you were also worried that Luo Shan would find out about you. You're so afraid of this and that. How can you be an extreme powerhouse? Chen Lu said angrily, aren't you also afraid of the great heavenly venerables and willing to be punished to go to the endless battlefield? Am I an extreme powerhouse? Lu Yin shouted. Chen Lu was stunned. Lu Yin continued, what age am I? What cultivation level am I at? You know very well what I've experienced. What about the great heavenly venerables? They are of the same generation as the primogenitor of the primordial space. Above the 3 realms and 6 paths, even the patriarch of the Lu family may have to address the great heavenly venerables as senior. I, Lu Yin, have not even reached a fraction of the great heavenly venerables cultivation level. If I were of the same generation, there would be no great heavenly venerables today. If I reach the Lamita realm, what can the great heavenly venerables do to me? What I'm worried about is the celestial sect. They are my family, friends, people I care about, and people I want to protect. What about you? You only care about yourself. You only care about what will happen to you. Have you ever had a statue built for you? Have you ever been truly revered, cared for, and prayed for? Have you ever become the pillar of support in some people's hearts? Chen Lu clenched his fists and seemed to think of something. His breathing quickened. Don't say it. Lu Yin shouted. Have you ever cared about anyone? Don't say it. Chen Lu roared, staring at Lu Yin like a mad lion. Lu Yin also stared at him. Chen Lu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After a while, he calmed down. I don't want to be a tool for your Lu family to take revenge on the reincarnation spacetime. Lu Yin said in a deep voice. Now let the primordial space become one of the 6 paths. Chen Lu struggled. He was worried about Lu Yin's revenge, worried about the reincarnation spacetime, but also worried about Mr. Daheng and Luo Shan. He was worried about too many things, causing his heart to be in a mess. I might as well tell you, even if the primordial space can't become one of the 6 paths, the 3 sovereign spacetime will inevitably leave the 6 paths, Lu Yin said. Chen Lu was shocked. The 3 sovereign spacetime will leave the 6 paths? Luo Shan is missing and you know where Mu Jun is. As for the Star Lord, I already know the location of those people from the Starfall spacetime. Do you think she can escape? The 3 sovereign spacetime does not live up to its name. If this spacetime is supported by the 4-side scale, do you think the Grand Empyrean will still let this spacetime become one of the 6 paths? Will Master Wei agree? Don't forget, Luo Shan joined forces with the Shaoying divinity and the Yu family to attack him. Master Wei has long wanted to destroy Luo Shan and solve the 3 sovereign spacetime, but he has never had the chance. Now the opportunity is just right. I received news that the hyperspace has proposed to the Grand Empyrean to abolish the 3 sovereign spacetime and let it become one of the endless battlefield. Then, find a parallel spacetime to replace the three sovereign spacetime. Even if it is not the primordial space, it will be another parallel spacetime, and this spacetime will forever remain in the endless battlefield. Cultivation is cruel. No one cares about old feelings and will forever retain the three sovereign spacetime. The strong will rise and the weak will be eliminated. This is the rule of survival in the universe. Qinlu did not believe it, but Luyin was right. Master Wei would indeed deal with the three sovereign spacetime. Now that Mu Jun was captured by Lu Yin and Luo Jun was missing, once the Star Lord left, this spacetime would be completely destroyed. Rely on the four-side scale to retain the position of the paths? How was that possible? This spacetime was already riddled with holes. You still don't believe me? You think that the four-side scale's progenitors can help you defend the three sovereign spacetime? Lu Yin looked at Chen Lu and sneered, then what if the above heaven sect starts a war with the four-side scale? Chen Li's body trembled as he looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin's gaze was deep and cold. You know the enmity between me and the four-side scale. We can start a war at any time. Lung Qing has broken through to the progenitor realm, Mu Jun has submitted, and I have a way to make the Star Lord submit as well. Do you think I will be afraid of a few more progenitors? The Grand Empyrean said that the Six-Side Society is not allowed to enter the primordial space as they wish, but he can't interfere with the internal affairs of the primordial space. Once the war starts, even if it's just the beginning, Bai Sheng and the others can return. Chen Lu retorted, Bai Sheng and the others were ordered by the Grand Empyrean to defend the Six-Side Society, how can they return? So, the condition for stopping the war is that they cannot stay in the three sovereign spacetime and help defend the Six-Side Society, not the three sovereign spacetime. Chen Lu looked at Lu Yin with fear. This person was too vicious, using this condition to force Bai Sheng and the others to give up the three sovereign spacetime. If they succeeded, the three sovereign spacetime would no longer have any powerhouses. How could it still be called the Six-Side Society? Even if the Grand Empyrean wanted to preserve the three sovereign spacetime, where would the three sovereign spacetime find the powerhouses to protect it? Chen Li didn't know if the remaining forces of the four-side scale could fight against the above heaven sect. He didn't understand by Wang Yuan's and Wang Fan's strength at all. He could only calculate from the numbers. The remaining three progenitors of the four-side scale couldn't stop so many progenitors from the above heaven sect. This result was very easy to achieve. Of course, Lu Yin was just scaring Chen Lu. By Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, and Xia Xinji weren't easy to deal with, and with the unfathomable Bai Xiener and their relationship with the reincarnation spacetime, they would be even more difficult to deal with. Now was not the time to start the war. At the very least, he had to wait until the Genesis space became one of the Six-Side Societies and until he understood Bai Wang Yuan's strength. However, this didn't stop him from scaring Chen Lu. This person was too suspicious, and Lu Yin was certain that every word he said would cause a heavy blow. The Grand Empyrean forbids anyone from casually stepping into the Genesis space. Can I join the above heaven sect? Qin Li's tone softened. Lu Yin smiled. If you step in, you'll be an outsider. If you join the above heaven sect, you'll be one of us. Why can't the Grand Empyrean allow one of us to return? Qin Li still had some misgivings. If you're really afraid, then go to the Void God spacetime. I'll invite you as Shen Qi and no one will say anything. Qin Li sighed. What about that passage? I've already found 3 origin array heavenly masters who can reseal the passage. Without Luo Shan's obstruction, no one can stop me from sealing the passage. When the time comes, this place will become one of the endless battlefields. Senior Qinlu, welcome to the above heaven sect. Qinlu looked at Lu Yin in a daze. The above heaven sect? In the end he was forced to join. Lu Yin also breathed a sigh of relief. This Qinlu was the biggest obstacle. This person was cooperating on the surface, but in fact he couldn't wait for Lu Yin to die. Before entering the endless battlefields, he and Qinlu had looked at each other and saw the look in the depths of this person's eyes that couldn't wait for Lu Yin to die. This person was not sincerely seeking refuge but was forced to do so. If possible, it would be best to appoint a general. After dealing with Qinlu, it would be simple to deal with Star Monarch. Lu Yin confirmed again and again that Qinlu had guaranteed that Star Monarch cared about the people from the Starshade universe the most. The Starshade universe was one of the endless battlefields, and Star Monarch had transferred the people from her hometown from the Starshade universe and placed them in the Three Sovereigns universe. Chen Li couldn't come forward to prevent the negotiation from being exposed. Lu Yin also didn't meet Star Monarch with Shen Qi's appearance. Instead, he returned to his own appearance, restrained his cultivation, came to the Rainbow Wall, and secretly met Star Monarch. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2782. Star-Lord stood on the rainbow wall and looked into the distance in a daze. She had already received news of Luo Shan's disappearance and felt uneasy. She did not like Luo Shan, but she did not hate him either. After so many years without Luo Shan, she could not protect those people in the Starshine universe. At most, she could guard in dangerous places like the endless battlefield. Although they were husband and wife on the surface, she and Luo Shan did not speak more than 3 sentences a year. They did not even meet each other. This relationship had been maintained for a long time, and she wanted to continue it. However, Luo Shan's disappearance was bad news for the Three Sovereigns universe. Once Luo Shan died, what would happen to this universe? What would happen to the people she wanted to protect? Star-Lord, who had always been calm, had complicated emotions at this moment. I said no one is allowed to approach, Star-Lord said faintly. Her sovereign aura swept behind her as she sensed that someone was coming. If it were any other time she would at most throw him down, but at this moment, her mood was complicated and she was a little heavy-handed. However, the person behind her did not move. Star-Lord suddenly turned around and saw Lu Yin. It's you? Lu Yin smiled faintly. Senior Star-Lord, we meet again. Star-Lord said coldly, hiding the head and showing the tail shouldn't be done by you, Master Lu. I can't let others know that I'm looking for you today. Otherwise it will be bad for you, Lu Yin said. Star-Lord was puzzled. What do you mean? Lu Yin turned on his gadget and a screen appeared. On it was a scene of a group of people living. Those people were very ordinary and there was nothing special about them, but in Star-Lord's eyes there was a change. For her, who had always been calm, to have such a change was equivalent to losing her color. How do you know about them? Star-Lord's aura was unstable as she looked at Lu Yin with coldness and killing intent. Lu Yin turned off the screen and put away his gadget. Luo Shan is missing and I am about to declare war on the Four Sovereigns universe and force Bai Sheng and the others to go back or help defend against other parallel universes, leaving only you and Qin Lu in the Three Sovereigns universe. Senior, do you think this is okay? Star-Lord stared at Lu Yin for a while before calmly turning her gaze away. You want me to join the sect above heaven? Lu Yin smiled. It's easy to talk to smart people. Yes, but on one condition, Star-Lord replied. Lu Yin raised his brows as he had not expected Tai Bai Jinxing to agree so readily. He swallowed the words that he had been about to say. What condition? Migrate the 3 monarch spacetime. The people here are innocent. Your heavenly sect should be able to take them away. Lu Yin agreed as this was part of his plan. He was the one who had single-handedly turned the 3 sovereign spacetime continuum into one of the endless battlefields, which meant that the people here could not be allowed to remain. Otherwise, if the Eternals invaded, they would all die. Lu Yin's conscience could not bear it as he was not sovereign Shaoyin. The heavenly sect's half-martial ancestors and ancestor realm experts were more than enough to take them away in the shortest time possible. You don't miss this place? The Star Sovereign's back was to Lu Yin as he gazed into the distance. War has been going on for far too long. The universe in my eyes is always like this, filled with slaughter and blood. Pairs of scarlet vertical eyes often appear, and it's hard to shake them off. Extreme experts are humans too. There are times when they want to escape. Just treat it as me trying to escape. Once we reach the Sky Sect, I won't help you with anything. Lu Yin nodded, as you wish. What about Luo Shan? Lord Tai Bai Jinxing said bitterly, he has always been helping me. Without him, I would not have been able to protect my hometown. If one day he needs my help, Taoist Master Lu, I will not sit by and do nothing. Lu Yin did not refuse as this was the Star-Lord's choice. But in the future he and Luo Shan's life and death were inevitable. One Star-Lord could not change the situation. Many people thought that Luo Shan might have died. Not many people could survive the battle between the corpse god and celestial victor. However, Lu Yin knew that Luo Shan would not die so easily. Mu Jun had already told him about Luo Shan, and Lu Yin was certain that Luo Shan was extremely strong. It seemed that the Three Sovereigns universe was at the bottom of the Six Direction Association, but Luo Shan might not be at the bottom. Lu Yin was in a hurry to attack the Three Sovereigns universe because of this. He wanted to deal with Luo Shan before he returned and try his best to keep Luo Shan in the endless battlefield. What do you plan to do with Chunlo? Lord Tai Bai Jinxing asked. Lu Yin said, leave the Rainbow Wall. He must stay here. What you need to do is to help me isolate Bai Sheng and the others from probing so that I can migrate the Three Sovereigns universe's people to the Fifth Mainland without any hindrance. Of course, you have to deal with those people from Mohe Courtyard first and get them to cooperate with me. Lord Taibai Jinxing looked at Lu Yin. What if Bai Sheng and the others detect it midway? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Then I will declare war on the 4 cardinal scales and force them to return temporarily or give up on interfering in this matter. Lord Taibai Jinxing turned around. Let's do as you say. Whether it was Chen Lu or Lord Taibai Jinxing, they did not understand the 4 cardinal scales at all. Even Luo Shan did not understand. If not for this, Lu Yin would have found it difficult to declare war on the 4 cardinal scales. In the following time, Lord Taibai Jinxing left the Rainbow Wall. Chen Lu cooperated tacitly and pretended not to know anything as he came to guard the Rainbow Wall. Lord Taibai Jinxing also helped Lu Yin gather the half-ancestors from Mohe Courtyard and forced them to cooperate with Lu Yin in migrating the 3 sovereigns universes people to the 5th mainland. No one dared to refuse. Lu Yin found Elder Chan, Lung Qing, Lu Bujing, Fate Maiden, and the other half-ancestors and began to migrate the entire 3 sovereigns universe. On the Xinwu continent, Divine Master Gu Yin, Heavenly Master Shangxing, and Elder Gong came together. They were going to work together to set up a luck path array to seal the passage again and isolate the 3 sovereigns universe. The 3 sovereigns universe joined forces to move the 5th mainland. There were more than 20 half-ancestors and progenitors. It took more than 3 months to move the entire 3 sovereigns universe's people away. After 3 months, the sovereign domain, Upper Monarch Starfield and Lower Monarch Starfield were completely empty. Lu Yin left the sovereign domain and went to Mohe Courtyard. He entered the Imperial Storehouse and looked at the boundless amount of Hui crystals and various other resources. These were all his now. Although Luo Shan had brought the most precious items with her, the amount of resources in the Imperial Storehouse was enough to make Lu Yin sigh in amazement. When he had first looked at the Imperial Storehouse, he had estimated that there were no less than 1 trillion Hui crystals. Now that he had truly entered the storehouse, Lu Yin realized that there were more than 800 billion Hui crystals here. This was a terrifying amount of resources. He immediately took these Hui crystals to the Above the Sky sect and contacted Yi Xing's people at the same time. Once the 3 Sovereigns Universe's 6 Paths Association was abolished, the value of Hui crystals would plummet, and this amount of Hui crystals would be worthless. Lu Yin had to exchange them before that happened. At the same time, on the Xinwu continent, Divine Master Gu Yin and the others began to set up a sourcebox array. At the back mountain of the Above the Sky sect, Lu Yin looked at the unknown object swimming in his teacup and then at Zhao Ran. You've improved. Zhao Ran was delighted. Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness, will that sister from last time come again? Lu Yin was puzzled. Which sister? Zhao Ran thought for a moment and then gestured. Lu Yin did not understand, so she continued to gesture. Are you talking about Bailan? Lu Yin could tell. Why are you asking about her? Zhao Ran was excited. She drank a few cups of my tea, but Zhao Ran is out of stock, so I forgot about it at the time. She even said that she hadn't drunk it before and wanted to apologize. Lu Yin smiled. She's here. She'll be here soon. Really? Then I'll help her prepare it. Okay. Not long after Bailan arrived. Madame Naylan should have been in charge of the Yi Xing exchange in the Genesis space, but she had just joined the Yi Xing and gone to learn, so Bailan was now in charge. I didn't think that Path Master Lu would contact me so soon. Bailan sat down across from Lu Yin and smiled. Lu Yin smiled. There is business. Did you bring enough money? My people always bring enough money when they travel the universe. How much does Path Master Lu want to exchange? Which parallel universe do you want the money from? Bailan asked confidently. Lu Yin pointed behind her. Bailan looked over, but there was nothing there. Then the void distorted and the valley opened up. She saw an endless amount of glittering crystals. Bailan had exchanged for a large number of crystals before, but this was the first time she had seen so many of them. Before this, the largest amount she had ever traded had only been 3 trillion, which was already considered a rare large transaction. Furthermore, it had been done by an extremely strong powerhouse. However, this was not because of how valuable these crystals were, but because there were so many of them. How much is this? Bailan was shocked. Lu Yin took a sip of tea. 8 trillion. Bailan was stunned. Pathmaster Lu, you tore down the rainbow wall? Lu Yin laughed. That's more than 8 trillion, and it's very difficult to exchange the monarch's aura within the rainbow wall for Hui crystals. Bailan obviously knew this, but she was just amazed. She looked deeply at Lu Yin. Logically speaking, the Yi Xing should not have asked about the origin of the other party's resources, but she was too curious. If there were 8 trillion star essence below, she would not have been curious, but these were Hui crystals, which were resources from the 3 monarch spacetimes. How could she not be curious? She dared to guarantee that even the 3 monarchs might not be able to take out so many Hui crystals at once. Where had this person gotten them? Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. The Emperor's warehouse in the 3 monarch spacetimes was specifically used to replenish the Rainbow Wall. Zhao Ran arrived, and when she saw Bailan, she was delighted. "Sister, you're really here? That's great, the tea is ready." Bailan grunted and took the tea. She raised a brow. This was even stranger than the last time. She looked at Zhao Ran. Zhao Ran apologized. "I'm sorry, sister. I'm out of stock. I forgot that you drank my tea and you even drank a few cups." Bailan hurriedly said, "It's fine, you don't have to apologize." Lu Yin looked at her with a faint smile. He knew that she wanted to inquire about him through Zhao Ran, but she had found the wrong person. After Zhao Ran's interruption, Bailan came back to her senses and looked at Lu Yin again. "Path Master Lu, which parallel spacetime do you want to exchange for resources from?" "The Genesis space." Bailan was helpless. "Don't joke around, Path Master Lu. We've only just come into contact with the Genesis space, so how can we help you exchange for such a large amount of resources?" Lu Yin was not surprised. He would have felt uneasy if he could exchange for resources, as that meant that the I Ching's power was terrifying. "The reincarnation spacetime," Lu Yin said. Bailan looked at Lu Yin. "Path Master Lu, this is your first exchange, so let me remind you of something. Although the reincarnation spacetime is also a star essence resource, it might not be easy for you to use it." Lu Yin smiled. "Thank you for the reminder, but the sovereign aura within the Hui crystals is even more difficult to use. It doesn't matter. At worst, I'll exchange for something else in the future, or I'll wait until your I Ching has resources from the Genesis space to exchange for them." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2783. Bailan blinked and suggested, "Then why don't we keep the Hui crystals and exchange them for resources in the origin space? This way we can save a lot of commission and the exchange rate will be different." Lu Yin shook his head. "There's no need for that. Let's just do it like this." "All right. Since Tao Lord Lu has decided, 8 trillion luminosity crystals can be exchanged for 16 billion star essence in the reincarnation spacetime," Bailan said. Lu Yin was stunned and thought that he had misheard. "How much did you say? 16 billion star essence?" Bailan smiled. Lu Yin's face darkened. "Are you joking with me?" Bailan shrugged. Originally, in the 6 Direction Association, the exchange ratio between Reincarnation Universe and 3 Monarch Universe resources is 1 to 100. After all, the people who use Hui Crystal are limited to 3 Monarch Universe, and the people who cultivate the power of Reincarnation Universe are far more than the cultivators of 3 Monarch Universe, so normally, 3 Monarch Universe will not exchange Hui Crystal outside because it is too much of a loss. Now that Luo Shan is missing, the exchange ratio of Hui crystals is naturally lowered to about 1 to 500. This is the ratio that your origin space's 4 cardinal scales helped to defend against the 3 monarch spacetime when Luo Shan went missing. Once Luo Shan's death is confirmed, Hui crystals will be completely worthless. Let alone 16 billion, you won't even be able to exchange for 6 billion. Right, Tao Lord Lu, you'll also be giving me a commission of 160 million star essence. Thank you for your patronage. Seeing Bulan's smiling face, Lu Yin decided to send her off. What a joke. Only an idiot would exchange 8 trillion star essence for 16 billion star essence. Lu Yin could easily obtain 16 billion star essence, and as for the Hui crystals, he could use them for himself. The Fates and continent had tricolored soil around his heart. Even though he did not know what it was used for, Lu Yin did not care too much about it. But now, it seemed that he would have to expand his scope. If he could use it and still exchanged it like this, there would be something wrong with his brain. What a loss. Not only did he not succeed in the exchange, but I Ching also knew that he had such a large sum of Hui crystals. He would definitely be able to guess something. But it didn't matter. He was ready to lay his cards on the table. The 3 monarchs universe was over. As long as Bai Sheng and the others did not deliberately enter the 3 monarchs spacetime, they would not be able to sense it. They also did not have the habit of caring about the 3 monarchs spacetime. But the passage was different. It was not only about the 3 monarchs spacetime, but also about their own fate. Once the passage was sealed, they would have no way to return to the starry sky of trees and could only rely on the help of the 6 Paths Association. When Divine Master Gu Yen and the others began to set up a source box array to seal off the passage, Ancestor Ghost Abyss was the first to discover the problem. They would not leave their fate in the hands of others. Even if the Three Monarchs universe would not allow the Fifth Mainland to seal the passage again, they would still keep an eye on it. Several old ancestors who helped to defend this starry sky had also discussed it and decided to take turns to monitor it. This was something that the people from the Three Monarchs universe did not know. Ancestor Ghost Abyss looked back at the three sovereigns time and space, looking in the direction of the passage, and a burst of uneasiness made his heart beat faster. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more intuition one would have. At this moment he was being led by this intuition. His gaze was fixed on the passage, and the more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. He hesitated for a moment. It was better to go and take a look. Thinking of this, he left the rainbow wall. The Star Sovereign's expression changed. He immediately wanted to stop her, but someone was faster than him. It was Chen Lu. Chen Lu subconsciously went forward to stop him. They could not wait for the Star Venerate at all to prevent the Star Venerate from being unable to stop the Ghost Abyss Ancestor. Chen Lu appeared not far from the Ghost Abyss Ancestor and asked, "Ancestor Ghost Abyss, why aren't you guarding the rainbow wall? What are you doing?" The Ghost Abyss Ancestor frowned. "Chen Lu, right? Why aren't you guarding the rainbow wall?" "I saw you leave, so I came to ask. The Forgotten Ruin God can attack the rainbow wall at any time, so we can't be careless. Looking at your direction, are you going back to the origin space? That won't do. Lord Luo has ordered that no powerhouse guarding the rainbow wall can leave at will. He told me to keep an eye on you," Shinlu said bluntly. The Ghost Abyss Ancestor was dissatisfied. He was Wang Fan. Although he was cooperating with the Luo Shan, what right did the Luo Shan have to order him around? If they were not afraid of the Grand Empyreans, they would not have helped defend the Three Monarchs spacetime. "You want to restrict my freedom?" The Ghost Abyss Ancestor's tone turned cold. Bai Xing, Xia Zhen, and the others saw what was happening and were somewhat puzzled. Qinle should not have interacted with them. Even if they were fighting with the Eternals, this person would use his archery skills to stay far away. Taixing Jun watched Chen Lu block the Ghost Abyss Ancestor and sighed. She had asked Lu Yin how to deal with Chen Lu before, and Lu Yin's attitude was vague. She had guessed that Chen Lu might have already defected, and now it was confirmed. How long had the passage been connected? This above heaven's path master had actually incited Chen Lu and her to defect. If Mu Jun had not disappeared then... Suddenly, Taixing Jun's expression changed. Chen Lu, her, Mu Jun and Lord Luo had all met with mishaps. They had either disappeared or defected. Could all of this be related to this person? Although this guess was somewhat absurd, and before the passage was connected, this person had nothing to do with the Three Monarchs spacetime. It was reasonable to say that Mu Jun's disappearance could not be related to him. But for some reason, when she thought of this possibility, countless voices told her that this was the case. Lu Yin had acted against Mu Jun. He had been preparing and had been watching the Three Monarchs spacetime. From the beginning to the end, it was not the Three Monarchs spacetime that had schemed against him, but he had schemed against them. All of this was an illusion that the Three Monarchs spacetime, the Six Direction Society, and even the Grand Empyreans could not see through. All of this was Lu Yin's doing. He made Mu Jun disappear, incited Chen Lu to defect, and then used the people of the Starfall spacetime and Luo Shan's encounter in the endless battlefield to instigate her to defect. Step by step, his calculations were perfect. Could it be? Taixing Jun looked at the confrontation between Chen Lu and the Ghost Abyss Ancestor, and this crazy possibility kept occupying her mind. Could it be? Could it be? If not, how could Lu Yin incite Chen Lu to defect to her in such a short time? How could he take away the people of the Starfall spacetime? How did he know that her weakness was the people of the Starfall spacetime? The time was too short, so short that he should not have found out all of this, but he did. It was as if he had recorded all the steps and walked step by step, as if he was playing chess according to the chess book, and she and the others were his chess pieces. Thinking of this possibility, Taixing Jun's face turned pale. If this is the case, this person is too terrifying. How long has he been watching the Three Monarchs spacetime? In the starry sky, Chen Li's expression softened. "Old Ancestor Gue Yuan, please don't blame me. I don't mean to restrict your freedom, but the Rainbow Wall is too important to my Three Monarchs spacetime, so I have to be careful. Once you leave, the Forgotten Ruins God will start a war and break through the Rainbow Wall, and my Three Monarchs spacetime will be finished. Lord Luo Jun is fighting in the endless battlefield, so we have to help him guard the Rainbow Wall." Old Ancestor Gue Yuan said coldly, "Don't leave. I'm just looking at the passage. With that said, he was about to walk towards the passage. Qin blocked him again. What's there to see about the passage? Don't worry, the origin space can't move the passage, so I'll keep an eye on it. Compared to me, old ancestor Guiyuan, your strength is more suitable to guard the rainbow wall. Old ancestor Guiyuan was not stupid. Qin moved 3 times trying to block his way every time. He felt that something was wrong. Get out of the way. Qin frowned. What do you want to do? I think you're not looking at the passage but going back to the origin space. I'll say it again, get out of the way. Old ancestor Guiyuan's body was boiling with death aura, then his expression changed drastically. Not good, the passage is about to be sealed. He directly attacked Qin, the pearl halberd sweeping across. Qin Li's heart sank, he was discovered. He no longer hid and raised his hand to shoot an arrow. The arrow shot towards old ancestor Guiyuan, but it was deflected by the pearl halberd. You've joined the above heaven sect? Old ancestor Guiyuan stared at Qin in disbelief. Xia Zhen and Bai Xing walked out together and headed towards the passage. Star-Lord was helpless. Since that was the case, she raised her hand and endless majestic monarch aura swept out from the rainbow wall, sweeping the 3 monarch spacetime cultivators guarding the rainbow wall towards the passage. It was time to leave, this starry sky had become a dead zone. Bai Xing and the others immediately noticed the change in the rainbow wall. Star-Lord, what are you doing? Outside the rainbow wall, the Eternal Race's corpse king appeared. They also noticed the change and began to fight the 3 monarch spacetime. Bai Xing and the others were at a loss. What was going on? The 2 progenitors of the 3 monarch spacetime had given up on guarding the rainbow wall and joined the above heaven sect. Because they had to leave with the cultivators guarding the rainbow wall, Star-Lord transferred half of the rainbow wall's monarch aura to bring them away, so the rest of the rainbow wall was useless. Old ancestor Guiyuan, Bai Xing and Xia Zhen all attacked Qin. Qin Li's scalp went numb. He had experienced the power of the progenitors in the primal space, and he didn't dare to face them head-on. He only wanted to retreat from the primal space. As for the Grand Empyrean's order that no one from the 6 monarch spacetime could enter the primal space without permission, he could only believe Lu Yin's words. They were no longer people of the 3 monarch spacetime, but people of the above heaven sect in the primal space. If he wanted to leave, he could only go all the way. However, it wasn't so easy for him to retreat. How could he leave so easily when facing old ancestor Guiyuan and the others? Fortunately, old Zhen and Lung Qing walked out from the passage, causing old ancestor Guiyuan and the others to feel apprehensive. At this moment, old ancestor Guiyuan and the others stared at Qin and blocked Star-Lord. Old Zhen and Lung Qing met them head-on. Further south was the Eternal Race's corpse king. The Eternal Race had broken through the rainbow wall and officially entered the 3 monarchs spacetime. The 3 of you, let's go back to your home. Old Zhen stepped aside and said. Old ancestor Guiyuan said in a low voice, you want the 3 monarchs spacetime to be invaded by the Eternal Race, so that you can deprive the 3 monarchs spacetime of its identity as a member of the 6 Direction Association? Old Zhen said indifferently, since you already know, why say it again? Bai Xing stared at Qin in surprise. You can agree to this? Aren't you afraid that Luo Shan will come back and kill you? Xia Zhen looked at Star-Lord. You are Luo Shan's wife, what are you planning to do? Qin Li's voice was cold. It has nothing to do with you. At this moment, the 3 monarch spacetime is already a dead zone, there's not a single person. Either you go back or stay here and fight the Eternal Race, it's up to you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2784. Ancestor Guiyuan and the other 2 looked at each other. Of course, they couldn't stay in the 3 monarchs universe. Everyone in the 3 monarchs universe had run away. What would they do if they stayed? Was he courting death? Moreover, they couldn't be blamed for this. It wasn't that they didn't want to help defend against the 6 Direction sect, but that the 3 monarchs spacetime had been destroyed, and they couldn't go to other parallel spacetime. Let's go back. Ancestor Guiyuan was very straightforward. He restrained his aura, indicating that he would not attack. Then he walked toward the passage. Qin felt that it was a pity. According to the plan, they should have left these 3 old things here, but they had been discovered in advance, so they could only do this. Bai Xing has an absurd feeling. A year ago, Luo Shan was high-spirited and joined forces with the 4 sides balance to threaten the heavenly sect. Lu Shaoxian was so scared that he wanted to rely on the 3 sovereigns universe, but now it's like this. How long had it been? How did he do it? Ancestor Gui Yuan and Xia Zhen also found it hard to believe, but they had no one to answer their questions. It was already good enough that they could return to the starry sky of trees. Soon, the three sovereigns' time and space completely became a dead zone. The passageway was sealed once again. In the reincarnation space-time, there was a region called Jiutian Shidi. The 9 heavens represented the 9 sages. At their peak, the Grand Empyrean ordered the 9 sages to stand behind him. The 9 sages stood under the Grand Empyrean and commanded reincarnation. No one dared to disobey. And below the 9 heavens 10 earths, there was a heavenly gate. Anyone who wanted to see the Grand Empyrean had to enter through the heaven gate and report to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. There were only a few exceptions who could traverse the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The Void Lord was one of them. At that moment, the Void Master was standing on top of the clouds, looking into the distance. There was no one around, but his expression was respectful, as if he was facing the vast sky. You're suggesting that the origin space become one of the 6 direction associations? An ethereal voice came from afar. Even Void Master could not tell whether the voice was male or female, or where it came from. It was as if the world itself was responding. Void Master nodded. Senior has already abolished the 3 monarchs and became one of the 6 direction associations. Therefore, I suggest that the primordial space, which has a lot of experts, should fill the gap. This way, we can pull the experts of the primordial space into the camp to fight against the Eternals, and we can also maintain the order of the endless battlefield. Senior, you know very well that it's not easy to transfer a piece of parallel space-time from the endless battlefield to complete the hexagon order. The Eternals won't let it go. It will be a war that will involve many extreme powerhouses. Our hexagon order isn't willing to take on such a war. But we can't do without the 6 Directions Guild. I think the primordial space is the most suitable. Clouds drifted across the sky, bringing with them a strange fragrance. A rainbow hung in the air. A woman walked past, her beauty incomparable. When she saw the Void Master, she bowed respectfully. Void Master waited for Grand Empyrean's reply. Void armor. The Void Master bowed. Yes. Did you just come up with this idea, or have you already discussed it with others? The Void Master did not dare to hide anything. I've already discussed it with Shangu. Shangu agreed? The Void Master replied, as long as it doesn't trigger a war, he will agree. The Lost Clan can't afford any losses. Don't underestimate the Lost Clan. If he does not dare, then whoever can come see me in Jiutian Shidi and obtain my approval will be the ruler of the primordial space. The Void Master bowed. Understood. Junior will take his leave. The Grand Empyrean's words were meant for the primordial space to hear and passed on through the Void Master. However, the Void Master would only pass this message to Lu Yin. The 4 direction scales and the astral tree had nothing to do with him. Information was a weapon. If the 4 direction scales knew about the Grand Empyrean, they would definitely think of ways to come to Jiutian Shidi. However, they did not know. The primordial space was divided into the 5th continent and the astral tree. Neither side was willing to submit to the other. Whoever could obtain the Grand Empyrean's approval and become the ruler would obtain the resources of the 6 direction associations and even obtain their help in dealing with the other side. This was the meaning of the Grand Empyrean's words. Just as the Void Master left, a piece of news spread to Jiutian Shidi. The Lu family's son is quite capable to completely destroy the 3 sovereign space-time and instigated a rebellion. Master, how should we deal with this? Forget it. Let them be. The primordial space is already one of the 6 direction associations. That brat Void Gia's timing is quite accurate. Disciple will investigate. No need. It's just for fun. I'm really curious about the Lu family's son. Now that the Lu family has been exiled, what will his attitude be when he meets me? Lu Yin quickly received news from the Void Master, and his heart sank. Meeting the Grand Empyrean was not child's play. The Grand Empyrean was of the same generation as the primogenitor and was an old monster who had lived for an extremely long time. Old Monster Mo was already quite troublesome to deal with, but Old Monster Mo should be no different from a child in front of the Grand Empyrean. Most importantly, the Grand Empyrean hated the primordial space. It was because of this attitude that the Shaoyin divinity had suggested that the Lu family bear the blame and be exiled. The root of all of this was the Grand Empyrean. It was too early to meet the Grand Empyrean now, but this was a necessary step for the 6 direction associations. Lu Yin had already expected this, but now that it was actually happening, he still had to be prepared. No matter what, he was certain that the Grand Empyrean would not act against him. With Mr. Mu's guarantee, Lu Yin actually did not fear the Grand Empyrean. The reason why he had listened to the Grand Empyrean's punishment and gone to the endless battlefield was because he had been afraid of the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages, the Grand Empyrean's influence in the 6 direction associations and Luo Shan. A single word from the Grand Empyrean could end the Above Heaven sect, and with just a little bit of support, Luo Shan could join forces with the 4 direction scales to start a war. This was not something that Lu Yin could handle. Now that he had become one of the 6 direction associations, he no longer had any misgivings. If he only had to face the Grand Empyrean, then who cared? Even if the sky collapsed, Mr. Mu would hold it up. The primordial space was already one of the 6 direction associations, which gave Lu Yin a sense of security. Even if he offended the Grand Empyrean, he would not be attacked by the 6 direction associations. Even if that did not work out, there was still the Eternals. Lu Yin did not know why the Eternals valued him so much. There was the Witch Spirit God's scheme, the Black Wushan's 100,000-year opportunity, and the Forgetful Ruins God, but he knew that he would not be destroyed so easily, especially when it came to the reincarnation spacetime. Lu Yin was relaxed, but the others were not. As Lu Yin's contact with the 6 direction associations deepened, the people of the Above Heaven sect were very clear about the Grand Empyrean's attitude. If Lu Yin faced the Grand Empyrean alone, who knew what would happen? The Blood Ancestor, Elder Chan, Master Shan, and the others all met with Lu Yin and tried to persuade him not to go. At worst, he could just give up on becoming the primordial space's ruler or let someone else go. But this time Lu Yin was determined to go. Senior Musier also came and he looked at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. Taking risks is not your style. Is there a reason? Lu Yin smiled. Master guarantees that the Grand Empyrean will not act against me. Musier sighed. As expected, it's because of Master. Sometimes I really don't know what kind of existence Master is. When we first met, Master told me to display all of my strength and think of a way to move him so that I could become his disciple. To be honest, I didn't really care about it at that time. I just wanted to show off. With my age, the opportunities one had obtained, and my cultivation talent was enough to surpass those of my generation. I also wanted to show off. How rare was that opportunity? I used all of my strength, but Master's expression did not change at all. I felt a little frustrated, but fortunately he still accepted me as his disciple. At that time, I only thought that Master was a half-ancestor, but the more I learned, the more I felt that Master was a progenitor. Only now do I realize that Master is not simply a progenitor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2785. Musie's words resonated with Lu Yin as Lu Yin felt the same way. Back in the mountain sea space, he had climbed up the mountain with great difficulty. When he saw Mr. Mu, he had displayed the power that he was so proud of. He had thought that he would be able to shock Mr. Mu, but Mr. Mu had not cared at all. Now that he thought about it, the opportunity at that time was nothing to someone at Mr. Mu's level. What Mr. Mu truly cared about was the power in his heart. This power had merged into one and walked a path that no one had ever walked before. This was the only thing that had shocked Mr. Mu. As disciples, what they wanted to know the most was their master's strength. What they hoped to do the most was to shock their master. The main thing was that the gap between them was too great. With Master's guarantee, I'm relieved that you're going to meet the Grand Empyrean. There's nothing to worry about here in the Above Heaven sect, Musia said. Lu Yin frowned. Old Monster Amo needs to be on guard. That old thing can peer into the laws and control the power of sequence particles. He's almost as strong as the 7 sky gods. Musia thought about this and his expression turned solemn. No one in the Above Heaven sect could deal with such an old monster. Fortunately, there were many progenitors here, so he might not be able to do anything. Right, who's my senior brother? The one from the 6 Direction Society, Lu Yin asked. Musia looked away. You'll know when it's time. Musia left and Chen Lu arrived. After learning that the Origin Space had become one of the 6 Direction Societies, Chen Lu relaxed, as he would not be punished by the Grand Empyrean. However, when he heard that Lu Yin was going to meet the Grand Empyrean, he became anxious again. If something happened to Lu Yin, he did not know what his future would be like. He had already boarded the Above Heaven sect's ship, so he naturally hoped that this ship would go as far as possible. If Lu Yin was killed by the Grand Empyrean, then this ship would fall apart. Are you confident in meeting the Grand Empyrean? Chen Lu asked. Lu Yin looked at him. You came at the right time. It's time for you to be useful. Chen Lu did not understand. Lu Yin said something that shocked Chen Lu. Now, Will the Grand Empyrean dislike us? This is a matter of the origin space. What does it have to do with the Grand Empyrean? If I don't do it, I won't be able to become the origin space's ruler. And the Grand Empyrean will help others kill me, and you won't be able to escape. Chenlo. Luo Shan would think of a way to destroy him. Although he believed that Luo Shan's strength wasn't high and that he had become the spacetime ruler of the three sovereigns by acting and delivering tea leaves to the Grand Empyreans, he was at least stronger than him. Don't worry, it's not just you. This time everyone will move out. Luin looked into the distance. It was time for the Above Heaven sect to make a move. After sending Qin Lu off, Luin went to the cauldron at the bottom of the heaven stairway alone. He Ran was still here, and without Lu Yin's instructions she could only act as a mascot. When she saw Lu Yin, she subconsciously put on a haughty expression. Lu Yin ignored her and walked to the side of the cauldron. He placed a hand on its surface and looked back at the progenitor's statue at the top of the staircase. One day he would reach the same level as the progenitor and completely eliminate the threat of the everlasting race for the sake of humanity. On the boundless battlefield in a dark place, water dripped onto the ground. After an unknown amount of time, the stones became concave. Luo Shan leaned against the wall and looked outside. The feeling of being stared at disappeared. I didn't expect that. Even someone like me who had fought countless battles in the endless battlefield, would be careless and get caught up in the battle between Celestial Victor and the Corpse God. However, they weren't much better off. After this battle, my strength would definitely be exposed. Whatever, so be it. In the past, only the Grand Empyreans knew, but from now on, the entire Six Direction Society would know. Did Luin really think that he had gotten his position as one of the three sovereigns, the spacetime ruler, by relying on a woman? Luo Shan's eyes darkened. He would definitely make Luin pay the price. His top priority right now was to leave the endless battlefield. With his reputation, he would be targeted by the everlasting race no matter which parallel universe he went to. On the other hand, Luin had the strength of a ruler's attendant, but he was comparable to an extreme powerhouse. He had the strength and would not attract the attention of the everlasting race. Instead, it would be easier for him to light up the three parallel universes. He already knew that Luin had left the endless battlefield and had even killed a progenitor realm corpse king. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something and took out the cloud connection stone from his cosmic ring. The outside world should have already known that he had gotten caught up in that battle. It wasn't that he didn't want to show himself, but that after that battle, he kept feeling like he was being watched by something. It should be the Corpse God. That fellow didn't fight to the death with Celestial Victor and instead kept an eye on him, which made him feel uneasy. He didn't even dare to contact the cloud connection stone for fear that the Corpse God would find out. None of the 7 sky gods were easy to deal with. He didn't want to fight to the death with one of them and end up benefiting others. However, this feeling had disappeared not long ago. The Corpse God should have left and he could leave as well. Senior Luo Shan, Limitless sent news that the Three Monarchs universe has officially left the Six Direction Society and joined the endless battlefield. Senior can return to the Three Monarchs universe at any time. Luo Shan suddenly stood up, his expression changing. What did you say? The Three Monarchs universe has left the Six Direction Society? Joined the endless battlefield? Impossible. Senior, if you don't believe me, you can ask Limitless directly where the information is gathered. Luo Shan walked out without hesitation, his expression gloomy. Limitless wouldn't lie to him. How could this be? The Three Monarchs universe still had Star-Lord and Chen Lu. He could return in less than 10 years, and with the four-way balance's help, they shouldn't have left the Six Direction Society. That's right, was he involved in the war and disappeared? No, others might not understand, but the great Heavenly Venerate knew his strength. Even if he was involved in that kind of war, he wouldn't die so easily. Looking at the Six Direction Society and the endless battlefield, only a few people could match him. The others couldn't replace the Three Monarchs universe. Then why did the great Heavenly Venerate kick the Three Monarchs universe out? He had too many questions, but he was still cautious when approaching the information gathering place. Maybe this was the Eternal Race's scheme. They had control of the information gathering place and used this method to trick him out? It wasn't impossible. The Great Stone Saint died at Cheng Kong's hands because he leaked his tracks. Luo Shan was more cautious than anyone else. He tried to approach the information gathering place. In the end, he confirmed that there was no danger before he entered and spoke with Limitless. After a while, his expression turned ugly. Master Wei, it was him. The one who proposed to kick the Three Monarchs universe out of the Six Direction Society was Super Spacetime. On the surface it was Bai Qian, but he didn't believe that Bai Qian had the courage to do such a thing. It must be Master Wei. Master Wei must have taken action to take revenge on him for colluding with deity Xiao Yin and the Yu family to scheme against him. Luo Shan knew that Master Wei would take revenge sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to be so fast and so ruthless. He used his disappearance to kick the Three Monarchs universe out. Although the Grand Empyrean knew of his strength, he didn't stop him for some reason and allowed the Three Monarchs universe to be crippled. Luo Shan couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure out how the origin space had become one of the Six Direction Societies. Why was it like this? The Grand Empyrean clearly hated the origin space, and deity Xiao Yin had been scheming against it. He was just doing what he needed and was basically following the Grand Empyrean's wishes, but the result was like this. This feeling was like helping someone else fight, but they made up in the end and he was kicked out. Pieces of information appeared in front of Luo Shan's eyes. Although he had only been missing for a short time, too many things had happened during this time. His roar spread in all directions and caused the stars to shatter. Luo Shan clenched his fists and stared at the screen with bloodshot eyes. Star-Lord and Chen Lu had betrayed him and joined the Above Heaven sect in the origin space? Luin, it was Luin again. Everything was related to him. It was all him. Why was it like this? He had asked himself this question too many times, but no one could give him an answer. Why was Luin able to instigate Star-Lord and Chen Lu? How did he do it? All of this was a mystery to Luo Shan. Not only Luo Shan, but when Bodhi Sage received this information he also felt that it was absurd. How could Luin instigate Star-Lord and Chen Lu? How could he bring the origin space to the height of the Six Direction Societies? No one had suggested to the Grand Empyrean that the Three Monarchs spacetime would not be abolished, and the origin space would not be nominated. Would the Six Direction Societies help him? However, the Three Monarchs spacetime was abolished because of Luo Shan's disappearance, and it was because of Ultra's suggestion. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ultra was taking revenge on Luo Shan, and it had nothing to do with Lu Yin. As for the suggestion that the origin space become one of the Six Direction Societies, it was more for the sake of the origin space's powerhouses. If someone had helped the origin space, how could the Grand Empyrean turn a blind eye? He hated the origin space. Everything was a mystery and it covered Lu Yin with a veil of mystery. At this moment, Lu Yin made the Six Direction Societies unable to see through him. However, no matter what, the truth had already happened and Luo Shan could only accept it. He didn't immediately return to the Three Monarchs spacetime. There might be an expert like the Forgotten Ruins god waiting there, and going there would be equivalent to walking into a trap. The Three Monarchs spacetime would soon merge into the endless battlefield, and he wouldn't have to leave. Luin. Luo Shan's eyes were bloodshot. He had to make this person pay the price. Not only him but also Dimensional Lord and Divinity Xiao Yin. If it weren't for Divinity Xiao Yin, he wouldn't have gotten involved in the battle with Dimensional Lord. These people wouldn't be able to escape and he wouldn't let them have an easy time. After losing the Three Monarchs spacetime, he had nothing left to lose. He might as well not have any scruples. Whether it was Dimensional Lord, Divinity Xiao Yin, or even the Grand Empyrean, he wouldn't let them have an easy time. In the reincarnation spacetime, the head of the Six Direction Societies, those who entered the Heaven's Gate could see the Grand Empyrean. The person who brought Lu Yin to the reincarnation spacetime was an emissary. After bringing Lu Yin to the Heaven's Gate, she retreated and looked on curiously. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the Heaven's Gate that towered into the sky. Was this the Grand Empyrean's gate? Inside the Heaven's Gate, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, outside the Heaven's Gate, in the vast sky, countless cultivators knelt and begged to enter the Heaven's Gate and see the Grand Empyrean. From then on, they would be able to reach the top of the Six Direction Societies in a single step. In the reincarnation spacetime, the 3 venerables and 9 sages could be bestowed. As long as someone could enter the Heaven's Gate and obtain the recognition of the Grand Empyrean, they would instantly become as famous as those great characters whose names resounded like thunder. There might not be the 3 venerables, but there might be a place in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2786. It wasn't easy to enter the Elysium unless one was summoned by the Great Heavenly Lord or had the status to enter the Elysium at any time. If others wanted to enter the Elysium, a guardian would appear in front of them. If they wanted to enter, they would have to push the guardian aside to step into the Elysium and face the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The guardian would appear according to each person's cultivation. The only similarity was that it couldn't be shaken. Lu Yin had already learned about it before he came. Now that he saw the Elysium, he was still amazed. The Elysium separated two worlds. Entering the Elysium was like reaching the heavens in a single step. Outside the Elysium, one would be like an ant. There were people trying to enter the Elysium all the time. At this moment, there were people trying to push the golden armored figure under the Elysium. This person was like a divine general guarding the Elysium. He was as immovable as a mountain. No matter how hard the cultivators tried to push him, he wouldn't budge at all. The recoil even injured the cultivators. Since ancient times, there was no lack of people being killed by their own strength. Behind that cultivator, there was a large group of cultivators waiting to try. These cultivators were no longer ordinary cultivators. They had already stood out from countless cultivators, but they were still the same. Many people in the Elysium laughed at this scene. They might be the descendants of the 3 sovereigns and 9 saints, or they might have special identities. In their opinion, these people struggling to enter the Elysium was laughable. Look at that person. I've seen him before when I was traveling through time and space. It's said that he was born with an anomaly. His eyes are like torches and he has the eyes of the divine fire. I think he has hope, someone in the Elysium said. Someone immediately retorted, there are too many geniuses like him. Those with natural talents are everywhere. Who can enter the Elysium? The last person who pushed a divine general to enter the Elysium was Lingmu. She's now a 6th transformation ascendant immortal, the disciple of Lord Lotus. The next one was the disciple of the Food Saint. It's said that his strength is only below the little Food Saint. He often arm wrestles. I know that one. He's one of the few who can compete with the little Food Saint in strength. But recently the little Food Saint stopped competing with him. He said he found a new target. The Xianqi. I heard about it too. Xianqi tied with him in strength in the Lost Clan's upper 3 segments. The little Food Saint is watching him now. I wonder if Xianqi can push a divine general. It's possible. It's said that he's as talented as the perfect young master. He's an absolute genius. Shut up. With a stern shout, a young girl walked over from not far away, followed by several maids. They were all submissive and their faces were pale. The people who were discussing hurriedly shut their mouths and smiled embarrassedly. Junior Sister Ro, why are you here? I heard that Lord Lotus Venerable is imparting his teachings. Won't Junior Sister Ro go? The girl's face was beautiful but cold as ice. Her eyes were long and narrow, making everyone nervous. You dare to compare that Xianqi with Brother Chujin? That's too much. You're all blind. Does he deserve to be compared with Brother Chujin? The people around him hurriedly agreed and said something to please him. Everyone knew that Junior Sister Ro loved the perfect Xiaozun the most. She was also Lotus Lord's disciple and had a very high status. No one wanted to offend her. A woman came over and said, Junior Sister Ro, I heard that Lord Lotus Venerable didn't come here just to impart the technique, but also for someone. Junior Sister Ro was curious. I don't know. As a disciple of a Yuan sage, she wanted to see with her own eyes whether Lu Yin could become the master of the origin space and obtain the recognition of the great heavenly venerables. Gong Yu came. Lu Yin's name was accompanied by a legendary experience. This person was worth seeing. Jiang Xiaodao also came. He was very excited and followed beside Xiaoyan to please her. One by one the elites gathered inside the Heaven Gate. Outside the Heaven Gate, many cultivators felt that something was wrong. Why were there so many big shots in the Heaven Gate? Usually it was difficult to see these people such as Gong Yu and Yuan Xiaonan. But now all of them had appeared. What was going on? The moment the Food Saint appeared, everyone outside the Heaven Gate was speechless. The 9 sages had appeared? Greetings, Lord Food Saint. Greetings, Lord Food Saint. Countless people bowed. The Food Saint stared at the little Food Saint. The little Food Saint rolled his eyes and ignored him. Put away the pole. The Food Saint shouted. The little Food Saint reluctantly put away the pole. You still have the face to talk about your son? Didn't you do the same in the past? The Bao Saint came. Although many people from the Six-Party Association were fighting against the eternal race, and many elites had gathered in the endless battlefield, there were still a few of the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages who stayed in the reincarnation spacetime. In particular, the 4 cardinal scales and Luo Shan and Yuan Sage had entered the endless battlefield had freed some people to come and take a look. The time-space of the 3 sovereigns had been destroyed and replaced by the origin space. This was a big deal. If it was not handled well, they would have to deal with Lu Yin in the future. It was said that Lu Yin was not easy to deal with. Dad, you've done this before? The little Food Saint's eyes widened. The Food Saint glared at the Bao Saint. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's brainless. The Bao Saint laughed. Who was the one who blocked Shaoyin God's door and challenged him in strength? In the end his hand was corroded. Look, there are still scars on his hand. Everyone looked at him subconsciously. The Food Saint crossed his arms in front of his chest, blocking his hand. Nonsense. The little Food Saint stared at him. The Food Saint was unhappy and punched his head. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen me before? The little Food Saint was aggrieved. He could do nothing but stare at the others. Jiang Xiaodao laughed. You deserve it. Ah. The Food Saint stared at him. Jiang Xiaodao quickly shut his mouth and took 2 steps back to hide behind Little Lien. Little Lien smiled. Senior Food Saint, don't be angry. Little Food Saint didn't mean it. This is called being forthright. The Food Saint was pleased. You're really good with words. The little Food Saint glanced at Little Lien in disdain. The Food Saint was angry. He pulled him over and threw him beside Little Lien. Get closer to her. She might be your woman in the future. Everyone was stunned. Little Lien was Lotus Venerable's favorite disciple. She really dared to say anything. Little Lien's face was red. No one knew if it was due to anger or embarrassment. Brainless, the Bao Saint said. Void Master came. It's very lively. The Bao Saint and the Food Saint were surprised. Senior Void Master? Why are you here? Void Master was indeed a senior to them. Void Master smiled. It was my idea to make the Origin Space one of the 6 factions. Of course I have to come. Why are all of you here? The Bao Saint's eyes flashed. We want to meet the legendary sect Master Lu in advance. He's the successor of the Lu family. We might have to deal with him in the future. The Food Saint grinned. I wonder if he's a real man. He better not be a coward, the little Food Saint said. Void Master was puzzled. Are you all curious about him? The Bao Saint looked at Void Master. Senior, you proposed to make the Origin Space one of the 6 factions. Do you know anything about Sect Master Lu? Void Master smiled. I don't know much about him. I just want to borrow the power of the Origin Space to deal with the Eternals. Don't forget there are no less than 10 supreme experts in the Origin Space. Everyone was speechless. No less than 10? Jiang Xiaodao was shocked. Yuan Xiaonan frowned. That many? Most of them should be from the 4-direction scale. Wouldn't it be a pity if we don't use them to deal with the Eternals? Void Master said. At this moment lotus flowers bloomed on the ground. Everyone looked solemn. The 9th grade Venerable Lotus had arrived. Void Master looked in a direction. There a woman walked over. She was wearing a veil and her face could not be seen clearly. Her aura was graceful and noble, making people unable to look at her directly. As she walked, ripples appeared in the void. They were like blooming green lotuses that took root in the void. It was as if they had always been there and had never disappeared. It gave people a strange and contradictory feeling. Greetings, Lord Lotus. Greetings, Lord Lotus. A group of disciples followed behind Lord Lotus, including junior sister Ro. Void Master is here too. Lord Lotus spoke. Her voice was clear like the spring water on a cold mountain. It was bone-chilling yet extremely pure. Void Master greeted, we meet again. They watched as he walked from the front to the side, until all they could see was his back. These people were fine even if they just accompanied him for a few days. The elders who came here to enter the Heaven Gate were at most at the half-ancestor level, and they could not give Lu Yin any pressure. Only within the Heaven Gate, the progenitors all stared at him with mountain-like gazes. The culinary saint's eyes widened, and an invisible force trembled through the void as it pressed down on Lu Yin. The Bao Saint's gaze was like an arrow, causing Lu Yin to feel uneasy. He felt a chill in his heart, head and even his limbs. It was the chill of being stared at. It was as if as long as the Bao Saint was willing, his body would be riddled with holes. The one who pressured him the most was the 9th grade Venerable Lotus. This woman was called Venerable Lotus, but her temperament was not like a lotus at all. Instead she was more like the Emperor of Flowers. Lu Yin saw a green lotus swaying in the wind. It grew bigger and bigger until it was taller than the sky. In front of that green lotus he was just an ant that needed to be looked up at. The world he lived in was just the petals and leaves of the green lotus. Each flower was a world. The green lotus in front of him replaced the Heaven Gate, the 9 heavens and the 10 earths. It replaced everything that Lu Yin could see. Lu Yin slowed down as he stared at Venerable Lotus. His gaze gradually became sluggish, and his pupils moved upwards as he bowed to the heavens. Junior sister Ro was excited as she licked her lips. This was it. No one could be impudent in front of Master. Not kneeling? How could that be? You're just a near celestial cultivator? The culinary saint and the bow saint both looked at Venerable Lotus with solemn expressions. The 3 venerables and 9 sages. This was a clear ranking, and the 3 venerables were above the 9 sages. They had cultivated to the progenitor realm, and which one of them was not proud and arrogant? Which one of them had not killed their way to the top? Why would they be willing to submit to this ranking after becoming a supreme hero? It was not because of the great celestial venerables, but because the 3 venerables had that kind of power. The 9th grade Venerable Lotus seemed weak, but her disciples were all over the 6 Directions Society, and no one could bully her. She was not inferior even to the Void Master, who was a master of a parallel universe. In the eyes of others, she was like the heavens that could replace everything. That green lotus was aloof and proud of the world. That green lotus was the heavens. Luin stopped and faced Venerate Lotus, but he raised his head and looked up into the empty sky. It was as if he had seen something. Anyone who understood Venerate Lotus knew that he had been replaced, and that he could only see the green lotus. The Void Master's eyes flashed. The appearance of the 9th grade Venerable Lotus gave him a bad premonition. The great celestial venerables hated the Origin Space, and it was not easy for the Origin Space to become one of the 6 Directions Societies. How could they let a descendant of the Lu family become the master of the Origin Space so easily? The appearance of the 9th grade Venerable Lotus was a signal. Once Luin knelt, he would no longer have the face to become the master of the Origin Space. In the Origin Space, the 4 cardinal scales were only a top family of a continent. They could not enter the eyes of the great celestial venerables. However, the Lu family was different. They were the family of a Tao Master, and their hatred of the Origin Space was equivalent to their hatred of the Lu family in Luin. Although the great celestial venerables did not make a move, the 9th grade Venerable Lotus attack was also extraordinary. She wanted Luin to kneel. One had to know that even in the 3 monarch spacetime, Luo Shan did not kneel when facing the 9th grade Venerable Lotus for the first time. This was the dignity of the spacetime master. Luin was only at the near celestial realm, not even the immortal transformation realm. It was normal for him to kneel in front of Venerable Lotus. However, once he knelt, he would never be able to raise his head in front of Venerable Lotus. In the reincarnation spacetime, it was impossible for him to raise his head in front of all these geniuses. Even they had to kneel in front of Venerable Lotus. This was identity. Luin wanted to use his current cultivation to obtain an identity that did not belong to this level. He had to be able to bear the consequences. Would he kneel? Luin slowly bent his waist and leaned forward. Everyone watched closely. Jiang Qingyue frowned. She did not understand what was wrong with Luin. She did not understand the 9th grade Venerable Lotus, and neither did the Dragon Turtle. Bai Xian'er was calm. No one knew what she was thinking. Luin bent his legs and bent his waist even more. He raised his hand. Just when everyone thought that he was going to kneel and the Void Master was about to intervene, Luin suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Inside and outside the Divine Gate, everyone stared blankly. Was he sneezing? Here. Outside the sacred Heavenly Gate, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, sneezing in front of a great Heavenly Master? It was unimaginable. Those kneeling outside the Heavenly Gate were stunned. Throughout the countless years of history of the reincarnation spacetime, such a thing had never happened. Even the most lawless great Heavenly Master, who dared to challenge a great Heavenly Master, had never done such a thing. Wasn't he a cultivator? How could he not control it? He did it on purpose. He definitely did it on purpose. The little food saint Jiang Xiaodao, Gongyu, Yuan Xiaonan, and the others were stunned. The food saint, Bao Saint, and the others were stunned. The Void Master blinked and laughed. The 9th grade Venerable Lotus's face was covered with a veil, so no one could see her expression. Behind her, junior sister Rose's face was ashen. She was stunned and could not believe it. Where did this person get his courage from? She knew that it was a competition between her master and this person. What he did was equivalent to slapping her master's face. Jiang Qingyue's lips curled up. Little master, this kid really deserves it. The Dragon Turtle grinned. On the opposite side, Bai Xian'er smiled. Unfortunately, no one saw it as they were all staring at Luin. Luin rubbed his nose. Sorry, this is my first time here. I'm not used to it yet. Wait a moment. As he spoke, he sneezed again and exhaled comfortably. Feels good. The Heavenly Gate was silent as everyone looked at him. Luin blinked and looked around. Finally, he looked at the man closest to the Heavenly Gate. Brother, are you going in? The man reacted. What? I'm asking you if you want to go in. Luin repeated. The man looked at the heavenly gate and then at Luin. You first, you first. He retreated to the side. Even an idiot would know that this guy was a ruthless character. Those big shots in the heavenly gate were probably here for him. Luin smiled. Thank you. With that, he walked into the heavenly gate. He was getting closer and closer to Venerable Lotus, the food saint, and the others. They were less than 100 meters apart. Luin didn't know if he could enter the heavenly gate. He might have been able to, but after what Venerable Lotus did, he felt that it wouldn't be so easy. Everyone knew that the Grand Empyrean hated the primordial space. The reason the Lu family was exiled was because Venerable Shaoyin suggested that the Lu family bear the sins of the above heavenly gate. However, the Grand Empyrean was behind all of this. If the Grand Empyrean didn't hate the Lu family as well, he wouldn't have allowed this to happen. The Lu family was a powerful force against the Eternals. The Grand Empyrean was willing to abandon the Lu family to settle his dissatisfaction with the above heavenly gate. There must be a reason for this. The Grand Empyrean might have instructed Venerable Lotus to act. In that case, he had already broken through Venerable Lotus' barrier. Next, Luin took a step forward. As long as he succeeded, he could enter the heavenly gate. Everyone watched. Would the Grand Empyrean agree? The Void Master couldn't see through the Grand Empyrean's thoughts and could only watch. Luin met with resistance. A figure appeared and blocked his path. The heavenly gate is an important place. No one is allowed to enter. Inside and outside the heavenly gate, no one knew whether to relax or gloat. Luin had indeed met with resistance. But then everyone was shocked. The person blocking Luin was one of the 9 saints, the one who was in charge of guarding the heavenly gate, Evergreen Saint. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2788. The 3 Venerables and 9 Sages each had their own responsibilities. Venerable Victor specialized in killing in the Endless Battlefield. Venerable Lotus wandered between the 6 Direction Society and the Endless Battlefield. He was considered a free man. Venerable Shaoyin specialized in helping the Grand Empyreans solve their problems. The 9 Sages were the same. Bodhi Saint was in charge of Limitless and commanded the Endless Battlefield. Evergreen Saint was in charge of Heaven's Gate. Those who were not allowed to enter Heaven's Gate would encounter obstacles. Depending on their cultivation, the obstacles would be different, but Evergreen Saint rarely stopped them directly. Evergreen Saint's obstruction was equivalent to telling those who entered that this path was blocked because no one had ever passed through Heaven's Gate. This included no less than 5 extreme powerhouses. Evergreen Saint was not human but an evergreen tree. He had been enlightened by a Grand Empyrean and was rooted in the myriad worlds. No one knew how strong he was. He never left Heaven's Gate, and no one had ever been able to kill their way to Heaven's Gate. However, no one had ever been able to push him away. Never. Devourer Saint's eyes burned. Evergreen Saint was the opponent he wanted to test the most. No one could push him away? That was because they did not have enough strength. Unfortunately, he could enter and exit Heaven's Gate at will. Evergreen Saint never met him. Bao Saint raised his eyebrows. Evergreen Saint had personally walked out. Did this mean that no one besides Evergreen Saint could stop Luin? Or did he want to break Lu Yin's heart? Void Master narrowed his eyes. The Grand Empyreans really did not like the Lu family. One after another they came one after another. Lotus Venerable 9 was fine as it was just a test. Chu Jian was able to protect his heart under Lotus Venerable 9's might. This was also the reason why Junior Sister Ro worshipped Chu Jian so much. However, Evergreen Saint was blocking Heaven's Gate. Most of the extreme powerhouses could not push him away. It was not that Evergreen Saint was strong, but that he was originally a tree rooted in the reincarnation spacetime. With the land as his foundation, how much strength was needed to push him away? Only an extreme powerhouse like him could do it. In the entire 6 Direction Society, there were not many who could push Evergreen Saint away. This definitely did not include Luin, who was only at the Immortal Realm. Even if he reached the Immortal Realm or even an extreme powerhouse, he might not be able to push him away. Luin and Evergreen Saint were half a meter apart. It was the kind of distance that could cross Heaven's Gate with a single step, but this step seemed very difficult. In many people's eyes, it was impossible. The person in front of him was an ancestor. The Grand Empyrean, Luin said. Saint Evergreen didn't say anything and just stood there, blocking Lu Yin's path. Luin raised an eyebrow. This person's aura was completely concealed, so Luin really couldn't tell how strong he was. Do I have to push this person aside to enter? As he thought about it, Luin opened his celestial eye and stared at Saint Evergreen. Using his heaven's eye, he saw a tree towering in front of him. It looked very ordinary, but its roots extended into the boundless earth. What is this? Tree. You're a tree? Saint Evergreen's gaze turned cold as he met Lu Yin's gaze, but he still did not answer. Lu Yin frowned and looked down at the bottom of his feet. The roots were boundless and had taken root on the ground, even inside the heaven's gate. How deep were the roots? Did he have to push the tree aside to get in? Do I have to push you aside to enter? Lu Yin asked. Saint Evergreen still didn't say anything. He calmly looked ahead and blocked the heavenly gate alone. Lu Yin raised his hand and slowly placed it on Evergreen Saint's shoulder. Under the celestial eye, it was as if he had placed his palm on a tree. Saint Evergreen did not move and allowed Lu Yin to exert force. The Lu family's strength was famous in the celestial sect. Like the Mavis clan, they could conquer the world with their strength. Among everyone present, Baixianer knew the Lu family the best. However, since someone was blocking it and it was an ancestor, the great heavenly venerate must have considered the strength of the Lu family. This person would not be pushed aside so easily. One hand? He wants to push Saint Evergreen away with one hand? Ridiculous. The little food saint was disdainful. The little food saint slapped him on the forehead. At that level, is there a difference between one hand and two hands? The little food saint felt wronged and muttered, Then why did you ask me to arm wrestle? What I mean is that I can't push it aside anyway, the little food saint said. The little food saint was stunned and felt that something was wrong. Outside the heaven's gate, a group of kneeling cultivators trembled and the void rippled. With the hand Lu Yin placed on Saint Evergreen's shoulder as the center, it spread in an arc outside the heaven's gate. With the heaven's gate as a barrier, the people inside the heaven's gate would not feel it. However, from the reaction of those outside the heaven's gate, it could be seen that the force was not small. The little food saint's eyes widened. Power manifestation, this kid's strength is not small. The little food saint licked his lips. I really want to compete. Although they were impressed, the current power did not make the little food saint father and son pay much attention to it. Many cultivators could materialize their power, and the little food saint could do it. However, Saint Evergreen did not move at all. Lu Yin looked down again. Saint Evergreen's roots that were rooted to the ground only shook a little. He had used all the power that he could normally use. In that case he would do it again. Behind him, the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant roared out, and its power increased sharply. Immediately after, the dark purple substance continued to spread and wrapped around Lu Yin's arm. With the palm of indestructible state, the power increased layer by layer. Saint Evergreen's roots continued to shatter and break off from the ground one by one. The earth shook, the void swayed, and everyone's vision was blurred. The little food saint's gaze changed. What great strength! The little food saint also saw it because those cultivators outside the heaven's gate were forced to retreat. Even the immortal level cultivators felt the pressure, which was something he could not do. When Lu Yin wrestled with the little food saint, he only used his own strength. He did not visualize or use the palm of indestructible state. Now Lu Yin had used all the power that he could usually use. This power had fought against the Corpse King Ancestor Realm Corpse King at the Rainbow Wall. Although it was not a match in the end, it was an Ancestor Realm Corpse King that had used the Corpse King transformation. In terms of physical strength, almost no human could compare. Saint Evergreen's gaze focused on Lu Yin's face. He did not expect that this junior who had not even reached the immortal level, would keep pulling out his roots. He was rooted to the ground and was nourished by the Samsara continent's land. If the land did not move, he would not move. However, this was only in theory. Once all his roots were pulled out, he would leave the land. But how many years had it been? Who could pull out his roots? No less than 5 extremely strong cultivators had tried, but they all failed. The little food saint was famous for his strength. He had always wanted to try to move him, but he knew very well that the little food saint could not move him. It was not just a matter of strength. This junior in front of him was quite amazing. Unfortunately, if this was all he had, he still could not move him. Inside the Elysium, the little food saint squatted down and pressed his palms on the ground with a solemn expression. Jiang Qingyue frowned. Her cultivation was not high, but she could feel that Saint Evergreen was not affected too much by her momentum. Lu Yin's strength did not work? Lu Yin's arm began to dry up. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. If there was a pushing force, there would be a reacting force. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. His dry arm absorbed Saint Evergreen's reacting force, but it did not affect his pushing force. There was a soft explosion in the void. Saint Evergreen's shoulders shook and his expression changed. There was still strength? No, his strength had been offset. What was going on? Venerable Lotus stepped forward and looked at Lu Yin's arm. Lu Yin's dry arm. What was this? When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. This was the first time Lu Yin had used it in front of so many big shots of the Six Directions sect. This was a magical power that came from Ancestor Withered. However, it was not the first time the Six Directions sect had seen it. Void Master exclaimed, "It's that combat technique." Venerable Lotus said solemnly, "There are always some magical people in the origin space. I thought this combat technique had disappeared with that person, but it has reappeared." It seems that Venerable Lotus had sent someone to look for it. Void Master laughed. Venerable Lotus said, "Has Void Master not looked for it? How many people would not be tempted by such a stunning combat technique?" Void Master smiled and did not say anything. He looked at Lu Yin with admiration. The little Food Saint and the little Bao Saint could not understand their conversation. They did not know, and Lu Yin did not hear it either. He had used, when things reach an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction, to offset Saint Evergreen's reacting force. Unfortunately, although Saint Evergreen's roots kept shattering, they still could not move him. More than half of his roots were still rooted in the ground. However, it was rare to be able to make him move. This sway was something that even several extremely powerful experts couldn't accomplish. However, it ended here. In the eyes of the Void Master and the others, this was the end of the world. Where did the power to surpass the limit come from? It's over. The little Food Saint stood up. His strength has decreased and there is no follow-up force to maintain it. The little Bao Saint said, "To be able to do this is rare. Even I might not be able to make Saint Evergreen move." Definitely not. The little Food Saint was not polite. The little Bao Saint did not refute. Junior Sister Ro heaved a sigh of relief. This was good. He was just a shameless person in the origin space. How could he be more outstanding than Brother Chujian? Little Lien was disappointed. What a pity. Jiang Xiaodao heaved a sigh of relief. It's abnormal for a near celestial to be able to move Saint Evergreen. Fortunately, it was not pushed away. I wonder if Xiaozun can do it. I can't, the little Food Saint said directly. Junior Sister Ro glared at him. She wanted to refute, but after thinking about it, she did not. Brother Chujian should not be able to push it away. Lu Yin slowly put down his hand as if giving up. Everyone relaxed. It was really over. Bai Xianer looked at Jiang Qingyue with a faint smile. I've never seen you before. May I ask who your master is? Jiang Qingyue and Bai Xianer looked at each other. I'm not from the Six Direction gang. Bai Xianer was surprised. So you're from outside. The dragon turtle whispered in Jiang Qingyue's ear, Little master, ignore her. This woman is not to be trifled with. The old master said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. Bai Xianer did not mind. She had heard it. Jiang Qingyue looked at Lu Yin. If he mastered the force, he might be able to push it away. The dragon turtle was helpless. That's a shortcut unique to our time and space. Little master, don't tell anyone else. The Void Master sighed. Lu Yin could not enter the Heaven Gate and meet the great heavenly venerables. He was destined to have no fate with the Lord of the Origin Space. There was nothing he could do. As long as the great heavenly venerables were unwilling, it would be difficult for him to meet them. Although Lu Yin's performance was stunning, he could not enter the Heaven Gate. Just as he was about to say something, a figure suddenly descended outside the Heaven Gate. A tyrannical aura swept across, causing the cultivators who were kneeling outside to cough up blood and lie down in shock. Lord Lotus and the others looked over. Was him? The Void Master also looked into the distance and frowned. This person was so tyrannical. If he guessed correctly, he should be the new Great Stone Saint, the one who was called a lunatic. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2789. The death of the Great Stone Saint should have been filled in by someone from the reincarnation time and space, but the Great Empyrean suddenly decided to choose the Great Stone Saint. That person was very unfamiliar and very few people knew him, including him. The outside world didn't understand, but he received news that this new Great Stone Saint was a madman, full of tyrannical energy. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, it was indeed so. Food Saint and Bao Saint looked into the distance with fear in their eyes. This guy was not to be trifled with. Lu Yin slowly turned around and looked into the distance, meeting a pair of eyes. It was Madman Lu. The person who came was Madman Lu, the new Great Stone Saint. Lu Yin was not surprised by Madman Lu's arrival. This person had been hiding in the reincarnation spacetime, and it would have been strange if he had not appeared at this juncture. However, Lu Yin had not expected Madman Lu to only appear now. Madman Lu's tyranny made countless people breathless. He looked at Lu Yin and grinned. Then, as if he had gone mad, he walked forward step by step. Get out of my way. I want to enter the heavenly gate. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This was forcing his hand. He couldn't push Saint Evergreen away, so it was normal for him to retreat. At worst, he wouldn't be able to see the Grand Empyrean and lose his position as the ruler of the origin space. However, Madman Lu had appeared at this moment and forced him to retreat. Him retreating and Madman Lu retreating were two completely different concepts. How ruthless. They must have a grudge against each other. The Food Saint was astonished. Madman Lu was slowly approaching Lu Yin, and if Lu Yin did not give way, Madman Lu would push him away. It was as if Lu Yin was afraid of Madman Lu, and the timing was just right. Lu Yin could not push Saint Evergreen away at all. The Bao Saint frowned. That's a bit despicable. The Void Master looked at Madman Lu. Although Madman Lu was one of the 9 saints, Madman Lu actually made him feel some fear. Madman Lu must have some terrifying power and was completely different from the ordinary 9 saints. Lotus Lord, do you know the origin of this great stone saint? Could it be from the origin space? Since Madman Lu was forcing Lu Yin, it was obvious that there was a grudge between them, and it was highly likely that he came from the primordial space. Venerable Lotus spoke slowly. This person's surname is Lu. Everyone was astonished and in disbelief. Another one with the surname Lu. Suju thought of something. I heard that there was a traitor in the Lu family. Is it him? Venerable Lotus didn't say anything, but her meaning was obvious. Everyone's expression changed. It was another member of the Lu clan. None of the members of the Lu clan were simple. It was as if the master of the Lu clan had met a traitor. Madman Lu approached Lu Yin step by step. Either go in or get out of my way. Don't block the way. Lu Yin looked at Madman Lu approaching. It seems that you have a good life in samsara. Madman Lu grinned. If you betray the origin space, you can do the same as me. Lu Yin's expression was cold. Was it the four-way Libra or the Shaolin divinity who led you to betray the Lu family? Is there a difference? Maybe he's a Yuan sage? He's not qualified. Inside the heaven gate, Yuan Qiunan's expression was ugly. How dare they insult their master like this? Madman Lu laughed maniacally. He indeed doesn't have the qualifications. After leaving the Lu family and receiving guidance from the Grand Empyrean, I took another step forward. Little brat, do you want to join forces with your senior brother to scheme against me again? This time I can kill you all. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Another step? Madman Lu also came from the era of the Lu family. Logically speaking, his strength shouldn't be below old monster Mo's. However, he had been locked up in the Lu family for many years and had been experimented on by ancient Tao master, causing his strength to stagnate. Now that he had received guidance from a Grand Empyrean, could he have also taken that step? If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Lu Yin knew all too well how difficult it was to deal with old monster Mo. If Madman Lu could control the power of the sequence particle like old monster Mo, then he would only be stronger than old monster Mo, not weaker. Lu Yin didn't even dare to imagine how powerful a powerhouse from the Lu family who had touched the power of spacetime laws would be. However, the sequence particle wasn't that easy to control. Lung Qing was the leader of the Heaven Gate and had broken through to the progenitor realm, so it wouldn't be that easy for her to control the sequence particle. As for Madman Lu, it was hard to say. After all, he had lived for so long. Madman Lu was getting closer and closer. He could take a step forward and appear directly in front of Lu Yin, but why? He wanted to torture this little brat step by step. This was what the Lu family owed him. The Six-Way Alliance will exile the Lu family to atone for the arrogance of the above Heaven Gate. Do you agree? The Lu family should be destroyed. Exile is too easy. Lu Yin stared into Madman Lu's eyes. What's your status here? Great Stone Sage, Madman Lu replied. And what's your status in the eternal race? Lu Yin shouted. Madman Lu laughed. Little brat, there's no other way. You want to drive a wedge between me and the reincarnation spacetime? You're still too inexperienced. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. At this moment, Madman Lu was only a few meters away from him. He only needed one step to get behind him. If Madman Lu wanted to enter the Heaven Gate, Saint Evergreen would have to get out of the way. Luin would have to get out of the way even more. He wanted to crash into Madman Lu. This little brat wouldn't be able to escape so easily. Void Master wanted to walk out of the Heaven Gate to stop Madman Lu. Lotus Lord spoke up. Void Master, let us handle the matters of the reincarnation spacetime. Void Master frowned. Hey, what's that Luin doing? The little food saint exclaimed. Everyone saw Luin raise his hand again and place it on Saint Evergreen's shoulder. Madman Lu raised his head. Saint Evergreen was also surprised and looked at Luin. This brat still wanted to try? Luin looked at Saint Evergreen. Senior, I'm sorry to offend you. As soon as his voice fell, the gray color of deadwood circulated in his heart. It imprisoned time, imprisoned himself, and imprisoned power. The Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant roared, and the purple-black substance spread. Lu Yin's gaze suddenly oppressed Saint Evergreen, but his power was imprisoned in his palm. It was just a moment, but for Luin, it was the time to release dozens of forces. These forces were locked under his palm and erupted in an instant. With a bang, the earth shook and countless roots broke. Saint Evergreen was caught off guard and was pushed away by Luin. Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe what they saw. Lotus Lord's expression changed. It was impossible. Void Master was shocked. How did this brat do it? His strength shouldn't be enough to push Saint Evergreen away. Madman Lu's expression was gloomy, but he wasn't too surprised. The Lu family was good at creating miracles. Luin stepped out and entered the Heaven Gate under the incredulous gazes of countless people. At this moment, this figure brought an unimaginable shock to everyone. As one of the 3 venerables and 9 saints, Saint Evergreen was guarding the Heaven Gate, but he was pushed away by Luin. What did this mean? Everyone found it hard to accept. This meant that Saint Evergreen's strongest side was broken by Luin. Luin, with his imminent celestial cultivation, might be able to suppress Saint Evergreen. This was a power that made Lotus Lord's expression change. It wasn't that Luin could threaten Lotus Lord, but he was already so monstrous at the imminent celestial realm. Once he reached the immortal transformation realm or even the extreme realm, how terrifying would he be? The little food saint Gong Yu, Jiang Xiaodao, and the others were completely stunned. They looked at Luin as if they were looking at a god. The food saint's eyes were filled with splendor. This kind of power, how much power did he have? Compete, I must compete with him. Dad, I suddenly want to find a master, the little food saint murmured. Jiang Xiaodao licked his lips and looked at Luin with admiration. This was a ruthless person. Xiaolian cheered. Gong Yu's eyes widened with respect. Even junior sister Ro, who hated Luin, blushed at this moment. With brother Chu Jin, he definitely couldn't push Saint Evergreen away. So powerful, so powerful. Jiang Qingyue smiled. The dragon turtle praised, "This is worthy of you, little master." Bai Xianer was in a daze. How did he do it just now? No one understood Lu Yin's power. Who would have thought that someone could use time imprisonment to confine power in one direction and then release it at the same time? If they saw Chu Yuan's time realm, they might be able to figure it out. Madman Lu stopped in place and clenched his fists. At that moment he actually felt uneasy. He seemed to have grasped an incredible power. This little brat was even more terrifying than Lu Tianyi. Luin stepped through the Heaven Gate and faced Lotus Lord and the others. At this moment, a stairway to heaven appeared in Jiutian City and descended vertically. This stairway to heaven was almost the same as the one in the Above Heaven sect. Luin was wondering what was the difference between this stairway and the one in the Above Heaven sect. Lotus Lord's voice rang out, "If you want to see the grand heavenly venerate, climb the stairway to heaven." Luin laughed. Is there an end to this? He took a step and climbed the stairway to heaven. Unexpectedly, there was no resistance. At this moment, the Grand Empyrean was close by. No one dared to speak carelessly. Everyone looked solemn as they waited for the Grand Empyrean to appear. Even Madman Lu retracted his tyrannical aura and entered the Heaven Gate. He looked up and saw Luin climbing the stairway. The stairway connected Jiutian City and Luin didn't encounter any obstacles from beginning to end. He climbed to the end of the stairway and saw a platform. The platform was surrounded by clouds with birds and beasts flying around. It was filled with a holy aura. The Void Master took a step forward and came not far from Luin. Lotus Lord, the Food Saint, the Bao Saint, and Madman Lu all appeared one by one. However, the Little Food Saint and the others didn't come. They weren't qualified. Bai Xianer appeared and so did Jiang Qingyue. This was the difference. Some people could come here while others couldn't. Only standing here was qualified to meet the Grand Empyrean. You climbed the stairway very quickly. Have you trained before? The food saint looked at Luin in surprise. Luin didn't understand. Is there resistance? The food saint said, of course. I used a lot of energy to climb the stairway. The bow saint said, me too. You didn't encounter any resistance? The food saint was surprised. Luin smiled. The above heaven sect also has a stairway. Maybe I'm used to it. What a perfunctory answer. Everyone was speechless. However, this kid really didn't encounter any resistance. What did the Grand Empyrean mean? Luin saw Bai Xianer but ignored her. He looked at Jiang Qingyue and greeted her with a smile. Jiang Qingyue nodded and smiled faintly. The dragon turtle waved its tail. This is the second time we've met. The old master admires you. The Lightning Lord? Luin nodded. Thank you. He knew that the dragon turtle and Jiang Qingyue must have praised him in front of the Lightning Lord. The Void Master looked at Jiang Qingyue. How is the Lightning Lord? Jiang Qingyue bowed to the Void Master. Thank you for your concern. Father is well. He asked me to send his regards to you. The Void Master laughed. I'll look for him when I have time. Right, do you know this Luin? Everyone looked over curiously. The Lightning Lord was a powerhouse from the outer realm. He was on the same level as the Void Master and could directly face the Grand Empyrean. Even the Sixth Direction Society wouldn't provoke such a person. Jiang Qingyue was the Lightning Lord's daughter, and everyone who knew her was polite. We met by chance, Jiang Qingyue replied. The dragon turtle said, my old master admires this kid and wants to betroth the young mistress to him. Please take care of her. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2790. After hearing the dragon turtle's words, Lotus Venerable looked at Jiang Qingyue. Jiang Qingyue shouted, shut up. Bai Xianer smiled. Congratulations, brother Xiaoxian. Luin knew that the dragon turtle was helping him. When he heard Bai Xianer's words, his eyes turned cold. You have been in the reincarnation space-time all this time? Yes. Bai Xianer smiled. You broke through to the half-ancestor realm here? Luin asked. Bai Xianer's eyes lit up, and her smile became even wider. Yes. Luin took a deep look at her. This wasn't simple. This woman must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, how could she absorb the reincarnation space-time astral source? How could she survive the half-ancestor origin tribulation in the reincarnation spacetime? This shouldn't be the case. Of course, there was another possibility. She was given power by the Grand Heavenly Venerate and abandoned the power of the origin space. Luin hoped that it was the latter as it would be easier to deal with. However, he knew that it should be the former. Bai Xianer was the only one who could ignore the power in his heart. She was the only one who could. Hey. Kid, look here. Your wife is here. The dragon turtle shouted. Luin was speechless. Jiang Qingyue glared at the dragon turtle. If you talk nonsense again, I won't bring you out in the future. The dragon turtle smiled. A majestic power descended. Lu Yin's expression changed. The Grand Heavenly Venerate had arrived. Everyone looked in the same direction with solemn expressions. Even the Void Master was solemn. The Grand Heavenly Venerate was the most senior existence in the human race. Their cultivation was unfathomable and no one could compare to them. The master of the Sixth Direction sect was also known as the master of the human race. Luin slowly clenched his fists. Was he finally going to meet the Grand Heavenly Venerate? This person who could send Luo Shan to the endless battlefield and decide the life and death of the above heaven sect. This person who was of the same generation as the primogenitor, was finally going to appear. He had long wanted to meet this Grand Heavenly Venerate. Greetings, Grand Heavenly Venerate. Everyone bowed. The Void Master said solemnly, Greetings, Senior Grand Heavenly Venerate. You're Luin? Lu Yuan's descendant? The voice came from all directions. It was impossible to tell where it was coming from, and it was even impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. And this voice belonged to the Grand Heavenly Venerate. Luin slowly bowed. Junior Luin greets Grand Empyrean. Lu Yuan was the oldest patriarch of the Lu clan, the Tao Lord of the Fifth Mainland, one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms. They look alike. Luin maintained his salutation and listened quietly. You look 70% similar to Lu Yuan, but I hope you two don't have the same temperament. He was quite disrespectful to me. Lu Yin's face twitched. Was this a reminder or a threat? I was the one who agreed to the banishment of the Lu clan. I was also the one who blocked Lu Yuan's senses from the outside world. Do you hate me? Everyone subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. Jiang Qingyue frowned. The Grand Empyrean's every word was targeted at Lu Yin. What was he trying to do? Void Master was calm. He had already done what he had to do. He couldn't change the Grand Empyrean's attitude. Lu Yin did not reply. Junior of the Lu clan, I'm asking you, do you hate me? Lu Yin maintained his saluting posture and did not say anything. The food saint raised his eyebrows. This brat was ruthless enough to not answer a Grand Empyrean's question. Lotus Lord scolded, son of the Lu family, answer. Lu Yin didn't say a word. Madman Lu's eyes widened, and his tyrannical aura swept over Lu Yin. Void Master glanced at him and used Void God's power to block Lu Yin's side. Madman Lu and the Void Master stared at each other, their gazes ferocious and threatening. Void Master frowned. This person was indeed a madman. He then looked at Lu Yin. Not answering was too disrespectful to the Grand Empyrean. Senior Grand Empyrean, my father sent his regards, Jiang Qingyue suddenly said and bowed. Sure enough, the Lu clan's temperament is the same. Son of the Lu clan, you disgust me. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and slowly straightened up. He stopped saluting and didn't reply. He just listened. In terms of seniority, the Grand Empyrean was even more senior than the Patriarch. In terms of cultivation, Lu Yin had no confidence. If not for Mr. Mu, he wouldn't have the qualifications to maintain his dignity in front of the Grand Empyrean. His current dignity had been given to him by Mr. Mu, and he wouldn't rely on it to say ridiculous provocative words. When the day came when he could stand upright in front of the Grand Empyrean with his own abilities, his attitude would be completely different. That day would come. Lotus Reverend bowed. Master, please let me teach this arrogant son of the Lu clan a lesson. Lotus Reverend, if the Grand Empyrean wanted to teach him a lesson, you wouldn't have to do it. You can change the rules of the universe with just one word. This son of the Lu clan is just an ant and is not in your eyes. If you attack him, you will be bullying him. It won't be good if word gets out, the Void Master said. Bai Xianer looked up. Master, maybe he was scared silly by your power. Lu Yin's expression changed. Bai Xianer called the Grand Empyrean Master her master? She's the Grand Empyrean's disciple? Son of the Lu clan, you want to become the master of the origin space? Lu Yin finally said, yes. Madman Lu stepped forward. How can a mere near celestial be worthy of being the master of the origin space? I have a more suitable candidate. Lu Yin looked at Madman Lu coldly. Who? Madman Lu replied, Bai Wangyuan of the origin space, Cold Immortal Sect. Bai Wangyuan is the sect master of the Cold Immortal Sect in the origin space and one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. It is reasonable for him to become the master of the origin space. Lu Shaoxian, you don't have any objections to letting Bai Wangyuan be the master of the origin space, right? He's your senior. Even your father Lu Qi has to call him senior. Lu Yin said lightly, is there something wrong with your brain? He is the enemy of the Lu clan. How can he not have any objections? Madman Lu sneered. But he is far more suitable than you to be the master of the origin space. Senior doesn't hate him when he sees him. If you have any objections, you can fight with him and see who is more suitable. The master of a time and space should be the strongest, just like the Grand Empyreans and the Void Master. No one could refute this. If the master of a time and space wasn't the strongest, how could they convince others? I have never seen such a shameless person, a cold voice said. Everyone slowly turned their heads and looked at the person who spoke. It was Jiang Qingyue. Madman Lu's eyes were red. What did you say? Dragon Turtle Yang stood up. I said you. So what? Jiang Qingyue looked into Madman Lu's eyes and frowned. This person's aura made her very uncomfortable. In her sure, this person was the synonym of destruction and destruction. I said you are shameless. Madman Lu stepped out and a terrifying power swept towards Jiang Qingyue. The Void Master shouted, stop. Then he blocked Madman Lu's power. Dragon Turtle stretched its neck. You dare to attack the Thunder Master's daughter? Are you tired of living? Jiang Qingyue pressed down on the Dragon Turtle and looked at Madman Lu. She did not back down. That Bai Wangyuan you mentioned is from the 9 mountains and 8 seas of the primordial space. His seniority is even higher than Lu Yin's father's generation. Aren't you too shameless? Madman Lu snorted. Then give up the position of the master of the origin space. How can a little brat be the master? Lu Yin said, where is Bai Wangyuan? Madman Lu was stunned. He was also waiting for Bai Wangyuan to appear. But where was Bai Wangyuan? Great Stone Saint, where is Bai Wangyuan? Grand Heavenly Venerate asked. The Void Master laughed. To become the master of the origin space, one must be recognized by a Grand Heavenly Venerate Senior. Bai Wangyuan did not appear. Either he does not want to become the master of the origin space, or he does not care about a Grand Heavenly Venerate Senior. Madman Lu said, "How can Bai Wangyuan not respect a Grand Heavenly Venerate? Then why didn't he come?" Luin shouted. At this moment, the starry sky tree upper realm was filled with endless flames of war. Below the Wang family's continent, arrows shot into the sky, shooting towards the palm-sized continent. Wang Zheng's scalp went numb. Progenitor, it's the progenitor. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Chen Lu was wrapped in a black robe. He raised his hand and shot an arrow. This was what Lu Yin had asked him to do. At this moment he was going to attack the Wang family. Above the Wang family's continent, a ball of light circulated. The arrows carried the might of a progenitor and could pierce through the entire continent, but they were swept away by the light and shot down. Chen Li's expression changed as he looked at the ball of light in fear. What kind of power was that? A figure descended. How dare you attack my Wang family? You're courting death. The newcomer was an old man who looked much older than Wang Fan. However, he was a junior and was also the progenitor of the Wang family who had always been overseeing the sovereign realm, Wang Jian. Previously, when Lu Yin had moved the three sovereigns, Ancestor Gui Yuan, Bai Sheng, and Xia Zhen had all returned to the starry sky tree upper realm. However, on the second day they had gone to the Six Direction Society. The Grand Heavenly Venerate had ordered the primordial space to transfer half of the progenitors to assist in the defense, and this could not be changed. They had to leave. At this moment, only Wang Fan and Wang Jian were left in the Wang family. Chen Lu attacked and Wang Jian walked out of the sovereign realm. He raised his head and instantly disappeared. Chen Lu could not see him for a moment, and a sense of danger rose in his heart. He hurriedly dodged. The spot where he stood was torn apart by Skyblade. Skyblade, one of the Wang family's 4 ultimates. Who are you? How dare you attack my Wang family? Wang Jian struck out with his palm. Chen Lu stared ahead, his mind blank. Where am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? At the critical moment, a huge mountain blocked in front of him, forcibly blocking Wang Jian's palm. Only then did Chen Lu react. He retreated step by step and looked ahead in fear. This was the progenitor of the primal space? Why did it feel so strange and terrifying? Behind him, Master Shan also walked out in a black robe. Be careful. The progenitor of the Wang family is very difficult to deal with. Even Wang Fan did not appear. Chen Lu took a deep breath. Understood. In another direction the Shenwu sky was also attacked. Lu Yun did not use Lu Yun's power or the Thousand Streams Dao break as he was afraid of being recognized. Fortunately, he had learned some primal space battle techniques in the Above Heaven sect. At this moment he was using the Taishin Saber Will, a saber technique that Zhang Dingtian had obtained from the Taishin Dojo. Lu Yun was an expert in saber techniques, and the Taishin Saber Will was easy to use. The expert who had created the Taishin Saber Will did not expect that one day a progenitor would learn it. That person himself was far from reaching this level. In Lu Yun's hand, the Taishin Saber Will burst forth with another kind of power. When the saber entered his hand, it was too mysterious and unpredictable, forcing Xia Xinji to use his divine saber region. However, the gap between Lu Yun and Xia Xinji was too big, and the Taishin Saber Will was far from being able to resist the divine saber region. The outcome was decided in a few moves. Where did this progenitor come from? How dare you attack my Shenwu sky? Xia Xinji's saber fell. Lu Yun was shocked. The progenitor of this space-time was too strong. He did not have the strength to resist at all. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2791. At this moment, a sharp light flashed past, and a long saber slashed out from Lu Yun's side, blocking Xia Xinji's saber. Countless sharp lights shot towards the ground, tearing Shenwu sky apart. Everyone in Shenwu sky fled in all directions, unable to withstand the shockwaves from the battle between progenitors. Lung Qing walked out and looked at Xia Xinji with a burning gaze. This person's saber techniques were extremely high. Xia Xinji's expression turned grave. Lu Yun and Lung Qing were not his opponents individually, but together they could stall him. More importantly, both of them wore black robes. You are from the sect Above Heaven, right? Xia Xinji asked. Lung Qing's lips curled up. I've heard so much about you. Let's see how far you are from that Xia-chan, Xia Xinji shouted. You are from the sect above heaven era. You are Leng Qing. Leng Qing did not waste any words and slashed out. Lu Yun attacked at the same time, but Leng Qing stopped him. He wanted to test Xia Xinji first. In the cold immortal sect, Mu Xie had his hands behind his back, also wearing a black robe. In front of him was Bai Wangyuan. Mu Xie, why hide? I know it's you. Bai Wangyuan's expression sank. He should have gone to the reincarnation space-time, but Mu Xie suddenly attacked. No, it should be said that the sect above heaven suddenly attacked. The entire top realm was in chaos. Not only progenitors, but even the half-progenitors of the sect above heaven started fighting against the four-direction scales. The sudden battle stunned the four-direction scales, and it also showed them how powerful the sect above heaven was. In the past, Lu Yin had to use all sorts of methods to fight against the four-direction scales, even involving the Lu clan's ancestor, the agriculture clan's ancestor, and the fog ancestor. But now, the sect above heaven dared to start a war and even had the upper hand. How long had it been? Where did Lu Yin get so many progenitors? As far as they knew, there should not be so many progenitors in the sect above heaven. Mu Xie said indifferently, the 9 mountains and 8 seas is just a name. Your 9 mountains and 8 seas have their own divide. Senior Lu Qianni is the most powerful, and he dares to face the only true God. Bai Wangyuan, I've wanted to see your strength for a long time. Bai Wangyuan narrowed his eyes. Lu Shaoxian is your junior brother, but your lifelong ambition is to get rid of spies. Why do you want to start a civil war? Doing so will only benefit the Eternals. Mu Xie said, balance, whoever destroys it is the enemy. Even my junior brother can't destroy the balance. But now the balance is already broken. Junior brother has to become the master of the primordial space and join the Six Direction Association to protect the dignity of the primordial space. You can't do that, no one else can. Only you can. Don't even think about going anywhere today. Bai Wangyuan's eyes widened. I knew it was because of this. Alright, I'll get rid of you once and for all. The top realm shook as more than 10 progenitor realm experts fought. This was the first chapter in the history of the starry sky of trees. There had never been so many progenitor realm experts fighting in the starry sky of trees. Even if there had been, it had been in the sovereign realm and the backside battlefield. Above the Dragon Mountain, the great elder Anai Huang stood high up in the sky. The heavenly sect had attacked the 3 parties but not the white dragon race. At this moment, the white dragon race was no longer worth wasting any progenitor realm experts. He didn't know if he should feel lucky or sad. The white dragon clan had to return to the top. In the reincarnation spacetime, Madman Lu bowed. Senior, let me make a trip to the origin space. Ridiculous. As long as the great heavenly venerate attacked, a finger, no, a thought could destroy Lu Yin. No, the origin space did not say that they could not attack Lu Yin. Moreover, Lu Yin had disrespected the great heavenly venerate first. First, he did not answer the great heavenly venerate. Now he asked the great heavenly venerate. If the great heavenly venerate wanted to attack, even the Void Master could not stop him. The Void Master did not expect Lu Yin to be so impulsive. It was fine if he did not answer earlier. After all, the great heavenly venerate had indeed exiled the Lu family. It was normal for Lu Yin to have resentment, but what was he doing now? If Bai Wangyuan did not come, the great heavenly venerate would not let Bai Wangyuan become the master of the origin space. There was no need to fight. He was too young and impulsive. They were worried about whether the great heavenly venerate would attack Lu Yin, but this was exactly what Lu Yin was not worried about. What he wanted was to draw the great heavenly venerate's dissatisfaction to himself. With Mr. Mu taking the blame, he believed that the great heavenly venerate would not attack. Lu family's son, you make me hate you as much as Lu Yuan. Moreover, I hate you more and more. Lu Yin was calm, neither servile nor overbearing. Even the holy retainer was shocked. He sighed and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Bai Wangyuan is not coming. Since you want the position of master of the origin space so much, you can have it. The great heavenly venerate said casually. Lu Yin sighed. Thank you, senior great heavenly venerate. Don't be happy too early. Since you are the master of the origin space, you should bear the corresponding responsibility. You just said that the origin space's 5th continent will not recognize Bai Wangyuan. Then will Bai Wangyuan and the others recognize you? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. As long as senior great heavenly venerate recognizes me. Everyone looked at Lu Yin with strange gazes. The same words had been reversed. Even the Void Master laughed. This brat was quite shameless. Make Bai Wangyuan come here and personally recognize you, Lu Yin, as the master of the origin space. If you can do this, you will be the true master of the origin space. Otherwise, I will personally remove your title of master of the origin space. The great heavenly venerate was cold. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. This was the method of a great heavenly venerate. There was no need to help Bai Wangyuan or specifically target him. As long as he couldn't make the four-way scales submit, he wasn't worthy of being the master of the origin space. In his current position, if Bai Wangyuan became the master of the origin space, the great heavenly venerate or divine sovereign Shaoyin would help the four-way scales deal with the above heaven sect. However, if he became the master of the origin space, these people would not help him, and the great heavenly venerate would not help him. This was Lu Yin's position in the reincarnation spacetime. Here he was isolated and helpless. This was also the reason why he had taken the initiative to obtain the master of the origin space. Once Bai Wangyuan reacted and took the initiative to fight for it, it would be too late. With the support of the great heavenly venerate, divine sovereign Shaoyin could brazenly attack the above heaven sect. Although the great heavenly venerate wouldn't help him and only supported him verbally, it was fine as long as he didn't help the four-way scales. It was time for the above heaven sect and the four-way scales to come to an end. In the upper realm of the astral tree galaxy, after Lu Yin returned to the above heaven sect, all the progenitors had retreated. The war had started suddenly and ended abruptly. And this war had caused Bai Wangyuan to lose the chance to become the master of the origin space. He suppressed his gloomy gaze and watched Mu Xia leave. This person had been hiding all this time. He knew that he could completely suppress this person with the strength of 9 mountains and 8 seas, but this person's strength was endless. Even if he could win, he couldn't kill or severely injure him. This person had hidden too deeply. No wonder he dared to block him alone. Brother Bai, the above heaven sect's progenitors have retreated. Do you know what happened? Also, where did the above heaven sect get so many progenitors? Xia Xinji's voice entered Bai Wangyuan's ears. Bai Wangyuan's expression darkened. Madman Lu told me that that little bastard met the great heavenly venerate today and wanted to become the master of the origin space. What? The above heaven sect declared war on us? That's right. Is to prevent us from destroying it. You should have told us earlier. Wang Fan's voice sounded rather angry. Bai Wangyuan's eyes flashed. Tell them earlier? Then he might not be the master of the origin space. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Madman Lu had told him and not Wang Fan and Xia Xinji because he didn't want any accidents to happen. He wanted to let Bai Wangyuan become the master of the origin space first. Otherwise, once Wang Fan and Xia Xinji fought over it, it would be even more troublesome than Lu Yin. But they had a plan and Lu Yin had a way to deal with it. Lu Yin went to meet the great heavenly venerate, and the four-way scales suffered an unprecedented attack. Bai Wangyuan couldn't leave, or the cold immortal sect would be gone. Once the cold immortal sect was destroyed by the above heaven sect, how could he become the master of the origin space? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2792. Not only that, but once they left, there would only be 3 progenitors in the top world. How could they fight against so many progenitors? In the end, not only the cold immortal sect, but also the divine martial sky and the Wang family would be in trouble. The four-way scales had already lost the White Dragon clan. They couldn't afford to lose any more. Otherwise, what was the difference between them and the 3 monarchs' universes? This little bastard dares to start a war with the four-way scales for the sake of becoming the master of the beginning space. We can't let him go. Xia Xinji was furious. Wang Fan stood on the continent of the Wang family and looked in the direction of the cold immortal sect. He knew that Bai Wangyuan had always been afraid of him. He didn't care about the past, but this time he really got himself into trouble. He had said it earlier. Wang Fan clenched his fists. Even if Lu Shaoxian could stop Bai Wangyuan, how could he stop him? He didn't even do anything just now. The above heaven sect couldn't stop the power of 9 mountains and 8 seas. How hateful. The above heaven sect retreated. It seems that Lu Shaoxian has succeeded, Wang Fan said in a low voice. Bai Ran said, the news from the 6-way society will come soon. No matter what, even if he becomes the master of the beginning space, it has nothing to do with the 4-way scales. The little bastard can't defeat us. At the same time, in the cold immortal sect, singing and dancing came from a rather luxurious old house. It was a strong contrast to the battle just now. Outside the old house, the land of the cold immortal sect was cracked. Many people were busy repairing it, but the old house was full of singing and dancing. A cultivator from the reincarnation universe lived here. The cold immortal sect relied on this cultivator to travel to and from the reincarnation universe. Madman Lu relied on this cultivator to bring the news to Bai Wangyuan. Although this cultivator was only an emissary, his status in the cold immortal sect was very high. The joyful singing and dancing spread around the old house with laughter. Many disciples of the cold immortal sect were envious and jealous. However, the scene inside the old house was different. Beautiful singers danced seductively, bringing ambiguity and extravagance. Not far away, the emissary cultivator from the reincarnation universe was smiling, but it was very forced. There were even beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. An enchanting woman leaned in his arms. "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" The emissary cultivator forced a smile. The woman smiled and changed her posture, bringing with her a burst of fragrance. Reincarnation spacetime? The emissary cultivator's eyelids twitched. "You know and you still dare to attack me? You're the one I'm looking for. Don't act rashly and don't ask for help. Otherwise, even if you manage to escape from me, you won't be able to escape from this strong poison." The emissary cultivator's expression was ugly. "Smile, keep smiling. Don't let anyone see through you," the woman whispered into the emissary's ear. The emissary cultivator gritted his teeth, and his smile was ugly. "What do you want? Let me go and I'll take you to the reincarnation spacetime. I'm a subordinate of Supreme God Shaoyin, and I can help you reach the heavens in one step. Enjoy to your heart's content. You don't have to do anything. I'll accompany you." The woman tempted. The emissary cultivator was confused. He didn't know what this woman was trying to do. However, one thing was for sure. This woman was controlling him. The same thing happened in the Divine Martial Sky, the Wang family, and the White Dragon clan. Each of the 4 direction scales had cultivators from the 6 Directions Guild. Their purpose was to bring them to the 6 Directions Guild. Bai Sheng, Xia Zhen, and the others used these people to defend against the 6 Directions Guild. Bai Wangyuan also had to go through these people if he wanted to communicate with Madman Lu and obtain information about the 6 Directions Guild. At this moment, all of these people were being controlled. In the above heaven, Wang Wen was playing with a chessboard. Come, let's play a game. It's been a long time since we last played." He was very excited. It had been a long time since he played a game with Lu Yin. He enjoyed the thrill of crushing Lu Yin in a game of chess. Lu Yin laughed. "Is it fun? I'm not your opponent." "Ah, of course it's fun. The above heavens Tao Master, no, it should be the master of the primordial space now. Ask anyone else who can experience this, haha." Wang Wen was excited. Lu Yin shook his head and placed a piece. "This time Bai Wangyuan is going to explode. You wanted to steal your game but you did it instead. How laughable." Wang Wen was excited. He looked at the chessboard and thought about how to completely crush Lu Yin. Lu Yin said, "I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. The 4 sides are also scheming against each other. I told you before that it would go smoothly." Wang Fan and Xia Xinji definitely didn't know that Bai Wangyuan was going to become the master of the primordial space. Otherwise Wang Fan would have jumped up a long time ago. However, I underestimated the Grand Emperor's hatred for the Lu family. If you weren't strong enough, even if Bai Wangyuan couldn't become the master of the primordial space, you wouldn't be able to become it either. At this point, Wang Wen grasped a piece and looked at Lu Yin with an inexplicable smile. "Your Highness, your opponent is very troublesome." Lu Yin met Wang Wen's gaze. "The more troublesome, the more it suits you." Wang Wen smiled. "You know me best." Lu Yin laughed. "Back then you said that you would help me unify the outer verse. If you succeed, then the inner verse, the entire 5th mainland, and the next step is the astral tree. Once you complete your goal, will you feel bored?" Wang Wen placed a piece and said, "It's not boring anymore. With a giant like the 6 sides and the Eternals, the game is getting bigger and bigger. Your Highness, you have to work hard to give me more pieces. Otherwise I won't be able to set it up." "Don't worry, there will be many pieces," Lu Yin said. The 2nd Night King reported, "Tao Lord, the control is successful." Wang Wen clapped. "The timing is just right. Your Tao Lord has also been crushed by me." The 2nd Night King's expression did not change. In the Above the Sky sect, Wang Wen was an anomaly, and his attitude towards Lu Yin had not changed at all. Lu Yin stood up and sighed. "I'm not playing anymore. I'm always crushed by you. I'll just look at little sapling." With that he left. After Lu Yin left, Wang Wen looked at the chessboard and muttered to himself, "Your Highness' ability to set things up seems to have improved." Lu Yin walked to the bottom of the staircase and touched the cauldron. Little sapling peeked out. It liked this place very much. If he wanted to find it, then this was the right place. Not far away, he ran arrogantly, glanced at Lu Yin from time to time before looking away. Lu Yin ignored her and played with little sapling for a while before leaving. Several days later, in the top realm, Shenwu Plain. Xia Xinji suddenly opened his eyes and took a step forward, leaving Shenwu Plain with a terrifying smile on his face. He had finally found it, and it had actually been hiding in the lower realm. He had to thank those traitors. If not for them, he would never have been able to find it. Bai Wangyuan wanted to become the master of the primordial space, but the one he truly feared was Wang Fan. Xia Xinji was very clear on this point. Although he was confident that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with 9 mountains and 8 seas, he was still lacking when compared to Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan. This was also the reason why he had not been willing to kill that clone for so many years. Now that everyone knew about the clone's existence, as long as he could find it, he would fuse with it. He would return to his peak strength. Soon. In the 5th district of the lower realm, a conversation could be heard from a simple straw hut. I've received news that the Above Sky sect will send people to pick us up soon. Ancestor, do you want to leave with us? No, this is the safest place. Alright, how about this? I'll leave 2 disciples to serve you. It'll be easier for you to communicate. After the conversation ended, a man walked out of the straw hut. Light shone through the leaves onto the man's face. He was Xia Luo. Back when Xia Xinji had been exiled, Lu Yin had thought of a way to deal with Xia Zhen. He had let Xia Luo and Xia Xing control Shenwu Plain together, using the main branch and the subsidiary branches to help Xia Zhen vent his anger. At that time, Xia Luo had indeed become half the master of Shenwu Plain. With Xia Zhen's support, even Xia Xing did not dare to do anything to him. However, after Xia Xinji's return, the Above Sky sect had notified Xia Luo to leave. Xia Luo had led the subsidiary branches out of Shenwu Plain first, and they had been together with Xia Xinji's clone. All of this had been arranged by the Above Sky sect. Xia Luo left the straw hut and walked into the distance. After he left, Xia Xinji suddenly appeared. Within the straw hut, Xia Xinji's clone's expression changed. Xia Xinji glared, and the straw hut shattered, revealing Xia Xinji's clone. The 2 identical people looked at each other. Xia Xinji sneered. Found you. Xia Luo heard the voice and turned around. When he saw Xia Xinji, his face went pale. Ancestor? Xia Xinji glanced at Xia Luo. Once I fuse with this clone, I'll capture all of you traitors. You dare to betray Shenwu Plain? You're courting death. Xia Xinji's clone did not even think about fleeing, but at this moment he was so close to Xia Xinji, so how could he escape? Xia Xinji took a single step forward and blocked the clone's path, grabbing out with a hand. The clone was shocked. If you dare to attack, I'll kill myself. Do you have that ability? Xia Xinji barked. He watched as the clone's palm slammed towards his forehead, but just as the palm was about to land, it suddenly retracted. This was the Xia family's secret technique, reverse. Xia Xinji grabbed the clone by the neck and lifted him up. I really have to thank those trash from the subsidiary branches. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have been able to find you. The clone stared at Xia Xinji and suddenly pulled out a card from his cosmic ring. An irresistible suction force appeared and sucked both him and Xia Xinji inside. The 2 appeared in a space of absolute darkness. This was Eternal Darkness. Eternal Darkness was a 7-star archaic card, which corresponded to Elder Shangu and the Void Master. Otherwise, with Xia Xinji's strength, ordinary archaic cards would not have been able to suck him in. The moment he entered Eternal Darkness, Xia Xinji knew that he had fallen into a trap. He attacked wildly, and his divine martial sword domain connected heaven and earth. He wanted to break Eternal Darkness as soon as possible. This was the power of the Lost Clans card. How could such a card appear in the top world? Absolute darkness swallowed the light, wrapping around the divine martial sword domain and suppressing it. Without anyone controlling it, Eternal Darkness power was just darkness. It was similar to Old Monster MO, but it was not as strong. However, this was just the power of Eternal Darkness. If it was controlled by someone like Shangu, the power of darkness would be unimaginable. The divine martial sword domain's crazy attacks made Eternal Darkness unstable. Without anyone controlling it, Eternal Darkness could not suppress Xia Xinji at all. Even ordinary powerhouses could not do so. At this moment, a small path suddenly appeared. Xia Xinji saw it and barked, "Chan, it's you." The divine martial broadsword region was filled with celestial blades. At this moment, every blade was burning with divine martial chi twisting the void. I've already tasted the power of a Tao Lord. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lu Yin could feel how terrifying Xia Xinji's power was, but it was still somewhat weaker than old Monster Mo's. That was the power of a sequence particle, which was on another level. Even so, Xia Xinji's power was not something that Lu Yin could face head-on. He could only exhaust it as much as he could. Xia Xinji had always claimed to be comparable to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Now, the power he displayed had indeed reached a certain level. Lu Yun, Qin Lu, and the others couldn't block any of his attacks, and each of them could kill an ordinary progenitor. At a glance, there were countless attacks. It was very difficult for someone of the same level to deal with Xia Xinji. Only someone who surpassed a certain limit could do so. Lu Yin gripped the slipper tightly. Elder Chan's eyes were bloodshot. It was time to go all out. Senior Channy, this junior will try to see if I can recreate your power. Xia Xinji's eyes went wide as he stared at Lu Yin. He did not believe that the slipper could block all the attacks. As he waved his arm, more and more blades slashed out. Suddenly, Xia Xinji coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face paled. He turned his head and glared at Lu Yin. Do you want to die? He wants to kill us. Xia Xinji's clone lowered his hand and panted heavily. He was harming himself. When he saw Xia Xinji's furious roar, the clone lowered his hand and smiled bitterly. Killing you is not killing me. If I die, you will die as well. Xia Xinji was enraged and he regretted killing this clone. However, it was too late for regrets. His burning divine martial astral energy was constantly being burned away, and his strength was waning. He could not stay here. He looked up and unleashed his divine martial sword domain in all directions. He wanted to escape as it was impossible to catch this clone now. If he wanted to escape, no one would be able to stop him. The divine martial sword domain slashed towards eternal darkness, and the time scale locked down the area. Xia Xinji looked at Lu Yin. You're dead, you bastard. Hexapath won't let you off. Lu Yin had a mocking expression. Look behind you. Xia Xinji suddenly turned around and saw a needle. It was the Xidigarba needle that had been locked down by the time scale. At some point in time, the needle had broken through the time scale, and the needle had pierced through it. There was still another time scale in front of Xia Xinji. Bang! The sound of glass shattering could be heard. The Xidigarba needle pierced through Xia Xinji's body with a power that he could not comprehend, leaving behind a trail of blood. Xia Xinji spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. At the same time, Elder Chan also spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face paled. Senior Channy's power could not be used as he wished, and he had almost died. Lu Yin took advantage of this opportunity to land a palm on Xia Xinji's back. 30 palms of power from Lu Yin's divine martial sword domain shattered, and Xia Xinji's bones were shattered. Master Lu, please have mercy. Xia Xinji's clone shouted weakly. Lu Yin waved his hand and Xia Xinji's clone rushed over. Yours. Xia Xinji spat out another mouthful of blood, and his mangled vision looked up at the sky. Another attack descended from Lu Yin's spiritual force, and with Xia Xinji's current state, there was no way he could block it. His vision was gradually replaced by darkness. Xia Xinji's clone impatiently rushed down. Elder Chan arrived at Lu Yin's side, his face pale. He looked worse than if he had been heavily injured, and he was on the verge of death. Lu Yin looked at him with concern. Senior, are you all right? Elder Chan smiled bitterly. Senior Channy's power is too strong. Even with the 3 suns' ancestral chi, I can't fully manifest it. Forcefully using it will only harm me. I can't handle it. Lu Yin knew that Lu Bujing had said that his manifestation of destiny was sometimes ineffective. This was because his strength was too far from destiny, and forcefully manifesting it would only harm him. Is forefather Channy that much stronger than senior? Lu Yin was curious and he wanted to learn more about Lu Channy's power from Elder Chan. Elder Chan muttered. Not knowing how big the gap is the most terrifying part. If I knew, then I wouldn't be so worried. Because I don't know, if I use the 3 suns' ancestral chi too much, I might end up killing myself. Lu Yin was now certain that forefather Channy had grasped the power of the sequence particles. Otherwise, Elder Chan would not have been so far behind him. If Elder Chan had transformed into Xia Xinji, he would have been able to do so easily. This was the difference. Aren't you worried about the clone fusing with the main body? Or the clone might be ambitious and become another Xia Xinji. Elder Chan was worried. He coughed and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Actually, there's no need to overuse Forefather Tiany's strength. He's already heavily injured and we can deal with him. I also want to try. I've never experienced Forefather Tiany's strength, and I'm just itching to try. I didn't expect him to be so miserable. Elder Chan felt helpless. Lu Yin answered the previous question. I will ascend to godhood and only those who are willing can do so. If I can't, then I'll appoint a general. Elder Chan gave Lu Yin a strange look. This was the Lu family, tyrannical and shameless. The living could ascend to godhood, and the dead could appoint generals. Was there anything they could not use? He finally understood how the four-way scales felt. No one would want to live under such a family. Not only that, but I also want to ask senior brother to plant an evil Sarira in him to prevent his mentality from changing. Lu Yin continued, looking down with a strange expression. The 9 clones technique was indeed wondrous. Elder Chan nodded. This was good. From today onwards, Xiaxinji would no longer be Xiaxinji, but he would still be Xiaxinji. The first was Xiaxinji, so who would be next? After a long time, Lu Yin and Elder Chan looked down. It was over. Cough. Xiaxinji coughed violently as he clutched the wound that had been pierced by the Xidigarba needle. He stood up with difficulty and said bitterly, Master Lu, you were too heavy-handed. Lu Yin and Elder Chan descended. The two did not believe that the person in front of them was a clone. The difference between Xiaxinji's main body and his clone was too great. Even if his main body was heavily injured and on the verge of death, forcefully fusing with his clone was not impossible. Lu Yin had only given the clone a chance. Of course, this chance was rather risky, but it had been forced upon him by the clone. It was also a condition that Lu Yin had agreed to before. The riskiest thing was that once Xiaxinji fused with the clone, then even if Lu Yin could kill Xiaxinji, he would not be able to find any clues about the Lu family's location. Only the clone would be able to find the Lu family's location. If possible, Lu Yin naturally wanted to control the clone completely. However, attacking Xiaxinji was inevitable. Once Xiaxinji's main body died, according to this clone, Lu Yin would die as well. The main body could affect the clone, but the clone could not affect the main body. This was what the clone had said. Even though Lu Yin controlled Xiaxinji's clone's life and death, there were still some things that he could not be sure of. Below, Xiaxinji's broken body sat paralyzed on the ground. He looked at his arms from time to time, then looked in front of him and then moved his arms. His entire body was numb. The most serious injuries were the Xidigarba needle and the palm strike on his back. Although the clone was only a half-ancestor, his experience originated from Xiaxinji, and he knew how terrifying Xiaxinji's main body was. The clone had not expected that Lu Yin would be able to beat this body to such a state with a single palm strike. He had thought that this would be a joint attack. Lu Yin and Elder Chan descended and examined the clone. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2794. Xiaxinji grimaced. Dao Master Lu, I succeeded, but this body has been beaten to such a state, and it will take some time for it to recover. I can't help you. Lu Yin squatted down and approached Xiaxinji. Elder Chan reminded him, be careful. Xiaxinji's face was pale, and a small path was faintly discernible beneath his feet. If Xiaxinji attacked Lu Yin, this small path would be enough for Lu Yin to dodge. This was his ancestral world, and it had been created to help Lu Yin deal with Madman Lu. Lu Yin and Xiaxinji exchanged glances for a moment before standing up. I believe you. Not only Elder Chan, but even Xiaxinji was shocked. Dao Master Lu, you believe that I succeeded? Lu Yin's lips curled up. The real Xiaxinji will not avoid my gaze. Xiaxinji sighed and nodded. Fresh blood dripped from his body. The damage caused by the Xidigarba needle had been too severe, and he could not even contain his injuries. Can you help me? I'm afraid that I'll just die like this. Xiaxinji was helpless. Lu Yin looked at Elder Chan. Elder Chan shook his head. No one can help you with the injuries caused by Senior Tiany. Xiaxinji, since you've successfully fused, you should have the memories of your original body. You should know that Senior Tiany's strength is unsolvable. Xiaxinji's expression turned ugly, and he looked at Elder Chan in disbelief. You can actually use Lu Tiany's strength? That's right. During the Daosor Sex era, the 9 mountains and 8 seas appeared, and it was a grand and prosperous era. The most dazzling was Progenitor Qin, the most low-key was Progenitor Ku, and the most unsolvable was Lu Tiany. This injury was caused by him and no one can save you. Elder Chan continued, but you won't die. After all, it was just a single strike. Xia Xinji isn't that weak. Xia Xinji grimaced, but he did not refute. Consider me unlucky. Lu Yin was curious. Why is forefather Qianni unsolvable? Xia Xinji raised his pale face and looked at Lu Yin. The injuries caused by Lu Qianni's attack cannot be healed through external means, and they can only recover by themselves. If they cannot recover, then only death. That's why his strength is unsolvable. That's just an explanation. Old Chan continued with a longing look in his eyes. Unsolvable. Not only does it represent the nature of Senior Qianni's power, but it also represents his own strength. In the Lu family, a single person is a country and a single person can be revered. This saying has been displayed to the extreme by Senior Qianni. Summoning the ancestors on the stage, conferring deities to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. It can be said that Senior Qianni alone can wield the power of about 10 progenitors, and most of these 10 progenitors are from the 9 mountains and 8 seas. I can imagine how powerful Senior Tianyi was at his peak. Xia Xinji coughed. He turned his back to the mother tree and fought the only true god. That's Lu Qianni. He was able to fight against the 7 gods on his own. In that era, as long as the Lu family's patriarch didn't appear, Lu Qianni was invincible. However, that was only in theory. People like Ku Jie and Xia Shang could break through at any time and reach a level of transformation, including... He paused and looked at Wang Fan. Lu Yin raised his brows. Wang Fan. Xia Xinji said in a low voice, although Huiwen is known as the smartest person in the 9 mountains and 8 seas and the entire primordial space or even the entire human race, Wang Fan can be called the most sinister person, the most profound, and the one who hides the deepest. Although there's no evidence, after many years of secret investigations in Xinwu Heaven, we discovered that Wang Xi instigated the 4 cardinal scales to deal with the Lu family. It's very likely that Wang Fan was the one behind it. Lu Yin's expression changed. What did you say? Xia Xinji said, after fusing with the main body's memories, I learned some secrets, and one of them was related to the king. There's one thing that left a deep impression on the main body. Back then Wang Xi was sealed in ice by her mother, Wang Yi. After the seal was released, her memories were in a mess. Originally, Wang Yi had instilled in her the hatred for the Lu family, but after a while, her memories were restored. Furthermore, they were incomparably clear. She could clearly remember every word, every expression, and even every breath that Wang Yi had said. And the one behind all of this should be Wang Fan. It was Wang Fan who recovered Wang Xi's memories. Wang Xi's hatred for the Lu family reached the heavens. Using her special status, half of the Xia family's bloodline, and various other methods, she finally instigated the 4 cardinal scales to banish the Lu family. Behind all of this, there seems to be Wang Fan's shadow. Lu Yin frowned and did not understand. The Lu family's banishment was suggested by the Shaoyin divinity to the Grand Empyrean, and the Lu family had to bear the sins of the above heaven era. In the end, the Grand Empyrean sealed the Lu ancestors' senses, and the 4 cardinal scales used the white dragon overturn and prison lock to banish the Lu family. The Shaoyin divinity should be behind all of this. Xia Xinji shook his head. Wang Fan is also involved. Otherwise, even if the 6 Direction Society wanted to banish the Lu family, how could the Lu family of that era be so easily exiled? To put it bluntly, Lu Qianni alone was enough to make the 6 Direction Society speechless. Even in the face of the 6th Mainland's war, even if Xia Shang, Ku Jie, and the others were either dead or missing, Lu Qianni alone was not someone the 6 Direction Society could easily deal with. With the everlasting race around, the 6 Direction Society would not dare to openly attack the Lu family. If the 4 cardinal scales did not agree, it would be equivalent to the Lu family waging war against the 6 Direction Society. The calamity it would bring would be enough to destroy the entire human race. The 4 cardinal scales were the only ones willing to cooperate with them in banishing the Lu family. The 4 cardinal scales might have acted because of Wang Fan and Wang Fan. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Wang Fan is connected to the Shaoyin divinity. Xia Xinji said, if our guess is correct, then that is indeed the case. The Shaoyin divinity is a member of the 6 Direction Society, so how could he have the ability to bewitch the entire 4 cardinal scales? Wang Xi is even more of an ant and she was just a bait. The true mastermind is someone else. Lu Yin's gaze turned deep. Wang Fan and the Shaoyin divinity had worked together. One had bewitched the 4 cardinal scales, while the other had catered to the Grand Empyrean and banished the Lu family. Why would they target the Lu family? Why would Wang Fan target the Lu family? Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had touched upon something very bad. The everlasting race was a powerful force that had destroyed the above-heaven sex continents. How had they managed to do this during the above-heaven sex golden age? How had they acted against the primordial space in the six-direction society? He desperately wanted to understand this part of history. Only by understanding history would he be able to avoid repeating the same mistakes. Only by understanding history would he be able to change the future. Luin suddenly thought of the big-faced tree. Is what you said true? Elder Chan asked. He had not expected the Lu family's banishment to be so complicated. Xia Xinji stood up with difficulty. It might not be true. Wang Xi's matter seems insignificant, but even the main body could not investigate it. The Wang family covered it up, so the main body believes that it is true. However, there is no evidence. Luin rubbed his head. Evidence? There was no need for that. Since Xia Xinji had already been dealt with, the next target would either be by Wang Yuan or Wang Fan. Wang Fan was indeed not easy to deal with. Putting aside whether or not he was related to the Shaoyin divinity, he had the Ghost Abyss ancestor's shadow on the surface. If Luin had not exposed him, who knew how long he would have continued to hide? The Ghost Abyss ancestor was not weak, and he was definitely a trump card. If Wang Fan could hide one trump card, then he could hide a second and then a third. It was no wonder that Xia Xinji and the others thought that Wang Fan was the most sinister. In comparison, Xia Xinji was simply too pure and unlucky. His clone had clearly been imprisoned, but Lu Xiaoga had released it. This was fate. Let's not talk about anything else. Since you've successfully fused, then according to our agreement, you can ascend to godhood, Luin said. Xia Xinji was weak. Now. Luin looked at him with a faint smile. If you don't ascend to godhood, then you choose. Elder Chan once again felt that the Lu family was tyrannical. Xia Xinji felt the same way. His main body's memories had shown that he was rather dissatisfied with the Lu family's attitude. A living person would ascend to godhood, and a dead person would appoint generals. This was too abnormal. Facing Luin, he had no right to refuse. Let me rest for a day, Xia Xinji said. Luin did not care. 2 days is fine. I hope you can successfully ascend to godhood. Otherwise it will be difficult for me. He was referring to the Lu family's location. Only a clone could find the location of the Lu family's exile. If Xia Xinji could not ascend to godhood, it would be difficult for him to deal with him. Xia Xinji clutched his chest. Don't worry. I really am a clone. However, it will be difficult for me to accept godhood. Elder Chan smiled. Xia Xinji, it's not like you haven't been godhood before. Xia Xinji smiled bitterly. His main body had been deified by Lu Tianyi, and now he had been deified by Lu Shaoxian. In the end, he could not escape the fate of being deified by the Lu family. Why had the four-way Libra exiled the Lu family? Not to mention Wang Fan, everyone else had the same thought. The Lu family's strength was too heaven-defying. If they had not been exiled, they would never have had the chance to resist. The Lu family's ancestors were constantly being deified. Who else could stand it? Who could fight against the Lu family? Perhaps the Six-Way Society felt threatened by the Lu family, which was why they had exiled them. Senior, you should rest as well, Luin said to Elder Chan. Elder Chan waved a hand. This is a backlash and it won't be easy to recover from it. However, it won't affect me. He glanced at Xia Xinji. If I go all out, I can still use Senior Channy's strength, which should be enough to help you eliminate some people. Luin was grateful. Thank you. Although cultivators were cruel and merciless, they were bound to meet people who could help them. Luin had many family and friends, including Wendy Yushan, Ku Wei Zhua Day Night, Wen Sansi the Ghost Monkey, and the others. The same was true for the Blood Ancestor and Elder Chan. He was not lonely and he did not walk a lonely path. He just did not know if he would be lonely in the end. Luin thought back to the scene he had seen in his destiny divination. Would he really attack them? If such a day really came, what would he do? The next day, Xia Xinji took a deep breath. Master Lu, I'm ready. The Divine Seal catalog appeared above Lu Yin's head, its golden light illuminating the eternal darkness and illuminating Xia Xinji. A shadow appeared behind him. Lu Yin's voice was majestic and sacred. Xia Xinji, are you willing to be deified? Xia Xinji looked up at the Divine Seal catalog and abandoned all distracting thoughts. He had been preparing for this for an entire day, just like Mu Jun. No one was willing to be deified even if it did not affect them personally. However, it would increase the strength of an ascendant. Being deified was equivalent to having another ancestor, which was terrifying. However, he had no other choice. I am willing. Xia Xinji's voice was steady. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow behind him moved towards the Divine Seal catalog. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2795. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Up until now he had already sealed 3 gods, Nong Yi, Lu Yun and Mu Jun. None of them could compare to Xia Xinji, who was an absolute progenitor. He had forcefully withstood the combined attack of the death god's left arm and Go Lian, who had exhausted the Kuan-Zei's deathly aura. If not for Lu Yin's clone being heavily injured in the previous battle, he would have had to endure Xia Xinji's peak attack. Xia Xinji could be considered at the level of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, surpassing the 3 progenitors that Lu Yin had sealed before. To exaggerate, those 3 progenitors might not be Xia Xinji's match even if they teamed up. Sealing Xia Xinji required a bit of risk. If he was not careful, he might suffer a backlash just like what had happened to Mu Xia. However, Lu Yin was much stronger than before, so he should be able to succeed. Sealing godhood had nothing to do with one's current state. Even if Xia Xinji was heavily injured and on the verge of death, it would not increase his chances of sealing godhood. What mattered was the will of the person sealed and their strength. Lu Yin's eyes gleamed as he watched the shadow slowly enter the Divine Seal catalog and brand itself onto it. He finally relaxed. He had succeeded. Elder Chan smiled. He had succeeded. With Xia Xinji's help, Lu Yin would not be too passive when facing opponents like Bai Wangyuan or Wang Fan. Xia Xinji was very strong. Xia Xinji relaxed as well. As long as he succeeded in sealing godhood, Lu Yin would definitely use his strength in battle, and he would not die. He had finally replaced his main body, and he wanted to be the true Xia Xinji. After sealing godhood, Lu Yin, Elder Chan, and Xia Xinji left eternal darkness. Although the wooden house had been destroyed, no one knew that an earth-shattering battle between progenitors had taken place here. If the battle had taken place here, the middle realm or even the top realm would have been overturned. "Senior," Lu Yin called out. Mu Xia walked out. Xia Xinji raised his brows. There was more? He did not know that Lu Yin had invited Mu Xia. This was Lu Yin's method of guarding against clones. The 9 clones technique would affect the main body, and he was not sure if a clone could replace the main body. Thus he had asked Mu Xia to watch over the side. If the clone failed, Mu Xia would immediately act and cooperate with them to eliminate Xia Xinji as quickly as possible. "Did you succeed?" Mu Xia looked at Xia Xinji. Lu Yin nodded. "I should have succeeded, but just in case." He looked at Xia Xinji. "You don't mind having something in your body, right?" Xia Xinji opened his mouth wide. "You still don't trust me? I've already been sealed as a god. How can I be Xia Xinji? There's no way Xia Xinji would be willing to become a god." Lu Yin shrugged. Even Xia Xinji was deified by ancestor Lu Tianyi. At that time he didn't seem to be on good terms with my Lu family. A progenitor can adjust one's state of mind, but you took an entire day to do so. After Xiao Qin finished speaking, he did not wait for Xia Xinji to agree. He turned to Mu Xia and said, "Senior brother, sorry for the trouble." Mu Xia attacked and the evil relic flew towards Xia Xinji. Elder Chan had appeared on the other side at some point. The 3 of them surrounded Xia Xinji. Xia Xinji felt helpless. Of the 3 of them, there was no need to talk about Lu Yin. Mu Xia was also extremely powerful, and even Bai Wangyuan was wary of him. Mu Xia was a little unfathomable. As for Elder Chan, once he unleashed Lu Tianyi's true strength, there weren't many in the entire 6 Direction Society who could stop him. Being surrounded by the 3 of them, even Wang Fan and Bai Wangyuan felt chills down their spines, let alone him. They had no choice but to accept reality. In the distance, Xia Luo watched quietly. He looked at the once high and mighty figure. Ancestor Xia Xinji, who had never been able to meet him, was now under Lu Yin's control. This scene was enough to topple everyone's imaginations. This was Lu Yin. He had once helped Xia Jiuyo merge with Xia Jiuyo, but that had been with Xia Ji's approval. Otherwise, no one would have succeeded if Xia Ji had interfered. Now Lu Yin didn't need anyone's approval. He had dealt with Shen Wuqian, so who would be next? The frigid immortal sect? Or the Wang family? In the end, this astral tree still belonged to the Lu family. The evil relic had entered Xia Xinji's body to control him, and because Xia Xinji was heavily injured, Lu Yin had even used the Grim Reaper's seal. Even Elder Chan felt pity for Xia Xinji. Godhood, evil relic and Grim Reaper's seal. Even the real Xia Xinji would feel despair at this moment, let alone a clone. Xia Xinji was truly in despair. Fortunately, he didn't plan on becoming Lu Yin's enemy, so these control methods were useless. Location. Lu Yin looked at Xia Shenji. His gaze seemed calm, but it was filled with anxiety. Xia Shenji panted heavily. I can sense it, but I can't bring it back. Even with your current strength, it'll be difficult to bring the Lu family back. The Eternals won't let the Lu family return. Lu Yin fell silent. After a while he said, Go back, Ancestor Xia. Xia Shenji exhaled and staggered into the void, heading back to Shen Wuqian. His injuries could only be healed on their own. After Xia Shenji left, Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw Xia Luo. Xia Luo walked over and bowed. Path Master. Lu Yin looked at Xia Luo. Things had remained the same, but people had changed. When he had first stepped onto the path of cultivation, Xia Luo, Silver, and Lulu had all left Earth together. Now each of them had their own opportunities. Are you planning on returning to Shen Wuqian or something else? Lu Yin asked. Xia Luo shook his head. Let's go to the Six Direction Society. I'll see the wider sky there. Lu Yin understood. As the Six Direction Society came into contact with the primordial space, more and more people wanted to take a look. Back then, the Grand Empyrean had forbidden anyone from entering the primordial space without permission, so it wasn't easy for them to leave. Now, the primordial space had become one of the Six Direction Societies, and people from various parallel universes would come here. The Grand Empyrean had also lifted the ban, and the primordial space and the Six Direction Societies would merge. Yi Xing's arrival was a sign. Xia Luo and the others wanted to leave the primordial space and head to the Six Direction Society. Good luck. Lu Yin smiled. Xia Luo smiled. Path Master, the people who leave the primordial space won't disappoint you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Indeed, the primordial space and the Six Direction Society were merging in parallel universes. It was time for them to re-evaluate this place. Lung Qing had broken through to Progenitor, so who would be next? It should be soon. The one who truly needed to break through to Progenitor was himself. Only by breaking through would he be able to bring the Lu family back? How long would it take? How far would that be? Although he had dealt with Xia Shenji, Lu Yin was still in a bad mood. He returned to the Above Heavens sect and went to the Astral River with a gloomy mood. He sat on the beach and stared at the deep starry sky, deep in thought. After a long time, Kuei Luo came and grumbled, You didn't catch anything again. Is it that hard to catch a fish? Patting the dust off his clothes, Kuei Luo came to Lu Yin's side and sat down. Are you in a bad mood? Lu Yin muttered, When can I break through to Progenitor? Kuei Luo sneered, That's an old question. I often ask myself. Lu Bujing, Hen Xen, which one of them doesn't ask themselves? Maybe they ask themselves 1,000 times a day. The more they want to break through, the harder it is to do so. Lung Qing was the one who broke through first. What a waste. Kuei Luo took out a bottle of wine and took a sip. Lu Yin sighed, If I don't break through to Progenitor, how can I bring the Lu family back? That's too far away. Kuei Luo didn't hear him clearly. What Lu family? What do you mean bring them back? Lu Yin told Kuei Luo about Xia Shenji. Kuei Luo was dumbfounded. You messed with Xia Shenji? Lu Yin was speechless. I just had a clone replace the main body. Kuei Luo sighed regretfully. Why didn't you bring me along? What a pity, what a pity. I've always wanted to see the four-way Libra's defeated face. You ungrateful brat, who saved you? Who told you about the Lu family? Who helped you? Why didn't you call me when something good happened? Lu Yin took a sip of wine. You can't enter the Progenitor battlefield. Kuei Luo gritted his teeth in anger. Good, now you don't like this old man, huh? Fine, just wait, this old man will break through to Progenitor soon. Just don't ask me for help when the time comes. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat and he looked at Kuei Luo. You've been a half-step Progenitor for a long time, and you cultivate the primogenitor scripture. You're also a powerhouse who broke through 3 gates. Logically speaking, you should be able to break through to Progenitor. Why haven't you tried? Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. Do you think it's that easy to break through to Progenitor? Lung Qing was the Elysium's leader during the Above Heaven era. Do you know how long he's been a half-step Progenitor? How long did it take those progenitors from the Six Directions Society to break through? How many progenitors are there in the entire Six Directions Society? It's not that easy. You only have one chance. Who doesn't want to be completely confident before trying? Back then, that Lingji Mavis from the 5th mainland was too anxious and died. That Elder Chan was also forced. Fortunately, he saw through his heart and succeeded in breaking through to Progenitor. Kuei Luo leaned closer to Lu Yin. Let me tell you, Do you know who has the highest chance of breaking through to progenitor? Luin was curious. Who? Kuei Luo said, Xiao Chen. Dean? Luin was surprised. Kuei Luo nodded, his voice filled with admiration and praise. He saw through the world and achieved great enlightenment. He crossed the existent realm into the void realm, and then the void realm into the existent realm. He directly abandoned astral sources to cultivate, and created a path of cultivation that uses memories as a medium. His inner world is as gentle as water, and he can easily erase powerhouses of the same level. To be honest, although he hasn't been a half-step progenitor for long, there are too few who can fight him. Only your third uncle and the other Elysium leaders can give it a try. In the above heaven era he would definitely be one of the 12 Elysium leaders, and one of the strongest. This kind of person is either crazy or crazy. He can break through to progenitor at any time. It all depends on whether he's willing or not. Luin hadn't expected Kuei Luo to think so highly of the crazy Dean. The Dean hadn't even broken through 3 stages. Do you think the Dean can surpass you? Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. Why be so blunt? That guy also saw a lot of things through stargazing deck, and only after he went crazy did he achieve great enlightenment. I don't have that kind of spirit. If you lack progenitor helpers you can talk to him. Who knows, he might break through to progenitor in the middle of the conversation. It'll depend on you. With his cultivation method, breaking through to progenitor might not be a problem. Luin was tempted. The more progenitors in above heaven, the better. If the crazy Dean was as Kuei Luo said, that he could break through to progenitor at any time, then that would be a great boost to above heaven's strength. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2796. Kuei Luo lay down. Right, you said you had to break through to the ancestral realm before you could return? Xia Xinji's clone said that? What? Luin replied, Xia Xinji's clone can find the Lu family's location, but he can't bring it back. If I don't break through to the ancestral realm, how can I enter the boundless spacetime and bring it back? Kuei Luo's tone was natural. Let them come back on their own. Luin met Kuei Luo's gaze, his expression unfriendly. So you're saying that all my efforts over the years were for nothing? That the Lu family can come back on their own? Kuei Luo coughed. Calm down, think about it from another perspective. Aren't you underestimating the Lu family's ancestor? Forefather Tianyi? The oldest one. So you're saying that he can come back on his own if he wants? Not really, he's asleep. But you can wake him up. Luin blinked and stared at Kuei Luo. Any more nonsense and I'll throw you into the astral river like bait. Kuei Luo pursed his lips. Young man, be patient. There's no point in telling you sooner, and there's no point in telling you earlier. The more anxious you are, the harder it will be to succeed. Luin stood up and grabbed at Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo cried out, Stop, stop. Is there a seal behind you? Luin stopped and stared down at Kuei Luo. Is this a seal the family placed on me? There's no other way. You can't awaken the forefather unless you reach a certain level. Seeing Lu Yin's murderous glare, Kuei Luo had no choice but to bite the bullet. Luin gritted his teeth. Explain. Kuei Luo exhaled and coughed. Don't be hasty, that's why I'm here. You're already a peak emissary, and the next step is to break through to the half-step ancestor realm. Your current level of strength should be enough. Hurry up and speak. Luin barked, his entire body growing vexed. Kuei Luo didn't dare waste any more words, so he told Luin everything he knew. After a long while, Luin drove Kuei Luo away. He sat down on the beach alone, feeling exceptionally relaxed. He knew that the clan wouldn't be so easy to deal with. The living had ascended to godhood, and the dead had ascended to godhood. Furthermore, there was an ancestor at the level of a Tao Lord. How could the clan be destroyed so easily? Back then, the Grand Empyrean had isolated Ancestor Lu Yuan so that Ancestor Lu Yuan didn't know that the family had been pushed out by the White Dragon. Due to the urgency of the situation, no one in the family could awaken the ancestor, not even Ancestor Tianyi. Helpless, he could only seal Lu Xiaoshuan's cultivation and memories and throw him to the 5th continent. The goal was to gamble that Lu Xiaoxian could return to the peak and reach an even higher peak without relying on the family's resources. The Lu family had a tradition that whenever a direct descendant who had awakened the God Seal catalog broke through to the half-ancestor realm, they could awaken Ancestor Lu Yuan and obtain the ancestor's favor. This had been the case for every generation, and this was the only way to break through the Grand Empyrean's seal and awaken the ancestor. In the current generation, only Lu Shaoxin had awakened the God Seal catalog without reaching the half-ancestor realm. Thus, when the Lu family had been exiled, the family had done everything they could to throw Lu Shaoxin to the fifth continent so that he could cultivate there until he reached the half-ancestor realm. Then, he could awaken the ancestor with his bloodline. Because the Lu family had been exiled and was located far away, the family was afraid that even if Lu Shaoxin broke through to the half-ancestor realm, the Lu family wouldn't be able to detect it. Thus they had sealed him. Only by breaking through the layers of seals, especially the final fourth seal, could he succeed. This was because Lu Xiaoxuan's only chance to break through to the half-ancestor realm, and the Lu family couldn't take this risk. Without breaking through the fourth seal, the Lu family would rather not attempt it. Otherwise, breaking through to the half-ancestor realm would be meaningless. Now that Lu Yin had shaken the ancestor realm with his cultivation as an envoy, he was definitely qualified to awaken ancestor Lu Yuan when he was about to break through to the half-ancestor realm. No matter how far away he was, it was enough. As long as he could awaken ancestor Lu Yuan, the ancestor would be able to bring the Lu family back, and Lu Yin wouldn't need to search for him. In short, once he broke through to the half-ancestor realm and broke through the fourth seal, his bloodline would be able to awaken ancestor Lu Yuan. At that time, the Lu family would be able to return. To be safe, the Lu family had given Lu Yin a backup plan. It was the numbers that Luozha had asked Lu Yin to recite before his death. On the drift charge star, Luozha had asked Lu Yin to recite two things. One was the Stonewall scriptures that had been disrupted, and the other was numbers. The Stonewall scriptures were the primogenitor scriptures, and the numbers were the rhythm of the ancestor Lu Yuan's closed-door cultivation. If the fourth seal was broken and his bloodline still couldn't reach ancestor Lu Yuan's, the numbers would be the key. This set of numbers had a special meaning to ancestor Lu Yuan as it could increase the possibility of awakening him. This was the true reason why Kuei Luo and Lu Yin had stayed behind. Lu Yin laughed heartily. So that was how it was. No wonder the seal on his back had blocked his path and saved him at a critical moment. Kuei Luo had also cleared up some of Lu Yin's doubts. Luozha hadn't recognized the seal on his back on the drift charge star. Even Kuei Luo hadn't been able to recognize it, let alone Luozha. They had only known of the seal's existence, but the universe was too vast, and there were too many powerhouses who could leave behind seals. At the time, Luozha had been so severely injured that he couldn't even escape from the drift charge star and had died under a warship. His power level had only reached 10,000 at most, so how could he have seen through the Lu family's seal? It could only be said that fate had been decided by the heavens. The Lu family had left behind a backup plan that had helped Lu Yin survive on the drift charge star and allowed him to reach the peak of cultivation. With the primogenitor scriptures, he would be able to overcome any difficulties in the fifth mainland. Even if the scriptures weren't of much use outside of the fifth mainland, they would still be useful as long as he was there. In the end, he had also memorized the numbers. Fate was like a circle that spun and returned to its starting point. That old bastard Kuei Luo had never told Lu Yin about this because he was worried that Lu Yin would find out. Forcefully breaking through the fourth seal and forcefully breaking through the fourth seal were two completely different concepts. Lu Yin didn't want to take the risk as he only had one chance. If he couldn't awaken Patriarch Lu Yuan, then who knew how long it would take for the Patriarch to awaken and bring the Lu family back. Patriarch Lu Yuan had been asleep since the era of the Above Heaven sect, and he had slept for countless years. The Patriarch could afford to wait, but they couldn't. Moreover, the Lu family's exile had to be avenged. The four-way scales were just a small fry. The one who truly needed the Patriarch's help was the Grand Empyrean. Of course, Kuei Luo didn't know this. Before coming into contact with the Six-Way Association, he hadn't even known that the Grand Empyrean had been involved in the Lu family's exile. This was something that Lu Yin had always been puzzled about. The Lu family was clearly so powerful, and Patriarch Lu Qianni had become a deity in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. He could even directly face the only true God. Even if he couldn't save Lu Yin, he should still be able to awaken Patriarch Lu Yuan. However, in the end, the Lu family had still been exiled. Now everything was clear. Lu Yin roared as the knot in his heart was lifted. Half-ancestor. As long as he broke through to half-ancestor, he would be able to awaken the Patriarch. Once the Patriarch and the Lu family returned, what did Lu Yin have to fear? With the Lu family, Mr. Mu, his senior apprentice brothers, and the seniors from the Above Heaven sect, what problem in the universe could not be solved? Fate? To hell with fate. Lu Yin didn't believe that there would be people standing behind him. Mr. Mu and Patriarch Lu Yuan. Lu Yin would still kill those close to him like fate had predicted. He didn't believe that Patriarch Lu Yuan would not be able to save Yen'er once he returned. There was no need for Patriarch Lu Yuan. Patriarch Tianyi was enough. Yen'er would wake up and Lu Yin would deal with those troubles. What Six Direction Society? What Reverend Shaoing? What Above Heaven sect? He would wipe them all out. Half-Ancestor. As long as he broke through to Half-Ancestor. Lu Yin let out a long breath. How could he break through to Half-Ancestor? He was very clear that breaking through to Half-Ancestor would cause a huge commotion. It was something rarely seen since ancient times, and he himself was not confident that he could succeed. Sometimes being too strong could be troublesome. Furthermore, the strength of his heart had returned to myriad Daos unification. He had taken an unprecedented path, and he didn't know what kind of origin tribulation he would encounter. Mr. Mu had said that the Grand Empyrean's tea might be helpful to him. In that case, Lu Yin moved his arms. He would give it a try when the time came. He was really looking forward to the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. The Astral Combat Academy was the starting point for Lu Yin's cultivation journey. As Lu Yin's legendary experiences unfolded, the Astral Combat Academy also became the most dazzling star, mainly because of Astral 10. Astral 10's headmaster had originally been crazy, but after the crazy headmaster used the mortal world as a medium and returned to the path of cultivation, he broke through to Half-Ancestor. Countless people sought an audience with him every day, hoping to receive his guidance. Even Half-Ancestor powerhouses often visited him. The crazy headmaster did not refuse, as he had originally walked the path of cultivation in the mortal world. He had seen through the good and evil of the world, and he had gone from being normal to being crazy, and then from being crazy to being enlightened. He enjoyed watching everyone's lives and absorbing the nutrients of his cultivation from their experiences. The rain observatory was the crazy headmaster's favorite place. Watching the rain fall from the sky and land on the bluestone made him feel calmer. "Headmaster, Lu Yin is here," the rainmaster whispered. There was an incomparably large tree in front of him. Standing on the rain observatory, Lu Yin could only see enormous trees as far as the eye could see. On the tree trunk, the crazy headmaster opened his eyes. Let him come. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived at the rain observatory. He looked at the trees and bowed. Student Lu Yin greets the headmaster. The crazy headmaster walked through the rain and slowly descended onto the rain observatory. He faced Lu Yin. "You don't have to be so polite, Headmaster Lu." Lu Yin replied, "Since I'm from the Astral Combat Academy, it's only right." The crazy headmaster smiled. Lu Yin was unfamiliar with him at this moment, and he was not used to it. He was clearly a crazy old man, but he had become normal. The first time he had seen the crazy headmaster was when he had broken through to the Melder realm. He had almost been killed by the crazy headmaster's shockwaves, and that pressure was still fresh in his mind. Scenes from the past replayed in his mind, as if they had just happened yesterday. Although the crazy headmaster was crazy, he had helped Lu Yin several times. He had broken the seal, modified the serious art, forced Xia Meng away and protected Stargazing Deck. Even if he was crazy, he had still fulfilled his duties as a headmaster. This old man deserved Lu Yin's respect. Everyone's experience is like a starry sky. Lu Yin, yours is very exciting, the crazy headmaster said calmly. Lu Yin replied, an exciting starry sky is never lonely. The crazy headmaster smiled and raised his hand, allowing the rain to fall onto his palm. You once cultivated in the rain observatory. How does it feel to be here again? Lu Yin looked around. It feels like yesterday. Thank you. Yunfei 1985. I am tired of it. Zhang Daming. Brother's reward, I'll give it to you. These past few days of meetings I've been carsick and I even have the urge to jump out of the car. Despair. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2797. The crazy headmaster flipped his palm, allowing the rainwater to drip down. Time is fleeting and I don't know if it's real or fake. It's the same for me. I kept climbing the stargazing deck until I went insane, but yesterday's madness led to today's good karma. Only by seeing through the world can one's heart regain its tranquility. This place is very suitable for you. In terms of combat strength, the crazy headmaster was definitely not Lu Yin's match. Although the crazy headmaster had tempered his heart in the mortal world and was extremely strong as a half-step ancestor, he could not compare to Lu Yin, who had ascended to the godhood realm. Lu Yin could fight against the ancestor on his own, but in terms of mental state, Luin could not compare to the crazy headmaster. Not to mention him, even those Ancestor Realm experts, how many of them could stand shoulder to shoulder with the crazy dean? Since ancient times, who dared to say that they could break through to the Ancestor Realm at any time? Who dared to say that they could still break through after losing their cultivation power and using their past experiences as a medium? Only the crazy headmaster. Everyone's cultivation started with the most basic resources, such as astral sources. The crazy headmaster was the same, but he had walked down a path that no one had ever walked before. The end of this path could not be seen, just like Luin. No one could guide him on this path, and he could only fumble around on his own. Luin looked at the crazy headmaster solemnly. "Headmaster, I have something that I need your help with." The crazy headmaster looked at Luin with a calm expression. "Speak. If the above heaven is in danger, I hope that you can break through to the Ancestor Realm and protect the above heaven in the fifth mainland," Luin said solemnly. The crazy headmaster laughed. "Are you so sure that I can break through to the Ancestor Realm? Let me tell you clearly, I have not broken through the 3 stages. This was also what surprised Luin. Kue Luo was certain that the crazy headmaster could break through to the Ancestor Realm. He had said that the normal obstacles of breaking through to the Ancestor Realm were not an obstacle to the crazy headmaster, and he should have been referring to the 3 stages. But the crazy headmaster had not broken through the 3 stages, so how could he break through to the Ancestor Realm? No one had ever done it before. "Can you break through to the Ancestor Realm?" Luin asked directly. The crazy headmaster smiled. "What do you think?" "Yes." "What? A feeling." "Luin, have you graduated?" Luin did not expect the crazy headmaster to suddenly ask this. He immediately replied, "No." The crazy headmaster clasped his hands behind his back. "If you haven't graduated, then I still have the responsibility as the headmaster." Lu Yin's expression was solemn as he slowly bowed. "Dean, please teach me." The crazy headmaster looked into the distance. "Ancestor Ascension. What is the purpose of breaking through the 3 stages?" "In order to transform the inner world of a half-martial ancestor into the ancestral world, in order to give life to the ancestral world, in order to transform the world within one's body. On the other hand, if I can change the world inside my body, is it important to pass the 3 stages? Luin stared at the crazy dean in shock. Was it really that important to pass 3 stages? Of course it was important. Did he need to consider this question? Since ancient times, no matter who it was, breaking through to the ancestral realm required a primordial item in 3 stages. This was an unchanging rule. Only by obtaining a primordial item could one transform their inner world into the ancestral world, and only then could the ancestral world become lively and give birth to all kinds of existences. Only then would he be able to use his ancestral world to change the universe's starry sky. But to the crazy headmaster, that didn't seem to be important at all. The crazy headmaster raised his head and looked at the raindrops falling from the sky. The result has been achieved. The process can be changed. I use the world of mortals to refine my heart. Then, I can use the world of mortals as my ancestral world. The world of mortals is me, and I am the world of mortals. As long as the world of mortals exists, I will not change. Tell me, do you think the red dust is more important than the origin object? Is it too big to be angry? Lu Yin's heart trembled. The world of mortals is me? I am the world of mortals? Was this the headmaster's path of breaking through to the ancestral realm? He had experienced insanity and seen through the world. He had also seen through his own path of becoming an ancestral realm. He had not learned from his predecessors and had broken through himself. This was the true path of becoming an ancestral realm on his own. The ancient path master had created a battle force cultivation method that allowed a mortal's body to stand shoulder to shoulder with ancestral realm cultivators. The Grim Reaper had created death chi and used fate to divine the past and future. Which one of these had not been self-created? The crazy headmaster was also creating his own. Lu Yin bowed deeply to the crazy headmaster. "This student understands. Thank you for your guidance." The crazy headmaster said, "As I said earlier, Lu Yin, your path in the universe is very exciting. I hope that you will be able to walk a path that has never been seen before." He then turned back to Lu Yin. "I am willing to pave the way for you." Lu Yin was deeply grateful. Astral 10 was the school that had enlightened him when he had first stepped into the world of cultivation, and now, it had once again given him pointers when he was about to break through. This was the Astral Combat Academy, his alma mater, his home. He had a premonition that once the crazy headmaster broke through to ancestral realm, his strength would be unimaginable. As he walked out of the Astral Combat Academy, Lu Yin thought of Big Sis. He wondered how she was doing and when she would be able to regain the strength of the Netherworld ancestor. He immediately contacted Heizij Leon, but the person who answered was Heizij Leon. Qingqing is in seclusion. Heizij Leon's thunderous voice exploded in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Seclusion? Heizij Leon grinned. She just went into seclusion. I wanted to contact you, but before she went into seclusion she left you a message. After a pause he continued, when I come out I'll help you sweep the 4 cardinal scales. Luin laughed. That sounds like something Big Sis would say. Nonsense, why would I lie to you? You don't have to care about the trash from the 4 cardinal scales. Leave it to her. She can't wait to stand up for you. Heizij Leon was delighted. Luin was delighted. Let's talk about it when I come back. I have my own arrangements for the 4 cardinal scales. Captain, don't let Big Sis be rash and ruin my plans. Alright, I'll hold her back for you. Heizij Leon laughed. Luin ended the call and the corners of his lips curled up. One after another they were about to break through? Not to mention Third Uncle and the other Heaven's Gate sect masters from the Above Sky sect who could break through at any time, the crazy headmaster Kue Luo Big Sis, and even the ghost monkey could break through to Ancestor Realm at any time. Once all of them broke through to Ancestor Realm, how many more ancestors would the Above Sky sect gain? Luin didn't dare to think about it. The current Above Sky sect was ignored by the Six Direction Society because there were too many half-step ancestors here. Breaking through to Ancestor Realm was extremely difficult in their eyes, but they didn't know that these people only lacked an opportunity. He was glad that these half-step ancestors had yet to break through to Ancestor Realm and didn't pose a threat to the Six Direction Society. The day when everyone broke through to Ancestor Realm would be the day when the Above Sky sect shone brightly in the Six Direction Society. At that time, no one outside the Above Sky sect would dare to disobey them. The origin space had fallen from its peak to its decline because of the Above Sky sect. If Luin wanted to rebuild the origin space to its peak, it would also start with the Above Sky sect. In the past, the Above Sky sect had the 3 realms, 6 Daos, 9 mountains, 8 seas and 12 gates of heaven. The current Above Sky sect might just be able to do the same. Luin took a deep breath. He just had to wait. He had to wait for them to break through to Ancestor Realm. He had to wait for himself to break through to Half-Step Ancestor Realm, and even wait for the Lu family to return. The current origin space would eventually undergo a metamorphosis. The more it lay dormant, the more magnificent the metamorphosis would be. That day would definitely come. In the Above Sky sect, Luin returned, and the ghost monkey hurriedly came over to take credit. 7th bro, I found some human-shaped source boxes. As you expected, someone was secretly collecting them. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he had almost forgotten about the damned monkey. This guy was half a reincarnated progenitor Wushang, and there was a high chance that he could break through to Ancestor Realm. The ghost monkey continued to talk about his achievements, but when he saw Lu Yin staring at him, he immediately panicked and took a few steps back. 7th bro, why are you looking at me like that? Lu Yin asked. Monkey, can you break through to Ancestor Realm? The ghost monkey blinked and puffed out his chest. I lack a Genesis item. Scram. Luin was speechless. What was the point of talking about lacking a Genesis item? He didn't even have one. Speaking of which, he had to find some time to go to the Sovereign Realm and snatch one, as the 4-way Libra did not lack Genesis items. If he really couldn't find one, he could ask Xia Shinji to deliver it. The origin space had so many geniuses and he could not waste them. The ghost monkey licked his lips and smiled. 7th bro, the ones secretly collecting human-shaped source boxes are definitely from the Sky Yao tribe. I can smell their scent. Luin said, go and call the Yao Emperor over. All right. Lu Yin's gaze deepened. The Sky Yao tribe? They thought that he did not know that they wanted to revive the desolate god and were secretly collecting human-shaped source boxes. Not only the Yao Emperor but Skyminder Imperial Tutor as well. They had fabricated a lie that Lu Yin could not see through, believing that he had given up on the search for human-shaped source boxes. If not for the fact that the ghost monkey had coincidentally obtained progenitor Wushang's memories, Lu Yin would not have cared. They had been secretly collecting human-shaped source boxes, and there was a chance that they could reform the desolate god one day, but it would be too late by then. The desolate god was one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms during the Above Sky sect era, and it was as famous as ancestor Lu Yuan. Its strength was earth-shattering, and it was enough to intimidate an entire continent. Once a desolate god appeared, who could stop it? Unless the Lu family returned. Even a Grand Empyrean would have a headache. The Yao Emperor and Skyminder Imperial Tutor had hidden their identities too well. Back when Lu Yin and Bai Wangyuan had formed an alliance, the Fifth Mainland had sent people to guard the Fourth Array base. Although many things had happened after that, the Fifth Mainland's time poison had been cured, and the Yao Emperor and the others had still gone to guard the Fourth Array base. However, there was no need for that anymore. The Above Sky sect and the Four-Way Libra had already shed all pretense of cordiality, and Lu Yin had gone to the Astral Tree domain to flaunt his strength. The Above Sky sect cultivators had already withdrawn from the battlefield. The Yao Emperor was currently in the Above Sky sect, and he could not leave without Lu Yin's permission. Not long after, the Yao Emperor requested an audience with Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not receive him at the back of the mountain, but rather at the main hall. This was where outsiders were received. The Yao Emperor arrived at the entrance of the main hall and saw the Second Night King and Wu Junshi standing there respectfully. The Yao Emperor frowned. There was something wrong with the atmosphere. "Please, Yao Emperor," the ghost monkey said with a strange smile. The Yao Emperor was the current sect master of the Beast Elysium. Although Lu Yin had conquered the Astral Beast domain, he could not kill all of them. Even during the Above Sky sect era, the Astral Beasts had been on the Fourth Mainland and had been protected by the Desolate God. Now, the Above Sky sect was trying to subdue them while also trying to rope them in. The Beast Elysium was Lu Yin's answer to the Astral Beast domain. The Yao Emperor walked into the main hall and saw Lu Yin and Leng Qing talking. He had thought that Lu Yin was the only one here. Lu Yin looked up and smiled when he saw the Yao Emperor. "We were just talking about the Celestial Beast Empire. Why don't you come and listen?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2798. The Shifter Emperor's expression was cold, but under Lu Yin and Leng Qing's pressure, he forced a smile. "There is no Celestial Beast Empire now. We are all disciples of the same sect. Sect Master, please don't joke around." Lu Yin smiled. "It's fine. The sect above heaven is a human sect, but it doesn't prohibit you from forming your own family." The Shifter Emperor sat across from Leng Qing. He did not want to sit across from Leng Qing. Leng Qing was constantly emitting a sharp aura that was even stronger than when she was a half-progenitor. She should have restrained herself after breaking through to progenitor, but Leng Qing gave the Shifter Emperor the feeling that she would attack at any moment. The astral beasts are unruly and difficult to tame. They imitate humans and build cities and academies. I have destroyed many of them in the astral beast domain and slaughtered a bunch of them. I hope they will listen to me, Leng Qing said in a cold voice that reeked of blood. The Shifter Emperor's gaze turned cold, and he forced himself to lower his eyes so that Leng Qing would not notice. The current Leng Qing was not the same as before. She was now in progenitor. Lu Yin glanced at the Shifter Emperor and smiled. "You can't say that. Both humans and astral beasts are creatures of the universe. They have the right to pursue an intelligent civilization." Leng Qing said stiffly, "Humans will always be the rulers of all things. Although they might not be as intelligent as astral beasts at birth, humans are good at creation and are willing to weave lies to perfect their civilization. This is something that astral beasts will never be able to do. Our ancestors said that we cannot give astral beasts the chance to surpass humans. Otherwise, they will be even more ruthless and cold-blooded when they enslave humans." The Shifter Emperor listened silently. Leng Qing stared at the Shifter Emperor. "Sect Master, I am willing to imitate the Grim Reaper and brand the astral beasts with fear that will pass on their bloodline." The Shifter Emperor suddenly raised his head and saw Leng Qing's murderous gaze. This gaze made the Shifter Emperor swallow the words he wanted to say. He felt a chill down his spine. He was very sure that if he didn't perform well, Leng Qing would directly stab him. Compared to Leng Qing, the sect above heaven sect would not say anything for him. Leng Qing's aura was unparalleled, and the Shifter Emperor felt as if a blade was hanging over his neck. His entire body trembled. This was not fear, but an instinctive reaction when one faced with a life-and-death crisis. The astral beast's reaction was even more obvious. The Shifter Emperor and Leng Qing's eyes met, stared at each other for half a minute. Lu Yin was satisfied. There's no need to be so extreme. In this era, the astral beasts are different from the era of above heaven. Don't you agree? Demon Emperor Sect Master? The Shifter Emperor exhaled and rose to his feet respectfully. Tao Lord, after so many years, the giant astral beasts have learned a lot from the human civilization. In the future, they will continue to learn from the humans. I hope that Tao Lord and the sect above heaven will supervise them." Hearing this, Leng Qing's sharpness was immediately restrained. The Shifter Emperor understood. He came here today to be beaten. But why? Currently, the Astral Beast domain did not even have a single half-progenitor, so why would Luin target them? Could it be? His face paled. Had someone discovered his humanoid source box? That was impossible. Only the Imperial Tutor and himself knew about this matter. No one else could have known about it. Even Yao Xian did not know, let alone Luin. For countless years, the Astral Beast domain had kept this matter a secret in order to guard against the humans. They had only told each generation of Yao Emperors, and only 2 people in each generation knew about this matter. One was the Yao Emperor of that generation, and the other was Imperial Tutor Skymender. It was impossible for Luin to have a way to find out about this. Then why did he hit him? This wasn't just a beating, it was a threat. He had no doubt that if he disobeyed, Lung Qing would slash at him. Luin sized up the Shifter Emperor. When will you break through to the progenitor realm? The Shifter Emperor bitterly replied, far away. Luin looked straight at the Shifter Emperor and opened his celestial eye. In an instant he saw a giant heavenly Yao. This was the Shifter Emperor's main body. Heavenly Yao seemed to be condensed from spiritual force. Although they were astral beasts, no matter how one looked at them, they were the amalgamation of spiritual force. It was no wonder that no one could compare to Heavenly Yao in terms of spiritual force. With Heavenly Yao's talent and spiritual force, once you break through to the progenitor realm, you will be extremely powerful. Luin sighed and did not allow the Shifter Emperor to speak. He looked at Lung Qing and asked, has there ever been a Heavenly Yao who broke through to the progenitor realm? The Shifter Emperor subconsciously looked at Lung Qing as he was also curious. The Heavenly Yao originated from the 4th mainland, but as the continents shattered, the fragments of the 4th mainland and the 5th mainland merged to form the current Astral Beast domain. Their understanding of their race's history had also become incomplete. If not for Imperial Tutor Skymender, he would not even know about the Desolate God. However, he knew that the Heavenly Yao had progenitors. Lung Qing had a certain right to speak about that era. Lung Qing and the Shifter Emperor looked at each other. Yes. Luin was not surprised. Kuei Luo had once said that the Lu family's ancient records stated that the Heavenly Yao was an extremely powerful race in the 4th mainland and had produced progenitors. He wanted to confirm this now, as he had never thought of asking before. The Shifter Emperor's eyes burned with passion. Has there really been a progenitor? Although there had been progenitors for generations, the Shifter Emperor did not know how to break through to the progenitor realm. From what he knew of history, there had never been a progenitor Heavenly Yao, so he felt that it was unreal. Lung Qing said, yes, there was an ancestral Heavenly Yao in the 4th mainland. The ancestral Heavenly Yao resolved the disaster of gluttony. The Shifter Emperor's breathing quickened. It was true. Their race could break through to the progenitor realm. Lung Qing had confirmed the legend. Astral beasts were different from humans. Humans had to break through 3 stages to break through to the progenitor realm. However, due to the unique nature of astral beasts, some races did not need to break through the 3 stages. The Heavenly Yao was one such race. They were the amalgamation of spiritual force. Even if they were given an item of origin, it would be useless. Generations of Shifter Emperors wanted to break through to the progenitor realm, but they did not know how to do it. They would rather break through the 3 stages and reach the progenitor realm than cultivate aimlessly. Generations of Shifter Emperors died, and the Heavenly Yao's inability to break through to the progenitor realm became an ironclad rule. Now the Shifter Emperor saw hope. As long as he could confirm that the Heavenly Yao could break through to the progenitor realm, he would have a direction to cultivate. However, that ancestral Heavenly Yao did not have a good ending. Lung Qing was indifferent. He was killed by the Grim Reaper. The Shifter Emperor was stunned and looked at Lung Qing in a daze. Luin raised his eyebrows. Killed by the Grim Reaper? Lung Qing stared at the Shifter Emperor. Anyone who wants to rebel against the Above Heaven sect and the progenitor should be killed. The ancestral Heavenly Yao publicly slandered the progenitor and claimed that his spiritual force was unbreakable. He even clamored to join forces with the Desolate God to break the 4th mainland away from the Above Heaven sect. In the end, he was killed by the Grim Reaper and deserved to die. This matter caused a huge commotion in our era and led to the Grim Reaper's purge of the 4th mainland. It also led to a battle between the Grim Reaper and the Desolate God. We do not know the final result. We only know that the ancestral Heavenly Yao completely disappeared from that era and never appeared again. The Shifter Emperor fell silent. Luin longed for the Grim Reaper. He was truly a legendary existence. He had seen the Grim Reaper several times when he had absorbed the aura of death. He had seen the Grim Reaper face countless powerful astral beasts and stain the skies with his blood. The Grim Reaper was the above-heaven sex executioner who specialized in suppressing astral beasts. To humans he was a guardian. He had single-handedly killed astral beasts and caused their fear to be passed down from generation to generation. This was the Grim Reaper. Luin clearly remembered that he had used the Grim Reaper transformation to suppress the astral beast domain. That was an innate suppression that was branded into the astral beast's bones and bloodline. Luin looked at the Shifter Emperor and knew that he had achieved his goal today. Lung Qing's threat and the Grim Reaper's fear were enough to make the Shifter Emperor behave for a while. If not for the fact that he needed to stabilize the astral beast domain, he would have killed the Shifter Emperor directly. However, he had other plans in mind. The Desolate God's existence was a variable, and perhaps one day this variable would be useful. Not long after, the Shifter Emperor retreated. Lung Qing stood up and walked to the entrance of the main hall. She looked into the distance. If it has any other thoughts, let me kill it. Luin replied, I still have a use for it. Lung Qing looked at Luin with a solemn expression. Even though I don't know why the progenitor kept those astral beasts alive, there was a speculation back in our era that the Desolate God was the progenitor's mount. The progenitor took pity on the Desolate God's innate talent and could not bear to kill it. In the end, the Desolate God grew into one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms and protected the astral beast domain. The Grim Reaper had to face the Grim Reaper himself. Headmaster, this cannot happen again. Luin nodded. Don't worry. In a certain parallel space-time of the boundless battlefield, there were lines everywhere. Even the planets were in the shape of lines. They were rolling slowly like rolling cylindrical continents. From afar they looked like lines. Even the celestial bodies were in the shape of lines. There were hundreds of empires of various sizes on this line of land, and they were constantly at war. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2799. Luin returned to the Void God spacetime as Shen-Chi. He had not gone into seclusion this time, and he had only left the Void God spacetime after meeting the Void Master. When Luin met Su Wuji again, the other party looked at him strangely. There were no fools among those who could cultivate to the progenitor realm, and even if there were, they would appear to be fools. Su Wuji was clearly not the latter, and he was quite clever. Luin believed that he had guessed something. He had just met the Void Master and then disappeared. The Void Master had suggested to the Grand Empyrean that the origin space should become one of the 6 direction associations. No matter how he looked at it, it was strange. Although his guess was a bit absurd, Void Extreme still believed in his own guess. If his guess was correct, then this Shen-Chi was a ruthless person. Academy Master, I'm going to panic if you look at me like that, Luin teased. Su Wuji took off his sunglasses and stared at Luin seriously. I've seen how big a person's heart and courage can be. What do you mean? Luin asked with interest. Su Wuji sneered but did not elaborate. The Shaoyin divinity wants to see you. Lu Yin's expression changed. The Shaoyin divinity? He had schemed against the 3 monarch spacetime and thought of a way to bring the origin space into one of the 6 direction societies. In order to avoid being seen by the Shaoyin divinity, he had asked Elder Dan Gu to lead the Shaoyin divinity to the endless battlefield. The Shaoyin divinity should have returned by now. Why does he want to see me? Luin did not understand. Su Wuji shrugged and put on his sunglasses. I don't know. His disciple Xiaogu has been waiting for you. I told her that you had an epiphany after viewing the Eternal Darkness card and went into seclusion. She stayed in the red domain and waited for you to appear. Did you offend Divine Sovereign Shaoyin? He asked with a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. Luin rolled his eyes. He was sure that Su Wuji had guessed something, or else he would not have spoken to him in such a tone. If he still thought that Luin was Shen-Chi, then he should be worried and thinking of ways to protect Luin, not gloating. This kind of tone was something that only people of similar status would use. Academy Master, can I trouble you with something? Luin looked at Su Wuji. Can you help me invite Senior Su Wuwei? Void Spirit raised his eyebrows. You can't take it anymore? Luin calmly replied, it's not time yet. Void Extreme agreed. To be honest, I don't like Supreme Deity Shaoyin. That guy is too sinister. Many of the killings were caused by him. You have to work harder. Not only do you get through it, but you have to suppress it. Many people will be grateful to you. After saying that, he left. Lu Yin appeared at the top of the clock tower and looked in a certain direction. Xiaogu was there. Her face was like a fox's and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. Her entire body was filled with charisma, and because she wore a long golden robe, she had a noble air about her. Such a person naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators from the Red Domain, but no one dared to approach her. She walked alone through the Red Domain and waited for Lu Yin. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry and he simply looked at him. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was truly hateful. The Lost Clan Void Extreme and even Luo Shan hated him. Once he was abandoned by the Grand Empyrean, there would be many people who would kick him while he was down. No, it should be said that they would beat him while he was down. He wondered why the Xiaoyin divinity was looking for him. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Back in the Red Domain, Xiaogu stopped and looked at the clock tower. She couldn't see Lu Yin, but she felt as if a pair of eyes were looking down at her. It felt as if she was looking at her master. Was it Void Extreme? After all, he was an extremely strong powerhouse. She frowned slightly as she wasn't used to being looked down upon. With that in mind, she walked towards the clock tower. However, she was unable to ascend the clock tower, as only the higher-ups of the Heaven's Reflection Manor were allowed to enter. She was an outsider, so she was stopped at the bottom. Lu Yin quietly waited for Void Wuwei. A few days later, Void Extreme notified Lu Yin that he would be arriving soon. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It was time. He wanted to see what Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin wanted to do. Invite Miss Xiaogu to ascend the clock tower. Lu Yin's voice traveled to Guan Laoda's ears. Guan Laoda's expression changed and he walked towards Xiaogu. Xiaogu's eyes swept over the clock tower. Who invited me? Senior Void Extreme? It's Shen Qi, Guan Laoda replied. Xiaogu's eyes trembled. Shen Qi? The clock tower? Had he been up there all this time or had he just gone there? She stepped forward and entered the clock tower, arriving in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. Miss Xiaogu, it's been a long time. Xiaogu's smile was filled with a different kind of charm. Did you just come out of seclusion? That's right. Eternal darkness is broad and profound, and I had a sudden epiphany. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lu Yin gestured for her to enter. Xiaogu sat down and smiled. Congratulations, Acting Academy Master. If you can comprehend eternal darkness, you will become an expert like Senior Shangu in the future. In the Void God spacetime, perhaps only the Void Master can surpass you or even be surpassed by you. Lu Yin smiled. Miss, you can't speak carelessly. The Void God spacetime civilization originated from the Void Master. Anyone who cultivates the power of the Void God spacetime cannot surpass the Void Master, and I am no exception. I heard that you came here to look for me? What orders do you have for me? Xiaogu smiled. I don't dare to order you, but my master wants to invite Shen Qi to the Shadow Realm. He has something he needs your help with. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Shadow Realm was where Divinity Xiaoyin spent most of his time. It was like the 9 skies and 10 earths to the Grand Empyreans. That was Divinity Xiaoyin's territory, and it was filled with his people. If he went to the Shadow Realm and Divinity Xiaoyin tried to harm him, he might not even be able to escape. Lu Yin knew that he was very strong, especially after obtaining the Heavenly Eye of Martial Law, which allowed him to see through all weaknesses. He could dance on the tip of Xia Xinji's Divine Sword domain, but he was still useless against someone like Divinity Xiaoyin, who had touched the sequence of laws. The difference between their levels was too great, and Old Monster Mo was an example. Even when he joined forces with the Game of 1,000 Faces, he could not even hurt Old Monster Mo. Seeing that Lu Yin did not speak, Xiaogu leaned forward and stared at him. Acting Academy Master, what are you worried about? You can tell me directly. Lu Yin met Xiaogu's gaze and his gaze was calm. Why does Divinity Xiaoyin want me to go to the Shadow Realm? Xiaogu smiled. My master has something to ask of Acting Academy Master. As for what it is, I'm not sure. Could it be that Acting Academy Master is afraid that my master will harm you? That's not it, Lu Yin said. Xiaogu said, my master is one of the 3 sovereigns of reincarnation spacetime. If he wants to harm Acting Academy Master, he does not necessarily need to ask you to go to the Shadow Realm. This is equivalent to giving Void Master something to criticize. Acting Academy Master is someone who has met Void Master before, so my master will treat you with respect no matter what. Besides, he has something to ask of Acting Academy Master. Unless Acting Academy Master does not want to give my master face. At this point, Lu Yin could not say anything else. Xiaogu had forced him to the edge of a cliff. Fortunately, he was not stupid. If you don't want to give face, then don't. What? Must you give divinity Shaoyin face? Su Wuwei had arrived. He stepped out of the void and appeared beside Lu Yin. Lu Yin was secretly delighted, and he hurriedly stood up and bowed. Greetings, Senior Su Wuwei. Xiaogu's expression changed and she stood up and bowed. Greetings, Senior Su Wuwei. Su Wuwei's expression was cold, but he was holding an unknown beast leg that emitted a tempting aroma. His mouth was covered in oil and he looked sloppy. Little girl, why is Divinity Shaoyin looking for Xianqi? Xiaogu had not expected Su Wuwei to come. Senior, I do not know. Su Wuwei sat down and took a bite of the beast leg. I was the one who led Xianqi on her journey. I have the final say on where she can go and where she can't go. Go tell Divinity Shaoyin to come directly if he needs anything. Go to the Shadow Realm. Xiaogu was helpless and felt wronged. Senior, if I do not complete my master's task, I will be punished. Su Wuwei raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Busy, it is not right for a delicate girl like you to be punished. He then looked at Lu Yin. Xianqi, do you have the heart to do this? Xiaogu looked at Lu Yin pitifully. Lu Yin was speechless. He did not know what Su Wuwei wanted. Did he not like him? The next moment, both Lu Yin and Xiaogu were stunned. Only Su Wuwei laughed. That's enough. Shaoyin punished you and I rewarded you. Let's call it even. Go back. Lu Yin stared blankly at the broken beast leg that Xiaogu had bitten off several times. How was this possible? Xiaogu's expression was sluggish as she stared at the beast leg in her mouth and screamed. Her screams spread throughout the red domain, attracting many people's attention. Guan Laoda, Yu Pai, and the rest all looked at the clock tower, exchanging glances. The acting academy master was a beast. Su Wuji blinked and looked at the clock tower with admiration. As expected of Senior Su Wuwei, his thoughts were clear. Atop the clock tower, Xiaogu spat out the beast leg and wiped her mouth as if she had been greatly humiliated. She had actually eaten the beast leg that Su Wuwei had bitten off several times. Disgusting, disgusting, too disgusting, that old bastard. Lu Yin sympathized and looked at the oil on Xiaogu's face. Xiaogu could no longer keep up her pretense and she looked up fiercely. Suddenly, a terrifying void god's power descended, and it felt as if the world was collapsing. Xiaogu sank into oblivion, her brain, thoughts and everything else crumbling. Little girl, are you looking down on me? Su Wuwei's voice echoed in Xiaogu's ears, replacing her world as it echoed over and over again. Are you looking down on me? Meh. Xiaogu's eyes glazed over as she unconsciously knelt down, her entire body trembling like a frightened pet. Lu Yin moved his finger. What power! Even though he had not personally experienced it, he knew what Xiaogu was facing. Old Monster Mo's great dark sky had rendered them defenseless, and at this moment, Su Wuwei gave Xiaogu a feeling of extreme despair. It was as if the sky had collapsed and her faith had crumbled. A trace of saliva dripped from the corner of Xiaogu's mouth and fell to the ground. She trembled as she prostrated herself as if she had gone mad. Su Wuwei's expression softened. All right, get up. Xiaogu's eyes trembled and she slowly regained her clarity. Her thoughts also recovered and she looked around. The closest thing to her was the beast leg that she had thrown away. However, this filthy beast leg was so huge that if she had another chance she would not have dared to throw it away. Xiaogu raised her head with great difficulty, her pale face devoid of blood. She fearfully looked at Su Wuwei. As senior, please forgive me for my disrespect. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2800. Su Wuwei's mouth was still stained with oil, but he was incomparably tall at this moment. Forget it, go back. Tell Shaoyin to find Xianqi himself. Xianqi will not go to the Shadow Realm. Xiaogu did not dare to talk nonsense. He used all his strength to get up, panting heavily and bowed deeply to Su Wuwei. Junior understands. I will leave now. Since Su Wuwei's arrival, Lu Yin had not said a word. He watched Xiaogu leave weakly. This was how the weak lost their dignity in front of the strong and had to thank the strong for showing mercy. What a waste. Su Wuwei shook his head and turned the beast leg on the ground into nothingness. Lu Yin was grateful. Senior, thank you for your help. Su Wuwei looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. Call me senior. Your lifespan will be shortened. Lu Yin looked at Su Wuwei and saw that his eyes were full of surprise and curiosity, but there was no dissatisfaction. Senior knows? Su Wuwei sighed. I admire you, Sect Master Lu. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Senior Su Wuwei told you? Su Wei only told me, Su Wei said. Luin sat down. Since his identity was exposed, there was no need to pretend. With his identity, even Su Wei and Su Wei were on equal footing. Of course, his cultivation was far from enough. Identity was identity. He represented the Genesis space. Su Wei looked at Luin. If Su Wei did not say it himself, I would not have believed it. Which of your words are true and which are false? Luin did not answer immediately. Instead, he thought for a while and said, in the Genesis space, the fate of countless people is in my hands. When I first came into contact with the Six Direction Society, Yuan Sage looked down on me and slandered me. He even connected to the battlefield beside the above heaven and led the Eternals in to destroy the above heaven. The four direction scales helped the Shaolin divinity. The three sovereigns universe wanted to replace the Genesis space and become its master. At that time, there were very few progenitors in the above heaven. They were not enough to deal with the four direction scales, let alone the Six Direction Society. Luin looked at Su Wei. At that time, even a Yuan sage could consign the above heaven sect to eternal damnation. One word from him and the above heaven sect would follow his orders. Me and the above heaven sect were walking on the edge of a cliff. All we thought about was survival. Su Wei looked deeply at Luin. So you entered the Six Direction Society alone to understand it? Luin stood up and looked outside the clock tower. There's no other way. Su Wei praised. At first I didn't like you, I even hated you. I don't like people who get involved in power struggles, I don't like people who scheme against others, and I don't like people who use me and the virtual god spacetime as a stepping stone. Fortunately, you didn't use the void god space. Even if the void master helped you, you would have gone to him directly and told him your identity. To be honest, there aren't many things in this universe that can be like you. Luin bitterly replied, who doesn't want to have someone backing them up? I also hope to have a powerhouse like a Grand Empyrean standing behind me. If I don't like someone, I can just fight them without considering the consequences. If I can't win, I can just threaten them. I also want to be carefree and walk to the peak as a proud son of heaven. I also want to compete with my peers. There's no need to bow to this senior today. Tomorrow I'll bow to that senior. I also want to stand tall. Even if there are strong people forcing me, there will be people who will stand up for me. I also want to tell people everywhere I go. My name is Luin. I can be called Lu Shaoxian. I don't have any other names. Long Chi Yu Hao Shen Chi, they're all fake. I also want to get rid of mountains. I don't have to think about others. I don't have to bear those favors, those feelings, and those debts. Lu Yin's tone was low. But I can't. I have too many ties, too many things to do, too many favors to repay, and too many grudges to avenge. Then he turned to look at Su Wei. I have a righteous cause and a responsibility that I must bear. For this, I would rather put aside my hatred for the time being and work with the four directions balance to expel the Eternals from the primordial space. I'm willing to sacrifice for humanity and do many things that I didn't have to do. I forced myself to do this. I don't blame others and I don't expect others to understand me. However, I know that there will always be people who will understand me and help me. There are many in the primordial space and there are also many in the Six Directions Guild. There will be more in the future. Senior, my gratitude is real. I, Luin, am willing to apologize for lying. After he finished speaking, he bowed deeply. Su Wei raised a hand to stop Luin from bowing and helped him up. He smiled. I don't blame you. I just admire you. You're still young but you've shouldered everything. There are many things that you shouldn't have shouldered. Lu Yin's gaze dimmed. I've experienced many things. Naturally I'll bear them. Su Wei shook his head and sighed. The primordial space has experienced its greatest glory. In that era, any powerhouse could run amok in the Six Directions Guild. They would never have imagined that the future of the primordial space would be entrusted to a child like you. You have to be careful of Sovereign Shaolin. This person is too sinister. There were many times when he might have been removed from his position as one of the three sovereigns, but he managed to stabilize it several times. One time he sacrificed your Lu family to preserve his position. Luin was puzzled. You mean to banish the Lu family? Su Wei nodded. Sovereign Shaolin had made major mistakes in the endless battlefield, but he was always able to preserve his position with the Grand Empyreans. It was the same that time. He saw through the Grand Empyrean's heart and proposed banishing the Lu family. He used the excuse that the Lu family would bear the sins of the above heaven sect to save himself from the grief of being a sovereign. Not many people know about this, but those who do look down on him. Void Master, even Great Elder Gu and the Wood God are the same. His position was preserved at the expense of your Lu family. Luyin really did not know about this. The banishment of the Lu family had implicated too many things. Wang Fan's sovereign Shaoyin. He wanted to see what exactly was going on. Su Wuwei walked to the side of the clock tower. Sovereign Shaoyin might be looking for you because he wants to use your reputation as Xianqi's agent. Luyin also thought about it. If his identity had not been exposed, his greatest value to Sovereign Shaoyin would have been to capture agents. As for eternal darkness, Sovereign Shaoyin definitely wanted it, but he did not dare to do so. Otherwise he would definitely anger the Lost Clan, and the losses would outweigh the gains. Luyin had originally thought that Sovereign Shaoyin would need at least a few days to arrive in the Red Domain, or even longer. He had already thought it through, and during this time he could ask Su Wuwei some questions about cultivation, especially regarding the laws of the sequence. But before he could say anything, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin arrived unexpectedly quickly. Luyin was even more curious about Sovereign Shaoyin's motives. What was he trying to do? Atop the clock tower in the Red Domain, the golden-robed Sovereign Shaoyin conversed with Su Wuwei with a smile on his face. They seemed to be on good terms. Su Wuji stood to the side with his hands behind his back, while Luyin stood beside him. The difference in status was obvious. I originally thought that you did not care about Xianqi. Looks like you did not care about Xianqi when you rejected Gon in the Lost Clan. He glanced at Luyin, who was standing nearby. Su Wuwei dug out a beast leg from somewhere and chewed on it with relish. Before he can protect himself, this kid shouldn't run around. It's not safe. What? My Taiyin realm is not safe either? Sovereign Shaoyin raised an eyebrow. Su Wuwei chuckled and glanced at Sovereign Shaoyin, but he did not speak. Sovereign Shaoyin stared at him for a while before bursting into laughter. You old thing, you're still so protective. Don't worry, I won't harm him. On the contrary, I have something I need his help with. Su Wuwei put down the beast leg and wiped his mouth, which was a rare sight. You're Sovereign Shaoyin, but you actually said please to a junior. To be honest, I'm panicking. Sovereign Shaoyin's expression was solemn. This is a serious matter. If not for this, I would not have been in such a hurry to find you. This concerns a spy. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. So Sovereign Shaoyin really wanted to capture a spy? He did not know if Sovereign Shaoyin wanted to capture a real spy or a fake one. That was just what Lu Yin was thinking, but Su Wuwei directly said, "Are you really a spy? Or do you think you are?" These words were not polite at all, and Su Wuwei wanted to cheer. Fortunately, he had invited Senior Su Wuwei, or else he would not have been able to stop Sovereign Shaoyin. Sovereign Shaoyin's expression changed, but it was only for a moment before he quickly recovered. Of course I'm a spy, and I'm not the only one who thinks so. However, the other party's status is high, and they lack strong evidence. Thus, I want to ask Xianqi to help me investigate. As long as you can find evidence, I will personally report it to the Grand Empyrean. He then looked at Lu Yin. How about it? Xianqi, capturing spies is your responsibility and mission. It is also something you swore to do. Lu Yin looked at Sovereign Shaoyin. If it really is a spy, Xianqi will not shirk his duty. Good. As long as you can help me confirm that this person is a spy and find evidence, I will definitely report it to the Grand Empyrean. Just tell me what you want. Even if the Grand Empyrean is unwilling, I will do my best to get it done for you, Sovereign Shaoyin praised. Su Wuwei frowned. After talking for so long, who is this spy you're talking about? Su Wuji looked on curiously. He also wanted to know who Sovereign Shaoyin was so concerned about. Sovereign Shaoyin looked at Su Wuwei. This is a serious matter. In order to prevent information from being leaked, Brother Wuwei should not listen. Su Wuwei let out a strange laugh, took out another beast leg and ate it without saying a word. Sovereign Shaoyin said, I will definitely give Brother Wuwei an explanation after this, but before that this matter must be kept a secret. I hope Brother Wuwei can forgive me. Su Wuwei continued to eat the beast leg and ignored Sovereign Shaoyin. He crossed his legs and swung them up and down uncomfortably. Sovereign Shaoyin's eyes flashed coldly. Many people in the Six Direction Association did not like him, and Su Wuwei was one of them. Although the two of them were polite on the surface, in reality in the endless battlefield, if one party was in trouble, the other party would definitely not save them. And now he was actually asking for Su Wuwei's help, which was unbearable. This disgusting old thing. If not for Xianqi, Sovereign Shaoyin would have just left. Suppressing his anger, Sovereign Shaoyin said in a gentle tone, Brother Wuwei, you know very well that capturing spies cannot be made public. This spy's status is special enough to alert the Grand Empyrean. Please understand. He then suddenly looked at Su Wuji. As the Lord of the Horizon Hall, Su Wuji, you should know the rules of capturing spies. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2801. Su Wuji did not expect the divine Shaoyin to ask him to speak, and he was at a loss. Although he was also an extreme powerhouse, he was too weak in front of the divine Shaoyin. Lu Yin continued, Senior, do you want to speak to me alone? The divine Shaoyin looked at Lu Yin and nodded, this is a serious matter. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin repeated the words extremely important 3 times. This matter was indeed extremely important to him. Lu Yin looked at Su Wuwei. Su Wuwei finished the beast leg. If you want to speak alone, sure, but you have to be within my line of sight. At worst, I won't listen. The divine Shaoyin's eyes flashed and he thought for a moment, all right. Su Wuwei patted his clothes with his greasy hands, got up and looked at Lu Yin. Kid, your ability to capture spies comes from the Taishin domain. You clearly have someone like me who has mastered it, but you chose to use you. I don't know what some people are thinking. Anyway, be careful. With that, he walked out of the clock tower. The divine Shaoyin looked at Su Wuji. Su Wuji hurriedly left as well. After they left, Divinity Shaoyin's expression visibly relaxed, but his gaze had also become much sterner. He had an inviolable and lofty aura about him as he stared at Lu Yin. What I'm about to tell you is top secret. You can't leak anything or you'll be doomed. Lu Yin blinked, then I won't listen. The divine Shaoyin was stunned as he did not expect Lu Yin to say this. This person was just a junior, and even if he had Su Wuwei's support, where did he get the courage to speak to him like this? How many years had it been? The divine Shaoyin could not remember how many years it had been since someone had dared to speak to him like this. What was this? Was this an expression of dissatisfaction? The divine Shaoyin looked deeply at Lu Yin and for a moment he forgot to speak. Lu Yin met the divine Shaoyin's gaze without fear. He was sure that the divine Shaoyin wanted to use his reputation, so he was not afraid of him attacking him. Moreover, he had invited Su Wuwei and spoken to him from the bottom of his heart, and Su Wuwei had been so protective of him. Senior, I'll take my leave. Lu Yin was about to leave. The divine Shaoyin frowned and unconsciously released an unimaginable pressure. Xian Qi, how dare you be rude to me? Lu Yin faced Divinity Shaoyin head-on, and the pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. This was a feeling that he had only experienced when facing Elder Mo before. They were on the same level, and Divinity Shaoyin was indeed an existence that had come into contact with the sequence particles. The pressure grew stronger and stronger and Lu Yin's face paled. He had been faking it. Sovereign Shaoyin had been wary of the Void 5 flavors and had not dared to do anything. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was currently Xian Qi and his cultivation was low. Even if it was just a bit of his aura, he should not have been able to withstand it. Gradually, Lu Yin's face grew paler and paler. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead as he clenched his fists. Senior Su Wuwei is still here. The Shaoyin divinity snorted. Do you really think that Su Wuwei can help you? You dare to be rude to me? So what if the Phantom Master is here? Lu Yin stubbornly refused to back down. Senior, you're the one who said that there's no hope for redemption. Junior doesn't dare to guarantee that I'll be able to keep the secret. Therefore, Senior should look for someone else. Divine Venerable Shaoyin's eyes widened. If I say it's you, then it's you. Even if Su Wuwei doesn't agree, it has to be you. This is what you must do. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and endured the pressure. He did not speak, but his gaze did not waver. After a while, Divine Venerable Shaoyin's pressure suddenly disappeared. Lu Yin's body swayed and he almost fell over. Divine Venerable Shaoyin looked at Lu Yin with admiration. You're not bad. You were able to endure my pressure for so long. You're more suitable for this task. Lu Yin frowned and panted heavily. His clothes were drenched in sweat. Don't look at me like that. After doing this, you'll definitely gain more benefits than you can imagine. In the Six Direction Society, you can get whatever you want. Divine Venerable Shaoyin smiled and clasped his hands behind his back. His golden robes fluttered in the wind, and he exuded an air of nobility. The manor head of the Heaven's Mirror Manor, or rather, the Six Direction Society's Heaven's Mirror Manor. The position of one of the 9 sages, and you'll never enter the endless battlefield. You can just say whatever you want. Lu Yin's eyes widened in shock. The Six Direction Society's Heaven's Mirror Manor? Divine Venerable Shaoyin's lips curled up. Yu Xian once wanted this position, but unfortunately he overestimated himself. Although his goal was to numb the Void Master, he truly wanted to do so. He wanted the Heaven's Mirror manner to be different from the Six Direction Society while still enjoying the Six Direction Society's privileges. Yu Xian couldn't do it, but you can. Aside from that, I can also make a special request to the Grand Empyreans so that you can never enter the endless battlefield. Lu Yin was shocked. That's impossible. Everyone has to enter the endless battlefield. Even the Grand Empyreans are no exception. There are always loopholes in everything. The so-called never entering the endless battlefield means that you won't have to go to those dangerous battlefields. On one hand, there will be people helping you earn merits, and on the other hand, you can freely stay in the safe battlefields. Once you have enough battle merits, you can leave. This is the method to never enter the endless battlefield, and many people do this. Otherwise, why do you think people like us stay in the Six Direction Society? Divine Venerable Xiao Yin moved closer to Lu Yin. Shanxi, do you still want to do it? Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he muttered to himself for a moment. Are you really going to capture a spy? Absolutely. You're not slandering me? Divine Venerable Xiao Yin's gaze turned cold. It seems like Su Wuwei has told you a lot. He told you that if you want to live and be free, you have to be selfish. If you don't do something, someone else will. Why don't you do it yourself and gain benefits for yourself? Some people are just too stupid and cling to their so-called bottom line. Bottom lines are always meant to be broken. Lu Yin had never thought that such an extreme powerhouse like Divine Venerable Xiao Yin, one of the three sovereigns, would actually say such words in broad daylight. Divine Venerable Xiao Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked outside the clock tower with cold arrogance. Su Wuwei and the others have rigid thinking and they will die sooner or later. However, I'm different. I can live for a long time and I can live freely and freely. The lives of others have nothing to do with me, so why should I consider others? He looked at Lu Yin. As long as you can seek benefits for yourself, what does the fate of others have to do with you? Lu Yin stared blankly at Divine Venerable Xiao Yin. Senior, you didn't give me a clear answer. Divine Venerable Xiao Yin looked at Lu Yin. Add one more thing. I'll teach you the power of Extreme Yin. Lu Yin was puzzled. The power of Extreme Yin? Divine Venerable Xiao Yin said, when cultivated to the extreme, you can touch a power you can't even imagine. Only a few people in the entire Six Direction Society can control that kind of power. Once you master it, your status will not be below Su Wuwei's, and you will be on the same level as the three sovereigns. In the entire Six Direction Society, who dares to say that they can definitely touch that kind of power with their own cultivation? I dare to say that I can touch it if I cultivate my power of Extreme Yin to the extreme. This is a path, and at the end of it is a power you can't even imagine. You just need to follow my path and don't think about anything else. If you have enough talent, you can reach my level of achievement. If Shanxi's talent is not below First Gen's, you can definitely do it. Lu Yin gulped. Is this path easier than faux god power? The Shaoyin divinity sneered. The virtual god power is just the power that the virtual master gave to this dimension. It is solidified. Cultivating this power will never allow you to achieve a breakthrough. At most, you will reach the level of the virtual 5 flavors. You want to surpass the virtual master? The Six Direction Society, the Lost Clans card, the Wood power of the Wood universe, the virtual god power of the virtual god universe, and so on are all peerless experts who can change the world. No matter how high their cultivation is, they can't break through. Only my reincarnation time and space is different. The astral source power is just the foundation, an extremely powerful and all-inclusive foundation. Only by cultivating the astral source power can one be compatible with endless power. Do you wish that the end of your life is the 5 tastes of nothingness? Or surpassing Void Master? It had to be said that Reverend Xiaoyin's words were very tempting. Furthermore, what he said at the end was correct. Astral sources were indeed that kind of power. If one cultivated astral sources, they could reach the celestial realm. If one didn't cultivate astral sources, they could create their own and reach the Grim Reaper or Fate realm. Astral sources were originally powerful, but they were also all-encompassing. This was also the reason why the primordial space had once been extremely glorious. The current reincarnation space-time was the primordial space of the past. Lu Yin's breathing quickened, his eyes burning. Senior, please tell me who is the spy? Reverend Xiaoyin's lips curled up. No one could resist his temptation. This kid seemed to be determined to join the virtual god universe, but he didn't know his place. He had been to the Three Monarchs universe in the hyperspace. Yu Fang had said that this kid had huge ambitions. Since that was the case, Reverend Shaoyin didn't think that this kid would reject him. But persuading him took some effort, mainly because the 5 tastes of nothingness had come too suddenly. The current 6 Direction Society has been replaced by the Primordial Space, do you know? Luin said, I've heard. How important is the 6 Direction Society? If one of them has a problem, it will affect the entire 6 Direction Society. I've received news that the Primordial Space's Tao Master, Luin, is the spy. Luin was stunned and stared blankly at Reverend Shaoyin. Reverend Shaoyin looked at him. You don't believe it? Luin coughed. That's impossible. I heard that Luin personally met the Grand Empyrean. If he was the spy, how could he hide it from the Grand Empyrean? Reverend Shaoyin said, the Primordial Space has a technique called the 9 clones. This Luin snatched the 9 clones technique by force, so he must have cultivated it successfully. It's normal for him to meet the Grand Empyrean's avatars or main body, but someone in the Primordial Space said that his other avatars cultivate divine power. Moreover, this kid has been in danger several times, but the Eternals have intervened, allowing him to escape. It's too much of a coincidence. Shenqi, I hope that you can go to the Primordial Space and help the 4-way scales there find evidence that Luin is the spy. Luin was stunned. How could this work? The 4-way scales will assist you. In fact, they have already found some evidence, but they just want you to confirm it. As long as you confirm it, the evidence will be handed over to the Grand Empyrean. At that time your contribution will not be reduced, Reverend Shaoyin said in a low voice. Luin understood. This despicable and shameless Reverend Shaoyin was playing such a trick. He had joined forces with the 4-way scales to slander Luin and make him the target of public criticism. This had nothing to do with whether the Primordial Space was the 6 Direction Society or not. No, it was precisely because the Primordial Space was the 6 Direction Society that they had a reason to investigate Luin. With Shenqi, who was famous in the 6 Direction Society and was extremely skilled in capturing spies, as well as the 4-way scales and Reverend Shaoyin working together, it was not impossible to frame Luin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2802. Luin thought about how the Grand Empyrean hated him and might go with the flow. If that happened, he would not be able to defend himself. It was ruthless, vicious, and unlucky. If the Shaoyin divinity knew that he was Luin and wanted him to help the 4-way scales, what would he think? Luin really wanted to slap the Shaoyin divinity and admit that he was Luin. He felt that he had made a good move, allowing Shenqi's identity to become the 6 Direction faction's greatest asset in capturing spies. Yufeng used him to frame He Ran, and Divinity Shaoyin wanted to use him to frame him. This was truly interesting. He had to think about what to do. What, are you afraid? The Shaoyin divinity asked coldly when he saw Luin's hesitation. Luin was nervous. That Luin is still the Tao Master of the Primordial Space. He has extremely strong subordinates. If I slander, testify against him, I will be in trouble if there is not enough evidence. The Shaoyin divinity was arrogant. The evidence is definitely sufficient. What you need to do is prove it. Follow your own logic and find out how Luin colluded with the Eternals. Their conversation, their purpose, these are all you need to do. Luin understood that the Shaoyin divinity wanted him to help them cover up their lies, but where would they get the evidence? He had never colluded with the Eternals and was not a spy. What evidence did they have? The Shaoyin divinity was not stupid. The evidence had to be handed to the Grand Empyrean. If it was seen through, it would not only be him who would lose face, but also the entire reincarnation spacetime. He was so confident, but where did he get the evidence? Luin was curious. What evidence? The Shaoyin divinity frowned. You will know when you go to the 4-way scales. They will cooperate with you. There is no need to ask now. You cannot tell anyone about this, not even Su Wuwei or Su Zhu. Luin's eyelids twitched. Su Zhu? He looked at the Shaoyin divinity. The Shaoyin divinity was looking into the distance. Luin could not see anything, but he felt that this matter was not so simple. If the Shaoyin divinity was confident that the evidence was useful, why did he have to use him? He was not the only one in the 6-way society who could capture spies. An extremely strong prefecture master, such as the prefecture master of reincarnation spacetime horizon, could also prove it. Why did it have to be him? Was it just because of his reputation? Not necessarily. Luin couldn't figure out what the Shaoyin divine sovereign was trying to do, but his instincts told him that there was still a problem. Just like when the Lu family was exiled, layers of fog were lifted. Now it seemed clear, but there was still fog covering it. For divine sovereign Shaoyin to be hated by Su Wuwei and the others and be able to protect himself from a Grand Empyrean, his insidiousness was definitely not simple. Or rather, it was not so simple. When will I go to the primordial space? Luin asked. The Shaoyin divinity replied, the sooner, the better. The Grand Empyrean Tea Party is getting closer, and I want to confirm the evidence before then. Luin will be ranked 9th at the Tea Party. What a joke, he's just a mere Lu family member. Luin calculated the time, and it was indeed close to the tea party. He had to make his own preparations. He looked outside the clock tower in the direction of Su Wuwei. Su Wuwei understood tacitly and stepped out, entering the bell tower. Divine Venerable Shaoyin frowned. Brother Five Tastes, we haven't finished talking yet. Su Wuwei was displeased. Not done yet? I'm going to bring Xianqi to cultivate the Tai Jade domain. Just as Divinity Shaoyin was about to speak, Luin spoke first. Senior Divinity Shaoyin wishes to teach this junior the power of extreme Yin. Su Wuwei was shocked. Junior? Divinity Shaoyin, you want to teach Xianqi the power of extreme Yin? The Shaoyin divinity did not expect Lu Yin to say it so directly. Was there something wrong with this kid's brain? Others would keep their cultivation a secret and keep it as a trump card, but this kid was actually saying it like that. I can teach him, the Shaoyin divinity said in a low voice. Su Wuwei was shocked. It's rare that you're willing to teach an outsider the power of extreme Yin. He then looked at Lu Yin. You're quite lucky, kid. The power of extreme Yin is an extremely powerful force, and it will benefit you for life if you cultivate it well. Especially when paired with eternal darkness, it will be even more successful. Alright, in that case you can follow Divinity Shaoyin and cultivate it. You can take some time to cultivate the power of the Void God. Not yet. Before the Shaoyin divinity could finish, Lu Yin quickly interrupted. This junior understands. I will definitely cultivate the power of extreme Yin with Senior Divinity Shaoyin. Su Wuwei looked at the Shaoyin divinity. Old friend, I've noticed that you've changed. You've become more reasonable. Not bad, ha. Xianqi is still the acting manor head of Heaven's Reflection Manor. If you want him to help you capture a spy, you should give him some benefits first. The power of extreme Yin is quite good. The Shaoyin divinity frowned. Cultivating the power of extreme Yin isn't that easy. Let's finish the mission first. Su Wuwei's expression changed. How can that be? One more force means one more layer of protection. The spy that you, Shaoyin Supreme God, want to capture personally is at least at the level of an extreme master. How can someone like Xianqi interfere? I originally wanted to help him cultivate to the void transformation realm before helping you. The Shaoyin divinity raised a brow. How could that be? Who knew how long it would take for Xianqi to reach the void transformation realm? The tea party would have ended long ago. He looked at Lu Yin. I can bring him back to the Taiyin realm to cultivate for 2 months at most. If he can enter the sect within 2 months, then he can come back to cultivate after the mission is completed. If he can't, then he'll have to wait until he reaches the void transformation realm. Su Wuwei looked at Lu Yin. 2 months? That's too short. Lu Yin said, I'm willing to try. 2 months was indeed short, but he had no choice. The tea party was so close, and his identity would definitely be exposed during the event. It would be good enough if he could cultivate the power of extreme Yin for 2 months. Seeing how happy Su Wuwei was, the power of extreme Yin was definitely not bad. Lu Yin did not reject any kind of power. In Mr. Mu's words, the path of 10,000 Daos unification in his heart was a path that no one had ever taken before. No matter how he looked at it, it was a starry sky. Since it was a starry sky, there was no harm in having more power. He could now see that although the sun was shining brightly on the surface, there was actually darkness behind him. Yin and Yang? That was Yin and Yang. Below the sky was the ground, and below the ground were the countless geniuses who had been selected by the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign. How many were there? Countless. These people had been searching for light, absorbing extreme Yin power while trying to break through the ground. Once they reached the ground, they would become Yin eaters for the people below. The extreme Yin power in these people's bodies could lead them to the opposite side of the Yin and Yang, which was the Yin side. There, they could cultivate and break through. This was a cruel competition. The losers died while the winners lived. There was no compromise or mercy. This was the cultivation path of the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's voice was cold. Humans must live for themselves and cultivate for themselves. Otherwise they will only become food on a plate. Those who want to ascend must work hard to absorb extreme yin power. The more they absorb, the more likely they will be able to ascend. However, the more they absorb, the more they will become food for others. The extreme yin power in their bodies is enough to build a staircase to the yin and yang. Lu Yin did not understand. Can a lot of people climb up at once? The Shaoyin divine sovereign's lips curled up. Very few. There were too many disciples under the young Yin deity, and they all had varying amounts of the power of Yin. Xiaogu definitely had the most. She was a rank 6 ascendant immortal and was definitely one of the best among the young Yin deity's disciples. But if she died because she lost her power of Yin, the young Yin deity would have no more disciples. The person underground will appear soon. If you want to ascend to Yin Yang and cultivate the power of Yin, you must snatch the ladder formed by the power of Yin in the person underground. Otherwise you will never be able to ascend to Yin Yang. Xiaogu looked at Lu Yin and smiled. Others have tried their best and even risked their lives to snatch the power of Yin. They have been waiting for a long time to ascend to Yin Yang. If they lose the chance, they will end up like this person. Then will you snatch it? I look forward to it. With that she left. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Snatch? He was not a benevolent person. There was nothing wrong with snatching a disciple that the young Yin deity had nurtured using this method, but why would he be forced to do so? The young Yin deity and Xiaogu both wanted to force him. What a joke. Had he begged them to come? Thus, Lu Yin left without another word. Xiaogu suddenly turned around and watched Lu Yin tear through the void to leave. She was stunned. The young Yin deity appeared with an ugly expression. Master. Xiaogu was shocked and hurriedly bowed. The young Yin deity's gaze was cold. How dare this brat be so bold? He recalled the scene from before. This brat had left after a slight threat. Normally speaking, this brat should not have done this. No matter what, the young Yin deity had to give him face. Xiaogu was trembling and she hated Lu Yin to the core. How could this brat leave just like that? She had not said anything, so what if her master blamed her again? She suddenly recalled what Lu Yin had said. Had he not thought that such a day would come? So he had been waiting for her all along. If her master was angry, he might really strip her of her power and turn her into ashes. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. She quickly knelt down. Master, this disciple did not say anything to Xianqi. It was him. Alright, I understand. The young Yin deity snorted. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation, so he suppressed his anger and left. Lu Yin returned to the void god space-time and then returned to the red domain. Su Wuji was stunned. Why are you back? Lu Yin's attitude was casual. Just taking a stroll. Before Su Wuji could react, the young Yin deity arrived. Xianqi, let's go back to the Taiyin realm and ascend to Yin Yang. Lu Yin smiled. It felt good to have someone to rely on. Forcing him? What a joke. No one could force him. He had to wait for the Lu family to return. He had to wait for Lu Yuan, Lu Tianyi, and the others to return. Then he would run amok in the Six Paths Society. Would the Grand Empyrean hate him? Would the young Yin deity scheme against him? What a joke. After returning to the Taiyin realm, the young Yin deity did not mention anything about the rules and directly sent Lu Yin to Yin Yang. Xiaogu felt stifled. The Xianqi was a bastard. Yin Yang was not a land, but rather a gaseous region formed by two different forces. The two sides intersected, but they did not merge. If one stood on the Yin side, they would not feel any heat from the Yang side. After Lu Yin had left twice, the young Yin deity did not want to talk to him anymore. He just wanted to finish what he needed to do as soon as possible. Xianqi's value was limited to this. After this matter was over, the young Yin deity would teach this kid a lesson. Divinity Shaoyin had spent half a month explaining how to cultivate the power of extreme Yin to Lu Yin. Even Xiaogu and the others had never enjoyed such treatment before. Divinity Shaoyin had always allowed them to cultivate on their own, and even giving them pointers from time to time was already a blessing. Lu Yin was the first, and he was not even the young Yin deity's disciple. Half a month later, the young Yin deity left, leaving Lu Yin to absorb the power of Yin on his own. In the universe, everything had its own rules. If there was Yang, there would be Yin. Yin and Yang were born together, and not only were they visible, but they were also visible to the human heart. The young Yin deity had nurtured his disciples by killing them. Not only did he want them to be as selfish as himself, but he also wanted to see through the darkness in people's hearts. Lu Yin now knew that the young Yin deity's power was not the power of Yin, but of decay. Others might not understand, but Luin guessed that the young Yin deity might have come into contact with the laws of decay, and decay. Once anyone came into contact with a certain law, their strength would be unimaginable. Old Mo's law was darkness. It seemed like darkness was more powerful than decay, but it was also a law of sequence, and it depended on one's own control. However, both of them leaned toward darkness, just like the perpetual darkness card. Luin wondered if he would be able to touch the law of darkness like Old Mo if he comprehended the perpetual darkness card one day. After all, Old Mo had been dragged into the perpetual darkness card and could not touch the law of sequence. For the rest of the time, Luin quietly cultivated. With his innate gift, he could easily reach the threshold of extreme Yin power. If he wanted to improve, he only needed to absorb extreme Yin power. Others either did not dare to absorb it for fear that they would not be able to withstand it, or they could not absorb it at all. However, Luin was different. He had the power in his heart, and even his divine power was there. Luin tried to absorb extreme Yin power into the land formed by the fates and in his heart, but he found that the extreme Yin power did not leave behind a physical form. It seemed to have become something else, just like the darkness under the light of the universe. The universe had too many laws: light, darkness, vitality, corrosion, time, space, and so on. There were too many laws. Luin did not feel anything after absorbing extreme Yin power, and he felt that he could absorb a lot more to fill up the space in his heart. However, he could not do so right now, or else he would be easily discovered by the young Yin deity. He could only show that he had just reached the threshold. Wait, that might not be the case. Luin thought about it, and it seemed like he needed to do this. The young Yin deity wanted Luin to help the four-way scales accuse him of being a spy, so Luin definitely could not go. Bai Wangyuan and the others were probably afraid of Lu Yin's disguise. If Luin went, he would definitely be discovered. Thus, Luin had already thought of someone to impersonate Qianqi. The young Yin deity had seen Lu Yin's appearance, but the others in the Six Direction Society had not. Even if Luin found someone to impersonate Qianqi, the four-way scales would not be able to see Qianqi's hidden appearance unless the young Yin deity appeared at the same time as them. However, even if they did appear at the same time, as long as no one compared Lu Yin's appearance to the impersonator, no one would know who was Qianqi. Luin suddenly felt that it was not a bad thing that the young Yin deity had seen his hidden appearance in the Lost Clan. The four-way scales definitely knew Qianqi's current appearance, but the young Yin deity could tell them that Qianqi was in disguise. If Luin found someone to impersonate Qianqi, the four-way scales would naturally assume that the impersonator was the one that the young Yin deity had seen through. The young Yin deity had Su Wuwei backing him up, so he would not think that Luin was related to Qianqi. As for the four-way scales, they would never think that Luin was Qianqi. They would only check if Lu Yin's appearance was in disguise. It was like a person who had gone to another city. They would never think that the person in front of them was the same person who had interacted with that city before. It was not that they were stupid, but they would not think in that direction. The four-way scales would never think that Qianqi, who had made a name for himself in the Six Direction Society, would have any relationship with Luin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2804. The only thing was that Qianqi's name might make them suspicious. This was Lu Yin's oversight. If he ever needed to change his appearance again, he definitely would not use a similar name. A month passed, and there were only a few days left before the 2-month deadline that Divinity Shaoyin had given him. On this day, Divinity Shaoyin looked at Yin and Yang and frowned. Had Qianqi absorbed too much extreme Yin energy? He stepped onto Yin and Yang, only to see a pale Luin sitting on the extreme Yin energy with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Shocked, Divinity Shaoyin hurriedly checked. Luin opened his eyes. No need, I absorbed too much extreme Yin energy and suffered a backlash. Divinity Shaoyin's eyes flashed. Let me take a look. Luin hurriedly retreated. Please forgive me, Divinity. Everyone has their own secrets and I don't want others to know my secrets. Divinity Shaoyin did not mind. It would be strange if Qianqi did not have any secrets. He knew how difficult it was for someone to cultivate from the beginning to the peak, but Qianqi had reached this height in such a short time. How could he not have any secrets? However, he did not intend to pry into Lu Yin's secrets. You suffered a backlash from extreme Yin energy and should not be able to use much strength for the time being, but that will not stop you from assisting in the investigation at the four-way scales. Divinity Shaoyin did not care about Luin as long as he completed his task. Luin nodded. Of course, Divinity Shaoyin can rest assured. It will be the appointed time in a few days, and I will go to the four-way scales to assist in the investigation. It won't be difficult. The two had a tacit understanding that the so-called investigation was fake. Divinity Shaoyin was just using Lu Yin's reputation, and Lu Yin was just going through the motions. The battle had nothing to do with him, and even if he was injured it would not affect him. Then you should rest for 2 days. Even if you go to the 4 cardinal scales, you will only have half a month to cooperate. The tea party will be held in a little more than a month. I hope that you won't disappoint me, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin said, glancing at Lu Yin one more time before leaving. Lu Yin sighed. That was enough. The backlash had obviously been an act. He had indeed absorbed a lot of extreme yin energy, and the space in his heart had become much deeper. He did not know how it was, but he had never tried it before. He looked around. This was a good place. If he had the chance in the future, he would absorb all of this extreme yin energy. During this time, people constantly ascended the yin and Divinity Shaoyin energy, but no one approached Lu Yin. Yin and Yang might seem small, but it was actually a huge area. 2 people didn't need to be too close to each other. Another day later, Xiaogu came. She had a gloomy expression on her face. Her master had definitely told her to get close to Lu Yin, and she was already traumatized by it. It was as if there was something wrong with this person's brain. She hadn't even said anything and he had just left. She didn't even dare to approach him for fear of disrupting her master's plans. He remembered that the first time they met, this person was not very respectful to his master. As she thought about this, she saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin opened his eyes and asked curiously, "Why are you here?" Xiaogu felt that Lu Yin's tone was becoming increasingly stiff. She remembered that people had said that Xianqi was a kind and humble person, but she could not see that at all. Instead, she could see that this person would run away whenever he encountered a problem. She had no idea how he had managed to cultivate to this level. Xiaogu took a deep breath and revealed a coquettish smile. "Master asked me to take a look at you. If there's anything you need help with, just tell me." Lu Yin said seriously, "There's something I need your help with, and only you can help." Xiaogu's eyes lit up and she approached Lu Yin. Her lips curled up into a charming smile. "Tell me. Whatever you say, I'll definitely do it." Lu Yin's expression was very serious. "I'm hungry. Help me find a beast leg, the kind that Senior Su Wuwei eats." Xiaogu was stunned. "Oh, by the way, the taste must be exactly the same. Remember?" Lu Yin added. Xiaogu's expression was extremely ugly, and she turned to leave. That beast leg would forever be a shadow in her heart, this bastard. 2 days later, Su Wuwei came to the Shadow Realm to check on Lu Yin's injuries. "It's quite serious. You can't use your strength for the time being." As he spoke, he looked at the Shaoyin divinity with dissatisfaction. "How did you teach him? What's wrong with Xianqi?" The Shaoyin divinity was cold. "He was too hasty in his cultivation. It has nothing to do with me." Su Wuwei raised his eyebrows. "You mean it's Xianqi's fault? Look at your disciples. Which one of them suffered a backlash? Only Xianqi suffered a backlash. Why are you still hiding it? There must be something you didn't tell Xianqi. Xianqi, let's go. We won't come here again and we won't cultivate the power of shadow in the future. What kind of help is it? It's none of our business." Lu Yin nodded obediently and stood behind Su Wuwei. The Shaoyin divinity was furious. "Su Wuwei, don't be unreasonable." Su Wuwei was even angrier. "Who's being unreasonable? Look at your disciples. Why didn't they suffer a backlash? Only Xianqi suffered a backlash. Take a look for yourself. What is this? He almost lost his life. Xianqi made a great contribution by capturing the spy. Both the wood spacetime and the reincarnation spacetime are fighting over him. The ultra spacetime, the 3 monarch spacetime. Bah. The ultra spacetime heaven's reflection manner is his. Do you know how important he is?" The Shaoyin divinity was furious. Although he was sinister and good at scheming against others, his eloquence was no match for Su Wuwei's. When Su Wuwei said this, he felt that it was his own fault. What was even more infuriating was that Xianqi had not said a word from beginning to end. He was clearly the one who had acted too hastily. The Shaoyin divinity glared at Su Wuwei, who was unwilling to be outdone. The two stared at each other for a long time, and in the end, the Shaoyin divinity gave in. "Wanin Solal. My greatest sincerity. Luin Solal?" The name sounded very powerful. Su Wuwei smiled. "That's right. Your fault is your fault. Don't try to push the blame to others. Xianqi is so pure." Lu Yin's face twitched and he blushed. The Shaoyin divinity did not want to look at Su Wuwei, and with a wave of his hand, A cone-shaped weapon appeared in the void. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was a good item and it looked powerful. Su Wuwei chuckled and pushed the Shaoyin divinity towards Lu Yin. Take it. This is from the Shaoyin divinity. It's a good item refined from pure lunar energy. It can cause harm to extreme powerhouses, and it can save your life if used well. However, its greatest use is to spy on the Shaoyin divinity, right? Divinity? The Shaoyin divinity was cold and arrogant. As long as you have the talent, you can cultivate to my level with this Shaoyin divinity. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. What did this mean? It meant that it could be upgraded. He had finally found a treasure that could be upgraded. Su Wuwei laughed. You're finally generous for once, haha. The Shaoyin divinity was impatient. Xiaogu, take Xianqi with you. Brother Wuwei, please leave as well. I'm going into seclusion. Su Wuwei nodded. No problem. Xianqi, you can go with the little girl. Hey little girl, is my beast leg delicious? Xiaogu was disgusted, but he did not dare to show it. He bowed to Su Wuwei. Greetings, senior. Su Wuwei laughed. He patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Go. By the way, you can show your true face now. There's no need to hide it too much. You have the Shaoyin divinity behind you. True face? Xiaogu was shocked. Was Xianqi in disguise? The Shaoyin divinity was calm. He had already seen through it. Lu Yin smiled. Yes, senior. He then looked at Xiaogu. Xiaogu looked at the Shaoyin divinity and then bowed to Su Wuwei again. He tore through the void and left with Lu Yin. They were going to the Starry Sky Tree. When they returned to the Starry Sky Tree, Lu Yin did not expect Xiaogu to be the one who had brought him there. There must be a coordinate seal in the Starry Sky Tree, but Lu Yin did not know how many people's auras were left on it. The ones he knew were the Yuan sages and Xiaogu. Lu Yin did not know about the others, but Luo Shan and the others definitely did not have it. Did you disguise yourself? Xiaogu looked at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin coughed. His lips were a little pale, and he looked like he had not recovered from his injuries. What? Are you curious? Xiaogu's eyes lit up. Indeed. I'll recover after resting for a while. The lunar energy is rampaging in my body, and it's a little uncomfortable. Lu Yin found a place to sit down and rest. Xiaogu did not rush him. Anyway, you just need to meet up with the 4 cardinal scales in 2 days. You can rest for 2 days. Lu Yin landed in the mountain range and looked around. This was the top realm. Before going to the lunar realm, he had specially returned to the Eternal Kingdom and left Luo Lauer in the top realm. After thinking about it, the most suitable person to disguise as Xianqi was Luo Lauer. Firstly, Luo Lauer was very clear about the 6 Direction Society and would not be exposed by the 4 cardinal scales. Secondly, Luo Lauer was very meticulous. When he was thrown into the hyperspace as a hostage, he tried his best to join the 6 Direction Training Hall. During this time he made some friends and his cultivation kept improving. He also knew how to hide. He had always been on guard against Luo Zong. Such a meticulous person who relied on him was the most reassuring to Lu Yin. The only thing he was worried about was being recognized by the people of the 6 Direction Society. Fortunately, with the order of the Grand Empyrean, not just anyone could come to the Starry Sky Tree. Even if someone could come, they might not recognize Luo Lao, or was just a junior. Besides the 3 Monarchs universe, who else could recognize him? Perhaps Xia Xinji knew him. After all, he had stayed in the 3 Monarchs universe for a while. He might have accidentally seen Luo Lauer's appearance, or he might have specially looked for him because of Mu Jun's disappearance. However, the current Xia Xinji was not the Xia Xinji of the past. Luo Lauer also confirmed that he had not met the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's disciple. Lu Yin was resting and Xiaogu was not far from him. With Lu Yin's cultivation, he could easily leave without her knowing and bring Luo Lauer here. Are you sure you haven't met Xiaogu before? She won't recognize you? Lu Yin asked again. Luo Lauer promised, don't worry, brother-in-law. Even if we met, she definitely won't remember a nobody like me. Lu Yin looked at Luo Lauer seriously. It's hard to guarantee that this plan will be foolproof. Once exposed, you might die. Think carefully. Luo Lauer patted his chest. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I will find a way to complete the mission. Even if I die, I won't betray you. Lu Yin looked at him deeply. Take care of yourself. Luo Lauer nodded vigorously. He had been waiting for this opportunity for too long. Mu Jun was in the Eternal Kingdom, right under his feet. His mother had died at Mu Jun's hands, but he could not take revenge. The Thunder Sealing clan had almost been destroyed by the Mu clan. All of this was because he was too weak. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2805. During their time in the Eternal Kingdom, Luo Lauer had longed to be Lu Yin's brother-in-law and had even asked Lu Yin to help him find a powerhouse to become his master, but he had never succeeded. This mission had allowed him to see a path forward. As long as he completed it, he would no longer be a lackey in the above sky sect, but someone who could work for Lu Yin. Although the mission was extremely dangerous, he was willing to risk his life for this opportunity. He was bullied in the Three Monarchs universe and he was looked down upon in the Super Universe. He had enough and didn't want to be a waste. Lu Yin walked out and Xiaogu looked over. "You look a little better." Lu Yin nodded. He felt a headache coming on. "I didn't think that I would be so greedy and provoke a backlash from the extreme Yin Qi. It really isn't easy to cultivate. I won't be able to do anything for a while." Mockery flashed in Xiaogu's eyes, but he still had a smile on his face. "Of course, Master is one of the three venerables after all. How could it be so easy to cultivate the power of Yin?" Lu Yin rubbed his face. "Senior Su Wuwei wants me to show my true face. Then I'll be rude." As he spoke, his face twisted and quickly turned into Luo Lauer's appearance. The moment he disguised himself as second brother Luo, Lu Yin stared into Xiaogu's eyes to confirm whether or not she knew him. Xiaogu's gaze didn't change from beginning to end. "So this is who you are, Xianqi." Lu Yin smiled. "I'm naturally gifted, but I'm worried that someone will take revenge on me. It's never wrong to be cautious." Xiaogu nodded and smiled. "Let's go." The two set off once more and along the way, Lu Yin really did switch places with Luo Lauer. From this moment on, Luo Lauer was Xianqi, and if he was recognized or exposed then he would die. This was the path that he had chosen himself, and if he wasn't recognized then everything would proceed smoothly. Lu Yin would be able to safely wait until the Grand Celestial Tea Party, and he might even be able to turn the tables on Luo Lauer during the tea party. At the same time he would also be able to obtain the evidence that Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin had mentioned, killing two birds with one stone. Success or failure would be determined by the moment of contact with the scales of the four sides. However, Lu Yin didn't leave and instead used his Heaven's Eye to keep an eye on Luo Lauer. The Celestial Eye had countless uses, and according to the Void Master, it could even see through spacetime. Lu Yin had not reached this level yet, but it would not be too much of a problem for him to see through the topmost realm without being discovered. Half a day later, Xiaogu brought Luo Lauer along to meet by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan. Xia Xinji was not around. He had suffered such heavy injuries and only 2 months had passed. He did not want to come out in case by Wang Yuan and the others noticed something. "This is Xianqi. He will cooperate with your investigation of Lu Yin," Xiaogu introduced. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan stared at Luo Lauer. They had been traumatized by Lu Yin's actions, and they stared at everyone they saw. They wanted to see through the disguise and prevent that person from being Lu Yin. After taking a closer look, the two of them finally heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't a disguise but the real person. Luo Lauer's expression was calm. He had faced several life and death crises before. His father was also Luo Shan. This was not the first time he had met an extremely strong expert, so he was very calm. This was also one of the reasons why Lu Yin had chosen him. He was knowledgeable. "Didn't you say the four-corner scale? It should be 4, right?" Luo Lauer asked. Xiaogu did not answer. Bai Ran said, "We will tell you. You are Xianqi, right? Your only mission here is to cooperate with one person to confirm that the son of the Lu family is a spy and complete the chain of evidence." Luo Lauer nodded. "The Supreme Divinity told me. Don't worry, I have enough experience." "All right then." Bai Wang Yuan looked in a direction. "Come on." In the distance, a person walked out and slowly approached. In the distance, Lu Yin used third eye. When he saw who it was, his gaze turned cold and he smiled sinisterly. "So it's you." Lu Yin quickly left. He had seen what he needed to see. Luo Lauer's next move was up to him. As long as he completed this mission, Lu Yin would find him a good master. For now, Luo Lauer had to go into seclusion. There was still a month before the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. During this month, Lu Yin did not plan on cultivating, but he wanted to adjust his state to the best possible state. He used his Dai's Enhance to adjust his state and prepare for the upcoming tea party. There was a parallel spacetime in the endless battlefield called the Gourd Spacetime. The name was cute, but it was one of the most dangerous regions in the endless battlefield. The reason why it was called the Gourd Spacetime was because everyone in this spacetime would be enveloped by a gourd-shaped materialized power. This power was said to have come from an extreme powerhouse, the Gourd Ghost, who had changed the world. It was rumored that the Gourd Ghost had been an extreme powerhouse among extreme powerhouses. No one knew how he had died in the end, but it was known that his power had completely changed the Gourd spacetime. Even powerhouses at the level of the Triple Sovereigns and Void Master would be enveloped by a gourd-shaped materialized power when they arrived in this spacetime. This power was called a gourd. Every cultivator who entered the Gourd spacetime would be enveloped by a gourd. The battle method was simple. Use your own power to attack the gourd that enveloped you. Regardless of whether it was your physical body, spiritual force, or ancestral world, as long as it could be used to kill, it could be used to attack the gourd. The stronger the power, the harder the gourd would be. More than 4 extreme powerhouses had died in this spacetime, and it was extremely dangerous. The Everlasting Tribe often had the 7 sky gods running amok, and the 6 Direction Society often had powerhouses at the level of the Triple Sovereigns. Whenever powerhouses at this level appeared, countless gourds would shatter and countless people would die. This was a clash of the strong against the strong. At this moment, 2 gourds were clashing in the Gourd spacetime. One of them was from the Everlasting Tribe, a female corpse king. She was beautiful in the color of blood, and she exuded a bloody aura that constantly fused into the gourd, causing the gourd to become harder and harder. The surface of the gourd was covered in a layer of blood red. On the other hand, the other gourd was a transparent gourd. An old man with a mustache stood inside the gourd, and he constantly swung a wooden sword to attack the gourd. Peach trees bloomed around them, bearing huge peaches that fell into the ground from time to time and slowly melted. Every time a peach melted, the gourd would ripple. Although the ripples seemed gentle, they were not shattered by the bloody gourd on the other side. Bang, bang, bang. The collision of the gourds tore through the starry sky and spread out. In the distance, gourds fled in fear of being affected. There were 6 Direction Society cultivators, Everlasting Tribe corpse kings, and giant astral beasts inside the gourds. Another gourd came from another direction and slammed into the bloody gourd. Inside the gourd was Xiao Ci, the domain lord of the Void God Spacetime Azure Sea region. Su Heng and Su Lung had broken through to the Ancestor realm, but they could barely defeat him. Xiao Ci's arrival caused the bloody gourd to retreat. Long-bearded freak, why are you here? The old man in the transparent gourd was surprised. Xiao Ci said, Long-bearded freak, the Grand Empyrean tea party is about to start. Why aren't you going? Aren't I being held back? Why don't you go? I'm here to help you out. I'll use you. When I pour the rootless water on her, the gourd will crush her in an instant. Stop bragging. The two of you have been fighting for thousands of years without a clear winner. You must have developed feelings for each other. Long-bearded freak, don't talk nonsense. Be careful not to hit you. All right, the tea party is about to start. Let's go. What's wrong with this space-time? What should we do? Have you forgotten that the Everlasting Tribe also needs to rest at this time? This is tacitly agreed by both sides. Moreover, the reincarnation spacetime has someone overseeing this place, so you and I don't have to worry about it. It won't be too late to come back after the tea party. That's right. If the Everlasting Tribe dares to start a war at this time, the Grand Empyrean will personally exchange blows with the one true God. That would be earth-shattering. It was also an endless battlefield. This spacetime was filled with cubes that filled the starry sky. As far as the eye could see, each cube was the size of a planet. Many of the cubes had people inside. Some cubes were adjacent to each other and could be entered. Some were adjacent to each other and could not be entered. It depended on the person who arranged the cubes. Outside the starry sky, 2 huge forces were playing chess. They were constantly arranging cubes as if they were playing chess. When one side had the advantage, they could allow the strong on their side to slaughter the weak on the other side. This would give them an advantage in the war. Otherwise, it would be easy to be defeated. I'm not good at playing chess. I'm at a disadvantage against you. Is that so? But why do I remember that the witch spirit god is good at open schemes? Open schemes are simple, but conspiracies are difficult. Lotus Venerable, aren't you anxious? What's the hurry? Your Grand Empyrean's tea party is about to start. It's okay. The war is more important. Every tea party, there are always people who can't return from the endless battlefield. I'll play chess with you here. Forget it. I'm not interested. You play by yourself. With that, the witch spirit god left the starry sky. On the opposite side, the eyes of the venerable Lotus Venerable flickered. Did he leave? She could take this opportunity to expand her advantage and eliminate the Eternals in this starry sky. However, what was the point of eliminating just one battlefield? There were still 2 progenitor realm corpse kings in this starry sky. It was meaningless. She would rather go to the tea party and listen to the teachings of the Grand Empyreans. Perhaps she could take a step further and touch a higher level. After thinking about it, she also left. Everyone was selfish. It was just that no one touched the selfish part of that person. For a powerhouse like the Venerable Lotus Venerable, taking a step further was her lifelong pursuit. The same scene kept happening in the endless battlefield. Some people left and some entered. Not all of the extreme experts attended the tea party. Sometimes there were more, sometimes there were fewer. There was one time when they didn't even occupy 1/5 of the 99 seats, and at most they only occupied 2/3 of the seats. This was the teachings bestowed by the Grand Empyreans. Whether or not one could participate and improve depended on oneself. The Eternals seemed to have formed a routine. On this day the endless battlefield would be very quiet. The 6 direction associations had their own arrangements. The Eternals also had their own ideas. Reincarnation spacetime, 9 heavens 10 earths. Outside the heaven gate, figures appeared and entered the heaven gate. The sound of the bell echoed through the reincarnation spacetime. Countless people in the reincarnation spacetime bowed. Flowers rose from the ground and went straight into the 9 heavens 10 earths. It was an extremely spectacular sight. Providence was boundless. Transparent chains that looked like particles danced in the air. Only those who had cultivated to the point of touching the laws knew that those were the laws that the Grand Empyreans had touched. The laws formed a physical entity that could be seen with the naked eye. That was the Tao of the Grand Empyreans. Those who didn't understand would only think that it was an arrangement similar to flowers. Outside the heaven gate, children were playing. An individual with peerless talent was born. Some people worked hard to obtain the qualifications to serve outside the heaven gate. They looked at those who entered the heaven gate with envy and longing. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2806. Senior Li is here. He rarely travels the endless battlefield and draws a star chart just to fight for a little advantage for humanity in the war. It is said that everyone who traveled with Senior Li in the endless battlefield died. Only Senior Li survived by luck, but he lost his limbs and even the ability to speak. The only thing he can move is his eyes. Although Senior Li's cultivation was not high, only 3rd rank ascendant immortal, and now he has lost his cultivation, he was invited to the tea party by the Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean is merciful. That's the successor of the Qianren bloodline. Back then the Qianren bloodline was framed as a spy, and the entire clan sneaked into the endless battlefield to fight. The last person left was this infant successor. Fortunately, Senior Lotus Venerable cleared their name and brought this successor back. He also accepted him as Senior Lotus Venerable's disciple. He was also invited to attend the tea party. There are generally 2 kinds of people who can participate in the tea party. One is extremely high cultivation or fame, and the other is outstanding meritorious service. The Thousand Merman bloodline fought until the last person. Although they did not cause much damage to the eternal race, they did not let the eternal race succeed in their plot. They are qualified to participate in the tea party. Look, that is Senior Su Heng and Senior Su Lung, who have both broken through to the extreme level in the Void God universe. They are also here. I'm so envious. Both of them broke through and the 2 of them are partners. This is definitely a good story in the 6 Paths Guild. Hey, Senior Xiao Ci is also here. On the other side of the heavenly gate, Xiao Ci and the mustached extreme expert arrived. This person was called Mu Tao and he came from the Wood universe. Because of his mustache, he was naturally at odds with Xiao Ci. Senior Xiao Ci. Su Heng and Su Lung saw Xiao Ci arrive and quickly bowed. Xiao Ci smiled and said, "You are also here. Not bad, you are very lucky. After the breakthrough there will be a tea party. Listen well. Not everyone can accept the teachings of the Grand Empyrean." We know. The 2 were polite. They had a good relationship with Xiao Ci. Although Master Su Yi and Xiao Ci were competitors, they were both competitors and friends. Master Su Yi's corpse was brought back by Xiao Ci. Mu Tao praised, "You are Su Heng and Su Lung? Not bad, not bad. I am envious. Both of you broke through." The 2 looked at each other in confusion. Not all extreme experts knew each other. Xiao Ci introduced, "This mustached man is called Mu Tao. He is from the Wood universe. He has been fighting in the Gourd universe for many years. It's normal that you don't know him." The 2 of them hurriedly greeted each other. After all, they were juniors. Mu Tao smiled and said, I heard that you guys defeated that long-bearded freak Xiao Ci. Good. Wonderful. Ah. Su Heng hurriedly said, it's a tie and it's 2 against 1. It's really embarrassing. Mu Tao smiled and said, what's there to be ashamed of? You guys are so much younger than this old fellow. When you guys reach his age, you might also be fighting 1 against 2. But since you guys are 1, this old fellow will have to call for help, haha. Xiao Ci smiled. Sure, I'll call you. As long as you can put down your pride, this old man doesn't mind helping you. As they chatted and laughed, they stepped into the divine gate. Not long after, the great elder of the lost clan, Shan Gu, arrived with a woman. The woman's name was Shan Yin, and she was also an extremely powerful expert of the lost clan. She possessed the 3 stars immemorial card, and her strength surpassed Shan Pu's. Dan Pu did not appear. The wooden carving arrived, blindfolded. At the same time, Reverend Xiaoyin arrived as well. Seeing the wooden carving, Reverend Xiaoyin's eyes narrowed. I thought you had given up on the Lost Clan's power. You also went to the Lost Clan's upper 3 fragments. How was it? Did you exchange for a card? The wooden carving walked past him and entered the divine gate without saying a word. In the distance, many people were watching. They lowered their heads, not daring to look. Reverend Xiaoyin was ignored. Reverend Xiaoyin's face was gloomy as he stared coldly at the wooden carving's back. This person was too arrogant. Why aren't you going in? Reverend Lotus arrived and asked. Reverend Xiaoyin recovered and looked at Reverend Lotus. Didn't you go to the incorporeal spacetime? Can you come back? Reverend Lotus said, which spirit god ran away, so I came back. Reverend Xiaoyin was surprised. It seems that more old friends have come to this tea party. I just don't know if he will come back. Reverend Lotus said, he shouldn't. The conflict between him and Master has never been resolved. Reverend Xiaoyin shook his head. As one of the 3 reverends, the gap between us is so big. He can ignore Master, but we can't. He suddenly stopped and didn't dare to speak again. Reverend Lotus stared at him. You also want to ignore Master like him? Reverend Xiaoyin hurriedly denied. Of course not. Another person arrived. When he saw Reverend Xiaoyin and Reverend Lotus, he quickly bowed. Was a young man. He looked very young, but he was qualified to participate in the tea party. The young man's ancestor had made a great contribution by chance. This contribution allowed the young man's family to participate in every tea party. Logically speaking, if one participated in the tea party many times, even a fool could become a genius. Generation after generation, they would eventually become a giant. However, the young man's family had always been like this. Their descendants didn't seem to have any cultivation talent. Reverend Xiaoyin glanced at the young man. Go in. The young man pursed his lips. Yes. Master gives this useless family a position every year. It's meaningless. Reverend Xiaoyin whispered. Reverend Lotus walked towards the divine gate. Master has his own reasons for doing things. A mighty bell rang. Both Void Master and Dimensional Master had arrived. Wood God had also arrived. He looked like an ordinary old man. He wore a green robe that didn't have a speck of dust on it. Void Master and Dimensional Master were very respectful towards Wood God. This old man was quite ancient. He had participated in several battles in the primordial space. He had personally witnessed the destruction of the primordial space and the birth of the Six Direction Society. He was an old man who had witnessed history. The stairway connected the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Flowers bloomed one after another, representing each seat. There were a total of 99 seats scattered above the 9 heavens. 9 of the seats were at the front. There was no order in the 9 seats. However, many people were used to recognizing the first seat on the left as the first seat. Since ancient times, the first and second seats had always been empty. Starting from the 3rd seat, it was Wood God, Void Master, Dangu, and Dimensional Master. The next seat was empty. Below them were Reverend Lotus and Reverend Xiaoyin. Now Wood God and the others had sat down. Reverend Xiaoyin had also arrived. However, he could only sit at the back. He couldn't sit in the first row. The 9th seat had been replaced by Lu Yin. Many people knew that the 9th seat had been replaced by Lu Yin. They all looked at Reverend Xiaoyin strangely. Reverend Xiaoyin looked calm. No one could tell what he was thinking. Not far away, Bai Sienna arrived at his seat and sat down calmly. Chu Jian had also arrived. His temperament had changed, which attracted Reverend Xiaoyin's attention. You've broken through to the immortal transformation realm. Chu Jian nodded and looked at the 9th seat. Path Master Lu hasn't arrived yet? Reverend Shaoyin said faintly, he's the path master of the above heavens sect. It's normal that he comes late. Chu Jian laughed. He didn't mind. After breaking through to the immortal transformation realm, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Although he was still far from being comparable to Reverend Shaoyin, he already knew what that level represented. His master had high hopes for him to be undefeated. As for Luin, how could he be compared to him? The 99 seats continued to be filled. However, it was impossible to fill all the seats. Only the 9,990,000 people who were listening to the teachings were missing. They were all looking at the ripples in the void and the people sitting in the seats with envy. The people who were most envious were naturally the people in the top 9 seats. They were the closest to the great heavenly venerates. Yuan Sage had arrived. He was supposed to be in the endless battlefield, but the eternal race had suddenly retreated. Thus, he returned at this special time of the tea party and sat down in a seat that wasn't too close to the top 9 seats. Looking at the empty 9th seat and then at Reverend Shaoyin's expression, Yuan Sage sneered. That son of the Lu family wouldn't have it easy. Based on his understanding of Reverend Shaoyin, he might cause trouble during this tea party. However, he didn't know if that son of the Lu family would bring that mount. If he could bring it to please his master, he might still have a chance of survival. He was really looking forward to it. Martial strength wasn't prohibited at the tea party. Son of the Lu family, this 9th seat of the tea party was the most glorious moment of your life. However, it was also the moment that would drag you into the abyss. Sitting behind Yuan Sage was that young man. The young man looked apprehensive. He looked around from time to time and bit his lip. Everyone's aura here made him tremble. Was he really qualified to sit here? In particular, the aura of the person in front of him was so oppressive that he couldn't breathe. Sitting beside him was a middle-aged man who had lost half of his face. He looked particularly terrifying. When he saw the young man looking at him, he smiled gently. However, because he had lost half of his face, his smile was very sinister and gave the young man a scare. Don't be afraid. This is an injury, the middle-aged man said in a hoarse voice. The young man swallowed his saliva and said, Hello, senior. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Calm down. This is a rare opportunity. I have made great contributions in the endless battlefield to have this opportunity. The young man nodded. Yuan Sage turned around and shouted, Shut up. The middle-aged man's face turned pale and he bowed deeply. Sorry to disturb you, Yuan Sage. The young man followed suit and bowed deeply. Yuan Sage was disgusted. His seat was occupied by extremely strong powerhouses in front of him and trash behind him. What contributions? What outstanding contributions! These were all nonsense. Sitting with trash like them would tarnish his status. They were all sons of the Lu family. In the past, his seat wouldn't have been so far behind. Those sons of the Lu family deserved to die. In front of him, someone turned around and smiled at Yuan Sage. You seem very unhappy. This is the tea party of a great heavenly venerate. Yuan Sage looked at this person with fear in his eyes. He forced himself to calm down and forced a smile. I understand, Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng had a scholarly temperament like a teacher who stood aloof from worldly affairs. Beside him, Mansion Master Gon smiled and said, Mr. Daheng, why are you so free to attend the tea party? In the past, you didn't attend many tea parties. Mr. Daheng smiled and said, I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and naturally came to attend the tea party. In the past, I would listen to the teachings of a great heavenly venerate even if I didn't attend. Someone on the other side chimed in. It's the same for us. If it weren't for the teachings of a great heavenly venerate, we wouldn't have been able to reach our current level of strength. The extremely strong powerhouses chatted with each other, making the tea party very lively. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2807. In the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, the seating time would end when the bell stopped ringing. The 9 heavens 10 earths, the reincarnation spacetime, the 6 direction society, all the famous people were either participating in the tea party or listening to the teachings. For example, the disciples of Lotus Lord, Little Yen, Ro Erlingmu and the others. For example, Jiang Xiaodao, the son of Saint Jiang, the son of Saint Food, the Little Food Saint, Bai Qian from Ultra Spacetime, the supreme powerhouse who guarded the laboratory, the Yu family, Saruzan from the Wood World, Su Ji from the Virtual God Spacetime, Wu Man, Ji Xiao from the Lost Clan and many others. Even the endless battlefield had people listening to his teachings including Bodhi Saint. The Grand Empyrean Tea Party was the biggest event of the Six Paths Guild. Whether it was the Six Paths Guild itself or the endless battlefield, everyone would pay attention to the tea party. Although the number of people who could listen to the teachings was limited, this group of people was enough to influence the entire operation of the Six Paths Guild. At that moment, even the war slowed down. Everyone listened to the sound of the bell, which was about to stop. When the bell ended, those who had yet to appear would not be able to participate in the tea party. Reverend God Xiaoying glanced at the ninth seat again. This son of the Lu family isn't here yet? Bai Xianer turned her head and looked to the right. Xia Xinji had arrived. He was qualified to attend the tea party, so he came without a sound. Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan didn't come and didn't receive an invitation. Only Xia Xinji received an invitation when he met the Grand Empyrean last time. Su Heng and Su Lung subconsciously looked towards the back. That was the 99th seat, which should be Xian Qi's seat. Xian Qi had not arrived yet. Just as they were thinking, a huge shadow appeared outside the heaven gate. A deafening roar rang out, scaring all the Six Directions Association cultivators outside the heaven gate. Their faces turned pale as they stared blankly at the Hell Flood Dragon. What the hell was that? How terrifying. Prison Flood Dragon liked these people's expressions and couldn't help but shout again. Shut up and go up. Lu Yin stomped down, interrupting the Hellworm's roar. The caged WRM was very displeased, but it did not dare to vent its anger on Lu Yin. It could only charge towards the stairway. This place did not allow it to show off its might, but that was fine as well. It could go up there as well, and it wanted everyone to be afraid of it. Caged Flood Dragon's huge figure ascended the sky stairway and arrived at the tea party. Everyone looked over in surprise. Who would arrive at the last moment of the bell? Throughout the history of tea parties, those who did not show up would always arrive early, regardless of who they were. Even Void Lord and the other Spacetime Lords were like this. Very few people arrived at the last moment. The Yuan sage looked over with a cold gaze and a cruel smile on his face. Son of the Lu family, you really came. Lu Yin appeared at the last moment of the bell's chime. He looked at the seats with a smile on his face. He was dressed in white and looked very elegant. Below his feet was a prison dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Lu Yin rarely wore white as it was too eye-catching. But today, keeping a low profile was out of the question. He had officially entered the eyes of the entire Six Paths gang, and the eyes of these Ancestor Realm experts. Below his feet, the prison flood dragon roared, wanting to display its powerful aura. It was time. There were so many humans. But when it focused its eyes, it blinked and stared ahead, seeing an Ancestor Realm expert. That aura was definitely an Ancestor Realm expert. Then it looked again and saw another and then another and another. Not only that, there were many Ancestor Realm auras that were exceptionally powerful. The prison flood dragon had a keen sense of smell and was even more sensitive to danger. At this moment, it felt weak and helpless. It had originally planned to roar and brandish its claws, but now it was very well behaved. It lowered its head and the corners of its mouth curled up in a human-like manner, as if it wanted to use a smile to express its goodwill. The prison flood dragon looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin rolled his eyes and landed on the ground, glancing at his shoulder. The prison flood dragon understood and quickly shrunk its body, landing on Lu Yin's shoulder and grabbing it tightly. Only then would it be safe. Sorry for being late. There are so many familiar faces. Lu Yin walked step by step towards the ninth seat. Everyone looked at him. Some were curious while others were disgusted. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign slowly turned to look at Lu Yin. Had the son of the Lu family arrived? He looked over and met Lu Yin's gaze. At that moment, time seemed to stop. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's pupils shrank as he stared at Lu Yin's face. This? Lu Yin smiled brightly and happily at the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign. Everyone looked at the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign and Lu Yin strangely. They did not understand why Lu Yin was so happy, nor did they understand the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's expression. Only Su Wuwei, Su Zhu Dangu and a few others understood. They all looked on as if they were watching a show. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's thoughts were very fast. The moment he recognized Lu Yin as Xian Qi, he immediately wanted to inform Bai Wangyuan and the others. He had been tricked, this bastard. However, the bell stopped ringing at that moment, and a supreme power descended. A Grand Empyrean had arrived. Lu Yin had waited until the last moment to appear because of this. He took a step forward and arrived at the ninth seat. He slowly sat down in front of the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's sluggish expression made Venerable Lotus frown. What's wrong? No one could describe the Shaolin Divine Sovereign's feelings. It was as if he had thrown his enemy under a guillotine and the guillotine was about to chop him down, only to find that he had been replaced at the last moment. He had become the one waiting for death under the guillotine. It might be an exaggeration to say that he was waiting for death, but the Shaolin Divine Sovereign knew that he would be in big trouble if the plan went smoothly. The more he thought about it, the paler his face became. The Yuan sage frowned. He knew the Shaolin Divine Sovereign well. Was there something wrong with his expression? He had not participated in the entire process and had no idea what was going to happen next. He also did not know that the Shaolin Divine Sovereign had been tricked by Lu Yin. The only difference was that he had underestimated Lu Yin and had not paid attention to Lu Yin's appearance. He had once thought that the Yuan sage could deal with him, so he had let the Yuan sage make a move. He had thought that Luo Shan could deal with Lu Yin, so he had not cared. He had thought that using Luo Shan to threaten Lu Yin would make him die in the endless battlefield and that using the four-way scales would consign Lu Yin to eternal damnation. These thoughts had become the source of his greatest regret today. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken action personally. This son of the Lu family was actually Xian Qi. How long had he been hiding in the Six Direction sect? The aura of a Grand Empyrean descended, covering the 9 heavens and 10 lands and suppressing the reincarnation spacetime. The world became transparent and spacetime seemed to have stopped. Everything slowed down. Petals floated past his eyes, and Lu Yin saw the Grand Empyrean through the petals. He had not expected the Grand Empyrean to be a woman. She was dressed in a pale golden robe and was sitting cross-legged. The Grand Empyrean's projection covered the world and everyone. A veil covered her face, making it impossible to see her face clearly. Lu Yin could only feel an incomparably intense and sacred aura. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the Grand Empyrean. A voice constantly echoed in his ears and in his heart. You can't look. You don't dare to look. You don't have the qualifications to look. What right do you have to look? Lower your head, lower your head, lower your head, countless voices echoed. It was as if the world and the universe were suppressing him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Her eyes were so beautiful, but they were also so dignified. She was emotionless. Strands of almost solid sequence particles twined around her like flowing water. Auspicious clouds rose and emitted a colorful rainbow light. It was extremely beautiful. There was a loud bang as Lu Yin's mind exploded. Blood dripped down from his ears. He did not realize that aside from the top 9, no one dared to look directly at the Grand Empyrean. Even Reverend Lotus had her head lowered. Only Wood God, Void Master, Grand Elder Shangu, and Master Wei were able to raise their heads and look directly at the Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean's gaze landed on Lu Yin. Lu Yin's mind exploded again, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not look at the Grand Empyrean anymore. If he did, he would die. An intense aura of death spread out, wanting to devour him. The prison flood dragon trembled. Wood God looked at Lu Yin. Void Master, Grand Elder Shangu, and Master Wei all looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes were bleeding, but he stubbornly looked at the Grand Empyrean. He clearly did not have to look, but he wanted to see this person who had exiled the Lu family. He wanted to see the true master of the Six Direction Society. He wanted to see what this human leader looked like. He opened his celestial eye to share some of the pressure on Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not hear the Grand Empyrean at all. His mind continued to rumble and his vision became blurry. He could only use his celestial eye to stare at the Grand Empyrean. His forehead throbbed with pain, but even the celestial eye could not violate the Grand Empyrean's dignity. Suddenly Lu Yin's vision cleared, and the rumbling disappeared. All of the Grand Empyrean's dignity retreated. Lu Yin's body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth again. Young man, do what you can. Wood God's voice was very calm. Void Master smiled. Young man, you should have some vitality. Shangu praised, you are very energetic. You are just a little stupid. Void Master's voice was indiscernible. Finally the Grand Empyrean spoke. His voice was still so lofty that it was impossible to tell if he was a man or a woman. Wu Tian, Grim Reaper, Destiny, and the son of the Lu family, you have obtained their inheritances. Venerable Lotus was shocked. She looked at Lu Yin. She knew that the 3 of them had been the 3 realms and 6 paths during their heyday. They were the true 3 giants of the above heaven sect, and this kid had actually obtained their inheritances? Xiaoyin clenched his fists. Wu Tian, Grim Reaper, and Destiny. This son of the Lu family had actually obtained their inheritances? If he had known, he would not have underestimated Lu Yin. How hateful. Chu Jian's gaze turned cold. So what? He was undefeatable. Bai Xianer was calm. She had long known that Lu Yin had not only obtained their inheritances, but she also stared at Lu Yin's back. Where would he stand in the future? The Grand Emperor's words shocked everyone who understood the 3 realms and 6 paths. Yuan Sheng's scalp went numb. Once this son of the Lu family matured, who would be able to stop him? He had to die. He had to die. Behind Yuan Sheng, the youth stared blankly. He did not know anything about Wu Tian, but he knew that anyone who could catch the attention of a Grand Emperor and sit in the first row was a supreme being. That person was so young, but he was so powerful. It would be great if he could become his disciple. Lu Yin panted heavily, wiped the corners of his mouth and smiled. He had withstood it. Although it had only been a short while, it was significant. He had seen the sequence particles in the Grand Emperor's eyes. He had seen the indescribable terror. Even if it was difficult to bear, he had seen the supreme power of a Grand Emperor. One day he would definitely be able to reach this height. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.